aircraft continue airdropping operations, while ground teams struggle against fast-moving flames driven by extreme heat and dry conditions. Authorities say the fire's intensity has forced firefighters to prioritize evacuations and the protection of homes over direct firefighting in several areas. Civil Guard personnel evacuated elderly residents from a care home as flames advanced, with multiple rescue operations continuing across affected regions. In Castellon's Ixo Valley, aircraft repeatedly dropped water as emergency teams attempted to contain the wildfire spreading through difficult terrain. Even as firefighters battled existing blazes, a fresh wildfire broke out in Zamora in northwestern Spain, adding to the growing emergency. Authorities have lifted evacuation orders for nearly 20,000 people around Madrid after conditions improved, while restrictions for another 14,000 residents have also been eased. Fresh aerial images near Madrid reveal the extensive destruction left behind by the wildfires. Spain is now entering its fourth heatwave of the summer, with soaring temperatures continuing to fuel wildfire conditions across the country. Scientists say that Western Europe recorded its hottest June on record, with extreme heat and prolonged dry weather intensifying wildfires across Spain and neighboring France. As emergency teams remain on the front lines, thousands continue to wait for the fires to be brought under control, with authorities warning that the wildfire threat remains far from over.
Coming up after a short commercial break, Parliament clears both the bills, Anti-Exam Leak Bill and Vande Mataram Bill passed in both the houses of the Parliament after a marathon of debate. After a short break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000-mile-an-hour missiles at us, and
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
इस कठोर कानूनों वाले, प्रावधानों वाले इस बिल को पास कर दिया है। अब विश्वस्त परीक्षा पद्धति की दिशा में जाने में एक महत्वपूर्ण काम पूर्ण हुआ है।
PM Modi releases fourth video message for students, congratulates on exam bill clearing parliament.
और साथ साथ फिर से कोई पेपर माफिया, पेपर लीक करने वाली गैंग, देश के बच्चों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ करने वाली गैंग, उनको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
PM Modi warns the exam syndicate, promises strict action against those playing with students' future.
इन सबको ध्यान में रखते हुए देशव्यापी सभी राज्यों में भी और केंद्र में भी शिक्षा पद्धति में सुधार अनिवार्य हो गया है। टेक्नोलॉजी के भरपूर उपयोग की आवश्यकता हो गई है।
Prime Minister Modi says technology and stronger laws to be implemented for better transparency in public examinations.
I rise to move that the bill be passed.
Motion is moved that the bill be passed. The question is that the bill be passed. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The bill is passed.
Anti-exam leak bill and Vande Mataram bill passed in both houses of parliament after a marathon debate. And the PM chairs 4th Cabinet Committee on Security to review the evolving situation of West Asia conflict. A very good morning. We're live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Prime Minister Modi has sent a very strong message on social media after the passage of the historic anti-paper leak bill in both houses of the parliament as a landmark victory in safeguarding the future of India's youth. For decades, paper leaks have plagued the nation, shattering dreams and undermining merit. Today, through relentless reforms including the task force's fast-track mechanism, state collaboration and cutting-edge technology, the government has delivered a robust law with stringent provisions. Crucially, the Prime Minister warned that the paper mafias and gangs playing with the destiny of the nation's children will not be spared. Vowing uncompromising action against these anti-national elements, he urged every citizen to march shoulder to shoulder towards the dream of a Viksit Bharat, declaring that the fight for a transparent, reliable examination system will continue with unyielding resolve. So this is what we see, viewers. Prime Minister Modi putting out that very important message, and he has approved, after the Parliament has approved the bill to amend the anti-paper leak law. We see the Prime Minister Modi saying it's an important step toward building a credible exam system. Let's take a look at what PM Modi said.
साथियों, विश्वस्त परीक्षा पद्धति, इसके लिए हम लगातार एक के बाद एक कदम उठा रहे हैं। टास्क फोर्स की रचना हो, फास्ट ट्रैक की और रचना हो, राज्यों के सुझावों को ध्यान में लेना हो, क्योंकि पिछले कई दशकों से हर राज्य और केंद्र सरकार इस प्रकार की पेपर लीक की परेशानी झेल रहा है। बच्चों के भविष्य को भी इसके कारण संकट पैदा हो रहा है। इन सबको ध्यान में रखते हुए देशव्यापी सभी राज्यों में भी और केंद्र में भी शिक्षा पद्धति में सुधार अनिवार्य हो गया है। टेक्नोलॉजी के भरपूर उपयोग की आवश्यकता हो गई है और साथ साथ फिर से कोई पेपर माफिया, पेपर लीक करने वाली गैंग, देश के बच्चों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ करने वाली गैंग, उनको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। इसलिए कठोर कानूनों की भी जरूरत है। हम संसद में बिल लेकर के गए थे और जैसा मैंने आपको वादा किया था, गत 2 दिन संसद के दोनों सदनों ने, अधिकतम माननीय सांसदों ने विस्तार पूर्वक उससे चर्चा की है और आज दोनों सदनों ने इस कठोर कानूनों वाले, प्रावधानों वाले इस बिल को पास कर दिया है। अब विश्वस्त परीक्षा पद्धति की दिशा में जाने में एक महत्वपूर्ण काम पूर्ण हुआ है। काम आगे भी चलता रहेगा। हम ऐसी परिस्थितियों को लंबे समय तक नहीं चलने देंगे। इस विश्वास के साथ साथियों, आइए हम सब मिल करके विकसित भारत के स्वप्न को पूर्ण करने के लिए कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर के चले। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Viewers, getting you some more big breaking news coming in. Telangana Chief Minister A. Revanth Reddy has expressed concern over the employability of engineering graduates. But his use of the phrase criminal waste while making that point triggers a big political row. While with the opposition BRS and the BJP accusing him of insulting students. The BRS and the BJP said that the Chief Minister had insulted engineering graduates and their abilities. Now, in fact, the controversy has been triggered by Revanth Reddy's remarks on the quality of education and skills among engineering graduates quickly drew strong reactions from the BRS and the BJP, while Congress leaders defended the Chief Minister and turned the attack back on the opposition. Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has sparked a political controversy over his remark on engineering graduates. Speaking on Thursday, the Chief Minister expressed concern over the employability of engineering graduates. Let's go ahead and play out what this controversy is all about and the reaction.
సంవత్సరానికి 1,10,000 మంది ఇంజనీరింగ్ గ్రాడ్యుయేట్ సర్టిఫికేట్ తీసుకొని వస్తారు. మీరు ఆ పిల్లలకి అప్లికేషన్ ఇచ్చి వాని ఉద్యోగం కోసం అప్లికేషన్ ఫిలప్ చేయమని నేను కాదు, మీరు టీచర్లకు మీకే చెప్తున్నారు. మీరు వాళ్ళని పిలిచి ఇంజనీరింగ్ సర్టిఫికేట్ తీసుకొని వచ్చి మీరు చదువు చెప్తున్న ఊరిలో ఉన్న పిల్లల్ని పిలిపించి ప్లెయిన్ పేపర్ ఇచ్చి ఒక జాబ్ కోసం అప్లికేషన్ ఫిలప్ చేయమని. ఇది క్రిమినల్ వేస్ట్. వాడు ఇంజనీరింగ్ చదువుకున్న చిన్న జాబ్ కోడు, స్కిల్స్ నేర్చుకోడు. తల్లిదండ్రులు మా పిల్లోడు ఇంజనీరింగ్ అయింది ఉద్యోగం అంటారు, నా దగ్గరకు వస్తుంటారు కాన్స్టిట్యున్సీ నుంచో బంధువులు, మావాడు ఇంజనీరింగ్ చదివి పెద్ద పెద్ద చదువు చదివింది సార్ అంటారు. పేరెంట్స్కి తెలియదు కదా.
Getting you some more big breaking news coming in. It's good news for all Indians. India's medal tally in the Commonwealth Games has now risen to 17. Lovepreet Singh led the medal charge by winning silver in the men's 110-kilogram weightlifting event, while Seema Kaniramna has claimed the bronze in the women's discus throw in the field events. Praveen and Selva Prabhu are progressing to the men's triple jump final. Meanwhile, India's javelin trio made it past qualification in windy and overcast conditions, with Neeraj Chopra, Rohit Yadav and Yashveer Singh all advancing to men's final, which by the way is set to take place later today. So this is a good news coming in for India, where India's medal tally is going higher. I repeat, it's going higher. Our sports people and sportsmen and women are really putting in their best. Lovepreet Singh is wrapping up weightlifting and Seema is earning the bronze. So medal tally going up. Let's look at the tally of the medals on your screen in the Commonwealth Games. India's moment, gold 3, silver medals 10 and bronze 4. So we see the action is continuing because we see next Neeraj Chopra will be chasing a second Commonwealth Games javelin title, and many Indian athletes are going to be competing for medals across athletics, boxing and other disciplines. And viewers, it's a bold announcement on Truth Social. President Trump has hailed a historic agreement secured by the Port of Peace for the complete disarmament of Hamas and all other armed groups in Gaza, describing it as a monumental breakthrough towards lasting peace and security in the region. Now, the deal paves the way for a new Palestinian government to take charge, working closely with the Port of Peace to serve its people while guaranteeing Israel and the security it deserves by ending Gaza's use as a launch pad for terror. As part of the Trump's 20-point plan, the agreement will unfold in structured phases leading to Israeli withdrawal upon successful disarmament. So this is a huge update coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. Donald Trump making a big announcement when it comes to Gaza And this has just come in where Trump says the Board of Peace has announced the peace plan, where Hamas says it has agreed to disarm after Trump announces Board of Peace plan. So big updates coming in here, viewers of Republic TV. Let's go ahead to the next set of global breaking news we're getting for you. Deposed Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is likely to be arrested instantly on her return from India before getting opportunities to surrender directly to a court. Law minister has said on Thursday. In fact, his comments come a day after Hasina told a news agency that she was determined to return to her country by December, despite fearing for her life. Earlier this month, there were more interviews of her that suggested that she was discussing with her party colleagues her possible return to Bangladesh by the end of this year. So this is what we see right now, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, where the ministers in Bangladesh have said that the moment that she returns to Bangladesh, she could be, I repeat, she could be arrested. Let's move ahead right now. A violent clash erupted in UP's Deoria over the removal of B.R. Ambedkar's statue. According to the administration, the statue had been installed on government land. The village remains under heavy security deployment involving forces from 6 different police stations to sustain law and order. Take a look at this report.
A dispute over the removal of an Ambedkar statue triggered violent clashes in Uttar Pradesh's Deoria district. The incident left several police personnel with minor injuries.
कुछ लोग द्वारा अवैध तरीके से विदाउट परमिशन सरकारी खलिहान का भूमि पर एक अंबेडकर जी का मूर्ति रखने का मामला सामने आया। इस सूचना पर प्रशासन और पुलिस का संयुक्त टीम मौके पर पहुंचकर आवश्यक विधिक कार्रवाई किया जा रहा था और जो लोग रखवाया था उनके साथ संवाद बनाया जा रहा था। संवाद के क्रम पे जिनके द्वारा मूर्ति रखाया गया उनके द्वारा सम्मानित तरीके से अंबेडकर जी का मूर्ति वहीं से हटाने के लिए तैयार हो गया। मूर्ति हटाते वक्त वहीं पर मौजूद कुछ अराजक तत्वों द्वारा उनके ऊपर हमला किया गया था। ईंट और पत्थर से किया गया ये हमले पर मौके पर मौजूद प्रशासन का और पुलिस का कर्मचारीगण को भी चोट आया है। सबका सुरक्षार्थ पुलिस द्वारा आवश्यक विधिक कार्रवाई किया गया है।
According to officials, the statue was allegedly installed on government land in Nilekani village without administrative permission. The administration had asked villagers to remove the statue, following which tensions began to build in the area. The situation escalated as villagers pelted stones at police and revenue officials during an attempt to resolve the issue. Police dispersed the crowd and brought the situation under control after the confrontation. Several people have been detained in connection with the violence. Following the clash, heavy police deployment has been made in the village to prevent any further escalation.
And viewers, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking from the world of business, economy and finance. Let's get started. India's ethanol blending program may be reducing dependence on the important fossil fuels, but experts are warning of a new challenge: water stress. Increased cultivation of water-intensive crops such as maize, rice and sugarcane to meet ethanol demand could strain the groundwater resources. Now, maize production alone has jumped over 63% since 2021 to 2022, with experts noting that producing 1 ton of maize requires nearly 3,000 liters of water. The Indian rupee extended its winning streak for a 5th consecutive session, closing 9 paise stronger at 95.67 against the US dollar. The currency drew support from strong domestic equity markets, foreign capital inflows and a softer dollar. However, gains remained capped due to volatile crude oil prices amid the escalating conflict in West Asia, with forex traders continuing to monitor global developments today closely. More than 5 months after the launch of the PM Rahat cashless treatment scheme for road accident victims. Only 62% of claims have been settled, according to government data. Over 12,700 claims initiated, around 7,900 have been cleared, with payouts totaling just 10.1 crore rupees. Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh account for nearly two-thirds of all claims and the bulk of the disbursed amount, highlighting uneven implementation of the scheme across the states. Auto stocks earned alone net profit to 3,685 crore, driven by robust demand for its Scorpio and Thar models. Now, revenue rose 23% despite higher vehicle prices, signaling that consumer demand has remained resilient. Rally also comes ahead of the Hyundai Motor India's quarterly results. And viewers, India's javelin charge is alive and kicking at the Commonwealth Games 2026. Neeraj Chopra has qualified for the men's javelin final, keeping his medal hopes alive in Glasgow. And it is a triple boost for India, as Rohit Yadav and Yashveer Singh have also made the cut, putting 3 Indians into the final and setting up a massive medal opportunity. Take a look.
Neeraj Chopra is through to the Commonwealth Games javelin final, keeping India's hopes of another gold alive in Glasgow. The Indian javelin star registered a best throw of 79.61 meters in qualification to comfortably make the cut for the medal round. But Neeraj Chopra won't be India's only contender in the final. 2 more Indian throwers have also booked their spots. Rohit Yadav qualified with a best effort of 78.37 meters. And Yashveer Singh completed India's javelin triple, producing 78.36 meters on his final attempt to make the cut. Neeraj finished 5th overall in qualification. With the qualification round now behind him, the focus shifts entirely to the medal battle. The Olympic champion has been one of India's biggest medal hopes in Glasgow and will now look to step up when the medals are on the line. Rohit Yadav and Yashveer Singh will also be looking to challenge the field, making the final a 3-pronged Indian attack. Neeraj Chopra, Rohit Yadav and Yashveer Singh, 3 Indians through, 3 medal hopes, and all eyes now on the Commonwealth Games javelin final.
And viewers, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking coming in from all across the nation. Let's get started. A 24-year-old man has been booked under rape and POCSO charges in UP's Mathura for allegedly sexually exploiting a 10-year-old girl. The accused, identified as Haridas from West Bengal's North 24 Parganas, reportedly owned the house where the victim's family lived as tenants. Police said that evidence has been collected and a case has been registered. Further investigation is underway, with authorities promising strict legal action against the accused. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis launched a drug-free Mumbai campaign at the NSCI Dome in Worli, unveiling an ambitious drive to curb drug abuse among students. The campaign aims to make Mumbai drug-free within the next 2 to 4 years, with a strong focus on rehabilitation and reintegrating addicted youth into society. Schools, colleges, counsellors, parents and social organizations will work together under the initiative to spread awareness and strengthen the fight against substance abuse. Power supply has been finally restored across Jammu and Kashmir's Pooch district after severe flooding damaged transmission infrastructure and disrupted electricity for many days. The Power Development Department installed an emergency restoration system after extensive repair work, bringing relief to thousands of residents. Civil society members have thanked the department for working in difficult weather conditions to restore normalcy, especially benefiting students and essential services. Political tensions have intensified in West Bengal's Jalpaiguri after a no-confidence motion led to the removal of the municipality's vice chairman. An egg attack was reported at Jalpaiguri Municipality Chairman Office. Allegations of administrative failure, building plan violations and poor civic services sparked fresh controversy. Viewers, much more coming right up. PM says technology, stronger laws to be implemented for better transparency in public examinations. Stay tuned as we are live this morning.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना है क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे। कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं।
So these are the three categories: student, idiot, and andhbhakt who follows the idiot. Now,
Viewers, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking from all across the globe. Let's get started. Global energy concerns continue to mount as shipping through the Strait of Hormuz remains severely disrupted amid the ongoing US-Iran conflict. Fresh missile exchanges between Washington and Tehran have dashed hopes of an early resolution, while Iran's threats against commercial shipping have effectively paralyzed one of the world's busiest energy corridors. The crisis has been compounded by attacks on Saudi oil facilities and threats to the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, raising fears of prolonged disruptions to global oil and gas supplies. Firefighters continued battling a massive wildfire at Dunwich Heath in eastern England, with more than 90 personnel deployed to contain the blaze. Homes and holiday cottages in a nearby caravan park were evacuated as the fire spread across the area. The emergency comes as nearly half of England is facing a drought condition after weeks of little or no rainfall. The father of the teenager behind the deadly school shooting has been sentenced to 15 years in prison. Colin Gray was convicted of second-degree murder and involuntary manslaughter after gifting the rifle used by his then 14-year-old son, Cole Gray, in the attack that killed 2 students and 2 teachers. Cole Gray was earlier sentenced to life imprisonment without parole, with the case becoming one of the rare instances where a parent has been held criminally responsible for a school shooting. French authorities have allowed nearly 84,000 evacuated residents to return home as firefighters gain control over the massive Gironde wildfire, while cooler weather and higher humidity have slowed the blaze. Underground hotspots continue to reignite across London and other areas. Volunteers are assisting firefighters by monitoring forest, reporting flare-ups, with official warning that prolonged drought and climate change have intensified the wildfire crisis. Number much for coming right up, viewers. PM Modi releases the 4th video message for students. Congratulates on exam bill clearing the parliament. Stay tuned.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes. Something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No more faces.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000 mile-an-hour missiles at us, and fortunately, we had our people operating the greatest equipment.
इस कठोर कानूनों वाले, प्रावधानों वाले इस बिल को पास कर दिया है। अब विश्वस्त परीक्षा पद्धति की दिशा में जाने में एक महत्वपूर्ण काम पूर्ण हुआ है।
PM Modi releases 4th video message for students. Congratulates on exam bill clearing parliament.
और साथ साथ फिर से कोई पेपर माफिया, पेपर लीक करने वाली गैंग, देश के बच्चों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ करने वाली गैंग, उनको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
PM Modi warns exam syndicate, promises strict action against those playing with students' future.
इन सबको ध्यान में रखते हुए देशव्यापी सभी राज्यों में भी और केंद्र में भी शिक्षा पद्धति में सुधार अनिवार्य हो गया है। टेक्नोलॉजी के भरपूर उपयोग की आवश्यकता हो गई है।
PM says technology stronger laws to be implemented for better transparency in public examinations.
I is to move that the bill be passed.
Motion is moved that the bill be passed. The question is that the bill be passed. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The bill is passed.
Anti-exam leak bill and Vande Mataram bill passed in both houses of parliament after marathon debate. PM chairs 4th Cabinet Committee on Security to review the evolving situation of West Asia conflict. This morning, I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Getting some breaking news for all our viewers. US has imposed fresh sanctions on 6 entities and individuals across China, India, Russia and Iran for providing critical support to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, targeting entities linked to Mahan Air, the IRGC's preferred airline, used for transporting weapons, military personnel and equipment, as well as some other startup studio like the Dadi Nigas studio, an IRGC-linked front company that tracks the location of American and Israeli military assets in the Middle East. This action aims to disrupt the flow of material and intelligence that threatens U.S. personal allies and regional stability. The U.S. strongly warned the international community, especially companies and individuals conducting business with Mahan Air or other sanctioned Iranian airlines, of the serious risks involved, reaffirming its commitment to relentlessly expose and dismantle networks that have bolstered the IRGC's destabilizing activities. And Pakistan's crackdown in POK is turning increasingly brutal. More than 40 people have been killed, viewers, and hundreds injured as protesters accuse Pakistani forces of firing on unarmed civilians, sometimes with headshots from these snipers. In fact, communication remains blocked across parts of the region. After nearly 50 days of negotiations, Pakistan has failed to answer demands for basic rights. Take a look at this report for more.
Pakistan continues its brutal crackdown on peaceful protesters. Unharmed civilians, white flags, and Pakistani forces answering their demands with bullets and brute force. In Rawalakot, protesters say security personnel are positioned inside buildings, firing at civilians who move forward with lethal accuracy.
इस वक्त डी चौक रावलाकोट में हम मौजूद हैं। 27, 28, 29 और 30 आज हमें तकरीबन कोई तीसरा चौथा दिन है यहाँ पे बैठे हुए। लॉन्ग मार्च की कॉल हमारी जारी है सारी है, लेकिन जो फोर्सेस की बर्बरियत है, जो फोर्सेस का जुल्म है, जो टारगेट किलिंग है, वो यहाँ पे जारी और सारी है। मुख्तलिफ बिल्डिंग्स में वो मौजूद हैं। जैसे ही कोई हमारे निहत्ते शहरी आगे जाते हैं तो उनकी गोली का निशाना बन जाते हैं। और कल की डेट में जितने भी भाई हमारे शहीद हुए, मैक्सिमम को सर पे गोलियां, हेडशॉट जिसको बोलते हैं। हमने तो ये भाई साहब गेम्स में इन जगहों पे ये चीजें देखी थी, हमें नहीं पता था कि ये जालिम हमारे साथ ऐसा कुछ करेंगे। एक तरफ अवाम सफेद झंडे बुलंद किए यहाँ पे खड़े हैं कि हमें रास्ता दिया जाए, हम अपने शहर में जाएं, और दूसरी तरफ से इनकी जुल्म और बर्बरियत उसी तरह जारी और सारी है अवाम के ऊपर। हो सकता है हालात कुछ ऐसे हैं कि ये कोई बड़ा ऑपरेशन करें रावलाकोट में और जितने भी लोग डी चौक में या इर्द गिर्द मौजूद हैं ये उन सबको शहीद कर दें, ऐसे बहुत से अंदेशे मौजूद हैं।
And with communications shut down across parts of POK, Pakistan is not only using force against protesters, it is also cutting off their ability to tell the outside world what is happening. And what has triggered this crackdown? A demand for the basics: the right to vote, hospitals, schools, healthcare, employment, justice, infrastructure, and the right to have a say in the governance of their own land.
एक इंसान दुश्मन एक निज़ाम कायम है, इसके ख़िलाफ़ खड़ा होना है, जहाँ ना वोट का हक़ है, ना ही इंसानों के पास किसी किस्म का कोई बेसिक ह्यूमन राइट जो है वो बुनियादी इंसानी हकूक़ इंसानों को हासिल हैं। आप अपने हक़ के लिए आवाज़ नहीं उठा सकते, आप हुकूमत से कोई तालीम की डिमांड नहीं कर सकते, ना ही आप इनसे कोई जो है वो सेहत की, रोज़गार की या इंसाफ की कोई डिमांड कर सकते हैं। इस खत्ते के अंदर हम सिर्फ एक काम करने के लिए मज़लूम लोग मौजूद हैं कि वो सिर्फ टैक्स देंगे। टैक्स देकर ये फ़ौजी अफसरान, हुक्मरान, जो इनके तमाम क्रिमिनल पार्टनर्स हैं, कोई मंशियात का कारोबार करता है, कोई बाकी कोई धंधे करता है, तमाम तकरीबन लैंड माफिया से लेके ये सारे हम सब लोगों को पता है कि यहाँ के हुक्मरानों के कारोबार क्या हैं और इनके पीछे किन लोगों का हाथ है। अब इन सब लोगों ने मिलकर यहाँ के मजलूम इंसानों का जीना आराम करके रखा हुआ है, उनको जीना मुश्किल करके रखा हुआ है। कश्मीर के अवाम जो हैं वो बुनियादी तौर पर वोट के हक़ के लिए, बुनियादी इंसानी हकूक़ के लिए, जिनमें अस्पताल है, स्कूल है, इंसाफ है या इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है। मैं एक मरतबा फिर आवाम से अपील करता हूँ, कराची से लेके कोटा तक के आवाम से अपील है मेरी, मजलूमों से, मजबूरों से अपील है कि वो उठें, खड़े हों, इस लड़ाई को आगे बढ़ाएं, पाकिस्तान के अंदर बढ़ाएं और अपने वोट का हक़ लें, अपने इंसान होने का हक़ लें और इस सारे जबर का हम खात्मा करें।
These are not demands that should require a military crackdown. JAAC says it spent nearly 50 days negotiating and attempting mediation over its 38-point charter. But when negotiations failed, Pakistan chose force over dialogue, bullets over answers.
Today we are here in Rawalakot, near Rawalakot, and everybody knows that Jammu Kashmir Joint Awami Action Committee protesting for its rights, for its 38 points charter of demand. But what we have seen in these 2 days, after almost 50 days of negotiation, mediation, we tried our best to resolve that issue. But on the other side, the government side, the establishment, the forces, even though the people who mediate, we are very appreciative for them. But the current government and the current establishment doesn't want any talk. They just talk with the bullets, with the brutality, and killing the innocent youth of the people of Jammu and Kashmir. Not in Drake, not in only Rawalakot, but across the AJK, in Mirpur, in Rawalakot, in Baloch, in Muzaffarabad. Everywhere the internet has been shut down again.
40 people have now been killed just for demanding their basic human rights, which Pakistan has constantly trampled upon.
बदतरीन जारियत की गई पाकिस्तानी फोर्सेस की जानिब से, पाकिस्तानी गवर्नमेंट की जानिब से स्ट्रेट फायर किए गए और इसी तरह हमारी अभी जो मजमूई तौर पर हमारे जो, क्योंकि दीगर धरनों के अंदर उस तरह का टेलीफोनिक रब्ता जो है वो डिस्कनेक्ट है, 40 के करीब जो इतलात मिली हैं कि 40 के करीब अभी शातें, क्योंकि मीरपुर के अंदर भी शातें कंफर्म नहीं हो रही कि कितनी है, बहरहाल 40 के करीब शातें हो चुकी हैं इन 3 दिनों के अंदर और हमारे सैकड़ों अफराद जो है ज़ख्मी हो चुके हैं। मैं समझता हूँ कि इस वक्त जो बदतरीन दहशतगर्दी की गई कि वो हथियार इस्तेमाल किए गए, जो हथियार कंट्रोल लाइन पे होने चाहिए, जो हथियार हिंदुस्तान पे इस्तेमाल होते हैं, उन हथियारों का इस्तेमाल, जदीद हथियारों का इस्तेमाल जम्मू कश्मीर की नक्ते अवाम पे किया गया। और ये मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत बड़ा जुल्म और बर्बरियत है कि क्योंकि हमारी कोई लड़ाई नहीं है। हम पहले भी कह चुके कि पाकिस्तान के साथ हमारी ना कोई लड़ाई है, ना पाकिस्तानी फोर्सेस के साथ कोई लड़ाई है, ना पाकिस्तानी इदारों के साथ, ना ही हम पाकिस्तान के ख़िलाफ़ हैं। हम अपने बेसिक राइट्स के लिए स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं। हम तालीम, इलाज, सेहत, अपने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, अपनी जो बुनियादी ज़रूरियात हैं, अपना जो हक़ मलकियत है, हक़ हुक्मरानी है, उसके लिए हम पीसफुली स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं। हमारा किसी से कोई लेना देना नहीं है।
Pakistan has spent decades telling the world that it speaks for Kashmir. But when Kashmir is under Pakistani control, demand rights, representation, healthcare, education, employment and justice, Islamabad's answer is to shoot, suppress and silence them.
And Viewers, let's move ahead. 4 years after Salman Rushdie was stabbed and partially blinded on a New York stage, his attacker has now been convicted of federal terrorism charges. A U.S. jury has found the accused guilty on all counts, including engaging in an act of transnational terrorism. Take a look at this report.
4 years after the attack that nearly killed author Salman Rushdie, justice has now been delivered. Hadi Matar, the man who stabbed the author on stage in 2022, has been found guilty of all federal terrorism charges against him. Matar was found guilty of engaging in an act of transnational terrorism, along with charges linked to providing material support to terrorists and attempting to provide material support to Hezbollah. But even before the verdict, Matar had made his position on the author clear.
Salman Rushdie wants to disrespect other people. He wants to be a bully, essentially. He wants to be able to bully other people. I don't agree with it.
Rushdie was attacked in 2022 in Western New York, just as he was preparing to speak about threats facing writers and artists. The author was stabbed more than a dozen times in the head, neck, torso and hand. Rushdie survived but lost sight in his right eye and sustained several injuries. Prosecutors argued that the attack was connected to the decades-old death threat against Rushdie over his novel The Satanic Verses.
Federal prosecutors argue the attack was motivated by a 1989 decree issued by an Iranian religious leader calling for Rushdie's death after the publication of his novel, The Satanic Verses.
Iran's then Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, had issued a fatwa calling for Rushdie's death in 1989. Investigators told the court that Hadi Matar had spent more than a year researching the fatwa before carrying out the attack. Prosecutors said the assault was not spontaneous but a carefully planned attempt to carry out the decades-old decree. Already serving a 25-year sentence for attempted murder, Matar now faces the possibility of spending the rest of his life behind bars. Acting on Khomeini's fatwa, Hadi Matar tried to kill the US best-selling author, but fate had other plans. Rushdie survived the attack and the accused now awaits sentence till November.
And viewers, rescue teams in southern Japan are racing against time after a powerful 7.1 magnitude earthquake devastated parts of Kyushu Island. The death toll has now climbed to at least 23, with more than 60 people injured as emergency workers continue searching collapsed buildings for the survivors. Now, the earthquake flattened buildings, triggered a gas explosion at a shopping mall and also caused a chimney collapse at a paper factory, while also causing widespread structural damage. Take a look at this report for more.
Southern Japan is in the grip of devastation. Powerful 7.1 magnitude earthquake struck Kumamoto Prefecture Island. 23 people have lost their lives, while 63 are injured. Rescue teams are racing against time to save the helpless. Houses collapsed, several remain trapped beneath the debris. At least 3,000 people are trapped in one of the malls after roof collapses. Rescue officials say a gas explosion in another section of the shopping mall added to the destruction and complicated rescue efforts. Search operations are also underway at a paper factory where a massive chimney collapsed during the earthquake. Japan's self-defense force has also joined emergency rescue operations. Officials say at least 5 people died at the factory. Survivors recount horror of pulling their loved ones out of the rubble moments after the quake. Others are now desperately trying to return to normal lives. Every passing minute makes the rescue effort more difficult, but the government promises all help.
Let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking next. All the news coming in internationally. Let's get started. Global energy concerns continue to mount as shipping through the Strait of Hormuz remains severely disrupted amid the ongoing US-Iran conflict. Fresh missile exchanges between Washington and Tehran have dashed hopes of an early resolution, while Iran's threats against commercial shipping have effectively paralyzed one of the world's busiest energy corridors. Firefighters continued battling a massive wildfire at the Dunwich Heath in eastern England, with more than 90 personnel deployed to contain the blaze. Homes, holiday cottages and a nearby caravan park were evacuated as the fire spread across the areas. Now, the emergency comes as nearly half of England is facing drought conditions after weeks of little or no rainfall. A father of a teenager behind the deadly high school shooting has been sentenced to 15 years in prison. Colin Gray was convicted of second-degree murder and involuntary manslaughter after gifting the rifle used by his then 14-year-old son, called Gray, in the attack that killed 2 students and 2 teachers. Called Gray was earlier sentenced to life imprisonment without parole, with the case becoming one of the rare instances where a parent has been held criminally responsible for a school shooting. French authorities have allowed nearly 84,000 evacuated residents to return home as firefighters gain control over the massive wildfire. The cooler weather and higher humidity has, in fact, slowed the blaze, and the haze underground hotspots continue to reignite across London and the peninsula. Volunteers are assisting firefighters by monitoring forests and reporting flare-ups, with officials warning that prolonged drought and climate change has intensified the wildfire crisis. Viewers, tensions in the Gulf are reaching a new dangerous level as the United States and Iran exchange military strikes and increasingly sharp warnings. Washington says it has targeted key Iranian military sites following what it describes as an attempted missile attack, while Iranian state media reports civilian areas have also been hit. Take a look at this report as we tell you more about what's happening between US and Iran.
Fury is escalating in the Gulf as tensions between the US and Iran intensify. President Trump has warned of a forceful US response following what Washington says was an attempted Iranian missile attack.
Oh, I don't see that. No, we're not. No, we're gonna hit him very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized. But, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
US Central Command says it has carried out strikes targeting multiple IRGC military sites across Iran. According to CENTCOM, the operation targeted command centers, missile and drone facilities, and coastal defense positions. Iranian state media reports US missile strike hit residential areas, with the rescue teams searching through rubble. Reports of explosion have also emerged from Bushehr, Qasem Island in southern Iran. Washington says more than 50,000 US troops in the Middle East remain on high alert as the conflict deepens. With both sides exchanging warnings and military actions, fears are mounting over the wider regional escalation.
A fresh migrant crisis is unfolding on Europe's southern border. Thousands of migrants have crossed into Spain's North African enclave. And this is making the authorities very concerned and prompting calls for military intervention. The sudden surge has revived memories of the 2021 border crisis, when over 8,000 people entered the territory within just 2 days. Take a look.
Spain is facing a fresh migrant crisis as thousands crossed into the North African enclave of Ceuta from neighboring Morocco. Dramatic visuals from the Tarajal beach showed large crowds walking around breakwaters, while others ran across beaches and roads after entering Spanish territory. The latest wave comes after more than 1,500 migrants reached Ceuta by swimming in just the past few days. Authorities say most of those making the dangerous crossing are Moroccan nationals, along with a small number of Algerian migrants living in Morocco. With shelters overflowing, hundreds of migrants are now sleeping in the open outside reception centers awaiting processing. The government of Quetta has urged Madrid to declare a national emergency and has formally sought military intervention to manage the crisis. Spanish authorities have deployed the Civil Guard, maritime rescue teams and the Red Cross to intercept swimmers and bring them safely ashore. The crisis has revived memories of the May 2021 border crisis, where more than 8,000 migrants crossed into Quetta within just 2 days. Spain's Interior Ministry has described the situation as extraordinary, while investigations continue into what triggered the sudden spike in migrant crossing.
Was a massive overnight Russian assault has hit Ukraine, with the western city of Lviv among the worst affected. A cruise missile struck residential buildings in the city, injuring at least 34 people, including 3 children. Rescue teams are searching through the rubble as Ukraine says Russia launched more than 70 missiles and over 280 attack drones across at least 10 regions. Take a look.
A devastating overnight attack on Ukraine with a cruise missile tearing through residential areas of the western city of Lviv. At least 34 people have been injured, including 3 children aged 6, 13 and 15. Residential buildings were badly damaged, with floors collapsing after the strike and rescue teams using specialized equipment to reach those trapped inside. At least 39 people have been rescued, while emergency crews continue searching through the rubble for anyone still trapped.
4:45, атака ракет на Львів, Патона 25, зруйнований будинок, триває операція порятунку людей, то саме вулиця Виговського, пряме влучення ракети в будинок. Станом на сьогодні 23 людей отримали медичну допомогу, 13 з них знаходяться в лікарні, 1 людина в важкому стані, 2 людей пропали безвісті, вважаються такими, що ми їх зараз шукаємо. Будемо молитися, щоб все було гаразд. Якщо оцінити масштаб цієї катастрофи, то, щоб ви розуміли, 21 будинок зазнав ушкоджень.
Those were the mayor's initial figures. Authorities later raised the number of injured to 34 as rescue operations continued. A police officer and a rescuer are also among those injured in the attack. Residents described the chaos in an immediate aftermath, with families desperately trying to locate relatives from the worst hit buildings.
Ви знаєте, я почуваюся відносно добре, як можна так сказати, що тут не є добре. Але сусіди, які жили на 4-му, 5-му поверхах, не знаю, бо дехто шукає свого сина, який там був на 5-му поверсі. Кажуть, що, можливо, навіть трагічно щось закінчилося. А я ще просто, я не розумію, що воно таке є зараз. Я в якомусь стресі, де не розумію, що і як.
And Lviv was only one part of a much wider overnight assault across Ukraine. President Volodymyr Zelensky says at least 10 regions were targeted, with homes, businesses and infrastructure damaged or destroyed. According to Zelensky, Russia launched more than 70 missiles, many of them ballistic, along with over 280 attack drones. Ukraine says more than 260 of those drones were intercepted, but several strikes still broke through, leaving destruction across the country. In Lviv, the focus now remains on the rescue operations, searching the rubble, treating the injured and assessing the scale of the overnight attack.
And viewers, much more coming right up. The anti-exam leak bill and the Vande Mataram bill both passed in both houses of the parliament after marathon debate. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live this morning.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
जरा सोच के देखिए, आपके पास कुछ ऐसा है जो आपकी दुनिया बदल सकता है। जानते हैं क्या? आपका अपना सोना। सोना क्या नहीं कर सकता? सोना आपको अपने सपनों का घर दिला सकता है, आपके बच्चों का भविष्य बना सकता है। सोना आपकी हर इच्छा पूरी कर सकता है। तो भारत की सबसे बड़ी गोल्ड लोन NBFC मुथूट फाइनेंस से गोल्ड लोन लीजिए और फिर देखिए सोना क्या नहीं कर सकता। मुथूट फाइनेंस, जहां विश्वास ही परंपरा है। कॉल कीजिए 1-800-313-1212।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, राजा और मसाला।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना है क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे। कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं।
So these are the three categories: student, idiot, and andhbhakt who follows the idiot. Now,
प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ। खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बना। प्रश्न ये कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र और विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ।
जिन लोगों ने विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया, वे जेलों में सड़ रहे हैं। हमने
3 silver, 10 bronze at 4. India's medal tally is rising to 17. Lovepreet Singh leading the medal charge by winning the silver in the men's 110 weightlifting event. But many more events to go today. Hopefully our athletes will earn more medals.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे। जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है, तभी तो रिचमंड बनना नहीं आसान है।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes. Something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No more faces.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
We're going to hit him very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We can hit him very hard. I mean, I can...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. Welcome to Republic. This is live this morning. Karun Seth. We'll begin with the headlines for the day.
इस कठोर कानूनों वाले प्रावधानों वाले इस बिल को पास कर दिया है। अब विश्वस्त परीक्षा पद्धति की दिशा में जाने में एक महत्वपूर्ण काम पूर्ण हुआ है।
PM Modi releases fourth video message for students, congratulates them on exam bill clearing the parliament.
और साथ साथ फिर से कोई पेपर माफिया, पेपर लीक करने वाली गैंग, देश के बच्चों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ करने वाली गैंग, उनको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
PM Modi warns the exam syndicate, promises strict action against those playing with students' future.
इन सबको ध्यान में रखते हुए देशव्यापी सभी राज्यों में भी और केंद्र में भी शिक्षा पद्धति में सुधार अनिवार्य हो गया है। टेक्नोलॉजी के भरपूर उपयोग की आवश्यकता हो गई है।
PM says technology, stronger laws to be implemented for better transparency in public examinations.
Bill be passed. Motion is moved that the bill be passed. The question is that the bill be passed. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The bill is passed.
The anti-exam leak bill and the Vande Mataram bill have been passed in both houses of parliament. This is after a long marathon debate. The PM chairs fourth cabinet committee on security to review the evolving situation of the West Asia conflict. Delhi High Court to deliver the sentence for Tahir Hussain and 4 others convicted in the Northeast Delhi riots case dating back to 2020. India bags 2 more medals in the Commonwealth Games as Lovepreet Singh secures a silver while Seema Kalirama claims bronze. Teleprompter. Now, major escalation is unfolding in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as the ongoing demonstrations reach a boiling point. In a significant shift in the movement's scale, women protesters have joined the front line in large numbers, marching through the Kotli region to raise slogans against the brutal massacre carried out by the Pakistani army. Outraged by the response, protesters have openly accused Pakistani forces of state terrorism and systemic repression. Now, the mobilization of women in Kotli highlights the deepening public resentment against military authority and signals a sharp intensification of the civil unrest in the region. Next breaking news for now. Clashes broke out between the Pakistani security forces and local residents at Abshar Chowk in Kotli. Following the clashes, the Pakistani security forces opened direct fire on the residents in the area. Clashes broke out between Pakistani security forces and local residents at Abshar Chowk in Kotli. Following the clashes, Pakistani security forces opened direct fire on the residents in the area. Moving on to the next breaking news for the day, Sardar Aman Khan of the JAAC has rejected claims that protesters are armed. He stated that the armed individuals on buildings belong to Pakistani forces, not the protesters. He challenged the authorities to allow international media access to Rawalkot so the world can see the truth. Sardar Aman Khan of the JAAC has rejected claims that protesters are armed. He stated that the armed individuals on buildings belong to the Pakistani forces and not the protesters. He challenged the authorities to allow international media access to Rawalkot so the world can see the truth.
मैं उस बयान की मजम्मत करता हूं कि रावलाकोट के अंदर मौजूद निहत्ते ये मुजाहिरीन जो आप इस कैमरे की आंख से देख सकते हैं, जो कि मुकम्मल निहत्ते खड़े हैं, जिनके लिए ये कहा गया है कि वो शहर में इमारतों पर चढ़ के मुसल्लह अफराद चढ़े हुए हैं। बिल्कुल शहर की इमारतों पर मुसल्लह अफराद हैं, लेकिन वो रेंजर्स के अफराद हैं, वो पुलिस के अफराद हैं, वो FC के अफराद हैं, वो मुख्तलिफ सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के एहलकार हैं जो शहर के ऊपर खड़े हैं और वहां से निहत्ते शहरियों को टारगेट करते हैं, उन्हें जो है निशाना बनाते हैं। मैं इस मौका पर ये गुजारिश करना चाहता हूं कि अगर किसी को ये लगता है कि यहाँ पर कोई मुसल्लह ग्रुप है या कोई ऐसा अमल है, हमारी पुरअमन तहरीक है, एक सियासी तहरीक है, यहाँ अगर इस तरह का कोई ग्रुप है, मैं पाकिस्तान के मीडिया को, इंटरनेशनल मीडिया को आप भेजें यहाँ पर। पाकिस्तान के अपोजिशन लीडरों को क्यों रोकते हैं आप उनको वहां जाने से? आप उन्हें यहाँ भेजें, वो आए, वो यहाँ पर आके जो है वो देखें लोगों को, इन निहत्ते लोगों को देखें, मजलूम लोगों को देखें। मैं उस बयान की मजम्मत करता हूं कि रावलाकोट के अंदर मौजूद निहत्ते ये मुजाहिरीन जो आप इस कैमरे की आंख से देख सकते हैं, जो कि मुकम्मल निहत्ते खड़े हैं, जिनके लिए ये कहा गया है कि वो शहर में इमारतों पर चढ़ के मुसल्लह अफराद चढ़े हुए हैं। बिल्कुल शहर की इमारतों पर मुसल्लह अफराद हैं, लेकिन वो रेंजर्स के अफराद हैं, वो पुलिस के अफराद हैं, वो FC के अफराद हैं, वो मुख्तलिफ सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के एहलकार हैं जो शहर के ऊपर खड़े हैं और वहां से निहत्ते शहरियों को टारगेट करते हैं, उन्हें जो है निशाना बनाते हैं। मैं इस मौका पर ये गुजारिश करना चाहता हूं कि अगर किसी को ये लगता है कि यहाँ पर कोई मुसल्लह ग्रुप है या कोई ऐसा अमल है, हमारी पुरअमन तहरीक है, एक सियासी तहरीक है, यहाँ अगर इस तरह का कोई ग्रुप है, मैं पाकिस्तान के मीडिया को, इंटरनेशनल मीडिया को आप भेजें यहाँ पर। पाकिस्तान के अपोजिशन लीडरों को क्यों रोकते हैं आप उनको वहां जाने से? आप उन्हें यहाँ भेजें, वो आए, वो यहाँ पर आके जो है वो देखें लोगों को, इन निहत्ते लोगों को देखें, मजलूम लोगों को देखें।
Now, the Prime Minister's powerful Instagram message hails the historic passage of the anti-paper leak bill in both houses of Parliament as a landmark victory in safeguarding the future of India's youth. For decades, paper leaks have plagued the nation, shattering dreams and undermining merit. Today, through relentless reforms, including task forces, fast-track mechanisms, state collaboration and cutting-edge technology, the government has delivered a robust law with stringent provisions. Crucially, the PM warned that the paper mafias and gangs playing with the destiny of the nation's children will not be spared, vowing uncompromising action against these anti-national elements. He urged every citizen to march shoulder to shoulder towards the dream of a Viksit Bharat, declaring that the fight for a transparent, reliable examination system will continue with unyielding resolve.
साथियों, विश्वस्त परीक्षा पद्धति, इसके लिए हम लगातार एक के बाद एक कदम उठा रहे हैं। टास्क फोर्स की रचना हो, फास्ट ट्रैक की और रचना हो, राज्यों के सुझावों को ध्यान में लेना हो, क्योंकि पिछले कई दशकों से हर राज्य और केंद्र सरकार इस प्रकार की पेपर लीक की परेशानी झेल रहा है। बच्चों के भविष्य को भी इसके कारण संकट पैदा हो रहा है। इन सब को ध्यान में रखते हुए देशव्यापी सभी राज्यों में भी और केंद्र में भी शिक्षा पद्धति में सुधार अनिवार्य हो गया है। टेक्नोलॉजी के भरपूर उपयोग की आवश्यकता हो गई है और साथ साथ फिर से कोई पेपर माफिया, पेपर लीक करने वाली गैंग, देश के बच्चों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ करने वाली गैंग, उनको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। इसलिए कठोर कानूनों की भी जरूरत है। हम संसद में बिल लेकर के गए थे और जैसा मैंने आपको वादा किया था, गत 2 दिन संसद के दोनों सदनों ने, अधिकतम माननीय सांसदों ने विस्तार पूर्वक उससे चर्चा की है और आज दोनों सदनों ने इस कठोर कानूनों वाले, प्रावधानों वाले इस बिल को पास कर दिया है। अब विश्वस्त परीक्षा पद्धति की दिशा में जाने में एक महत्वपूर्ण काम पूर्ण हुआ है। काम आगे भी चलता रहेगा। हम ऐसी परिस्थितियों को लंबे समय तक नहीं चलने देंगे। इस विश्वास के साथ साथियों, आइए हम सब मिल करके विकसित भारत के स्वप्न को पूर्ण करने के लिए कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर के चले। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, breaking news. Deposed Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is likely to be arrested instantly on her return from India before getting opportunities to surrender directly to a court. Now, Law Minister M. Asad Uzman said on Thursday. His comments came a day after Hasina told a news agency that she was determined to return to her country by December, despite fearing for her life. Earlier this month, there were more interviews of her that suggested she was discussing with her party colleagues her possible return to Bangladesh by the end of this year. All right, another breaking news coming in. A 4-story building has collapsed in Thane's Bhiwandi area. 2 bodies have been recovered from the debris and at least 10 people are stranded under the debris. The municipal corporation had previously vacated this building after declaring it dangerous. According to MLA Mahesh Chogule, the collapse occurred due to ongoing repair work on the ground floor and it is feared that 6 to 11 people are trapped inside. MLA Mahesh Chogule stated that teams from the NDRF, the Fire Brigade and the TDRF are currently conducting rescue operations at the site. Now we are closely following this building collapse. Now remember, this is not the first time that we've seen a building collapse in areas like Thane. We've continuously seen incidents like this where buildings have collapsed due to wrong construction quality or due to other issues. Unfortunately, the collapse has resulted in loss of life. And as we are breaking this news for you, the teams are currently working and conducting continuous rescue operations at the site. The death. Now, violent clash has erupted in Uttar Pradesh, Deora, over the removal of B.R. Ambedkar's statue. According to the administration, the statue had been installed on the government land, but the village remains under heavy security deployment involving forces from 6 different police stations to sustain law and order. More in this report.
A dispute over the removal of an Ambedkar statue triggered violent clashes in Uttar Pradesh's Deoria district. The incident left several police personnel with minor injuries.
कुछ लोग द्वारा अवैध तरीके से विदाउट परमिशन सरकारी खलिहान का भूमि पर एक अंबेडकर जी का मूर्ति रखने का मामला सामने आया। इस सूचना पर प्रशासन और पुलिस का संयुक्त टीम मौके पर पहुंचकर आवश्यक विधिक कार्रवाई किया जा रहा था और जो लोग रखवाया था उनके साथ संवाद बनाया जा रहा था। संवाद के क्रम पे जिनके द्वारा मूर्ति रखाया गया उनके द्वारा सम्मानित तरीके से अंबेडकर जी का मूर्ति वहीं से हटाने के लिए तैयार हो गया था। मूर्ति हटाते वक्त वहीं पर मौजूद कुछ अराजक तत्व द्वारा उनके ऊपर हमला किया गया था। ईंट और पत्थर से किया गया ये हमले पर मौके पर मौजूद प्रशासन का और पुलिस का कर्मचारीगण को भी चोट आया है। सबका सुरक्षार्थ पुलिस द्वारा आवश्यक विधिक कार्रवाई किया गया है।
According to officials, the statue was allegedly installed on government land in Nilekani village without administrative permission. The administration had asked villagers to remove the statue, following which tensions began to build in the area. The situation escalated as villagers pelted stones at police and revenue officials during an attempt to resolve the issue. Police dispersed the crowd and brought the situation under control after the confrontation. Several people have been detained in connection with the violence. Following the clash, heavy police deployment has been made in the village to prevent any further escalation.
All right, let's move to our next segment, which is the business wrap. Now, India's ethanol blending program may be reducing dependence on imported fossil fuels, but experts are warning of a new challenge: water stress. Increased cultivation of water-intensive crops such as maize, rice and sugarcane to meet the ethanol demand could strain groundwater resources. Now, maize production alone has jumped over 63% since 2021-22, with experts noting that producing 1 ton of maize requires nearly 3,000 litres of water. The Indian rupee extended its winning streak for a 5th consecutive session, closing 9 paise stronger at 95.67 against the US dollar. The currency drew support from strong domestic equity markets, foreign capital inflows and a softer dollar. However, gains remained capped due to volatile crude oil prices amid the escalating conflict in West Asia, with forex traders continue to monitor developments closely. Now, more than 5 months after the launch of the PM Rahat cashless treatment scheme for road accident victims, only 62% of claims have been settled, according to government data. Of over 12,700 claims initiated, around 7,900 have been cleared, with payouts totaling just rupees 10.1 crore. Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh account for nearly 2/3 of all claims and the bulk of the disbursed amount, highlighting uneven implementation of the scheme across states. Auto stocks surged yesterday, with the Nifty Auto Index climbing nearly 1.8% after Mahindra & Mahindra posted stronger than expected first quarter earnings. The SUV maker reported a 7% rise in standalone net profit to rupees 3,685 crore, driven by robust demand for its Scorpio and Thar models. Revenue rose 2.3% despite higher vehicle prices, signaling that consumer demand has remained resilient. The rally also comes ahead of Hyundai Motor India's quarterly results. Now, India's javelin charge is alive and kicking at the Commonwealth Games 2026 as Neeraj Chopra has qualified for the men's javelin final, keeping his medal hopes alive in Glasgow. And it's a triple boost for India as Rohit Yadav and Yashveer Singh have also made the cut, putting 3 Indians into the final and setting up a massive medal opportunity.
Neeraj Chopra is through to the Commonwealth Games javelin final, keeping India's hopes of another gold alive in Glasgow. The Indian javelin star registered a best throw of 79.61 meters in qualification to comfortably make the cut for the medal round. But Neeraj Chopra won't be India's only contender in the final. Two more Indian throwers have also booked their spots. Rohit Yadav qualified with a best effort of 78.37 meters. And Yashveer Singh completed India's javelin triple, producing 78.36 meters on his final attempt to make the cut. Neeraj finished 5th overall in qualification. With the qualification round now behind him, the focus shifts entirely to the medal battle. The Olympic champion has been one of India's biggest medal hopes in Glasgow and will now look to step up when the medals are on the line. Rohit Yadav and Yashveer Singh will also be looking to challenge the field, making the final a three-pronged Indian attack. Neeraj Chopra, Rohit Yadav and Yashveer Singh, three Indians through, three medal hopes, and all eyes now on the Commonwealth Games javelin final.
All right, let's look at events across India. Now, a 24-year-old man has been booked under rape and POSCO charges in Uttar Pradesh, Mathura, for allegedly sexually exploiting a 10-year-old girl. The accused, identified as Haridas from West Bengal's North 24 Parganas, reportedly owned the house where the victim's family lived as tenants. Police said evidence has been collected and a case has been registered, and further investigation is underway, with authorities promising strict legal action against the accused. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis launched the Drug-Free Mumbai campaign as the NSCI Dome in Worli, unveiling an ambitious drive to curb drug abuse among students. The campaign aims to make Mumbai drug-free within the next 2 to 4 years, with a strong focus on rehabilitation and reintegrating addicted youth into society. Schools, colleges, counsellors, parents and social organizations will work together under this initiative to spread awareness and strengthen the fight against substance abuse. Power supply has finally been restored across Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district after several flooding damaged transmission infrastructure and disrupted electricity for several days. The Power Development Department installed an emergency restoration system after extensive repair work, bringing relief to thousands of residents. Civil society members have thanked the department for working in difficult weather conditions and in restoring normalcy, especially benefiting students and residential services. Political tensions have intensified in West Bengal's Jagalpuri after a no-confidence motion led to the removal of the municipality's vice chairman. Egg attack was reported at Jabalpuri Municipal Chairman's office. Allegations of administrative failure, building plan violations and poor civic services sparked fresh controversy. Opposition leaders have accused the civic body of misgovernance, while legal action is also being pursued over alleged misconduct. A scheduled municipal meeting was cancelled among the unrest. Now, a massive overnight Russian assault has hit Ukraine, with the western city of Lviv among the worst affected. A cruise missile attack struck residential buildings in the city, injuring at least 34 people, including 3 children. Rescue teams are searching through the rubble as Ukraine says Russia launched more than 70 missiles and over 280 attack drones across at least 10 regions.
A devastating overnight attack on Ukraine with a cruise missile tearing through residential areas of the western city of Lviv. At least 34 people have been injured, including 3 children aged 6, 13 and 15. Residential buildings were badly damaged, with floors collapsing after the strike and rescue teams using specialized equipment to reach those trapped inside. At least 39 people have been rescued while emergency crews continue searching through the rubble for anyone still trapped.
4:45, атака ракет на Львів, Патона 25, зруйнований будинок, триває операція порятунку людей, то саме вулиця Виговського, пряме влучення ракети в будинок. Станом на сьогодні 23 людей отримали медичну допомогу, 13 з них знаходяться в лікарні, одна людина в важкому стані, двоє людей пропали безвісті, вважаються такими, що ми їх зараз шукаємо. Будемо молитися, щоб все було гаразд. Якщо оцінити масштаб цієї катастрофи, то, щоб ви розуміли, 21 будинок зазнав ушкоджень.
Those were the mayor's initial figures. Authorities later raised the number of injured to 34 as rescue operations continued. A police officer and a rescuer are also among those injured in the attack. Residents described the chaos in an immediate aftermath, with families desperately trying to locate relatives from the worst-hit buildings.
Ви знаєте, я почуваюся відносно добре, як можна так сказати, що тут не є добре. Але сусіди, які жили на 4-му, 5-му поверхах, не знаю, бо дехто шукає свого сина, який там був на 5-му поверсі. Кажуть, що, можливо, навіть трагічно щось закінчилося. А я ще просто, я не розумію, що воно таке є зараз. Я в якому стресі, де не розумію, що і як.
And Lviv was only one part of a much wider overnight assault across Ukraine. President Volodymyr Zelensky says at least 10 regions were targeted, with homes, businesses and infrastructure damaged or destroyed. According to Zelensky, Russia launched more than 70 missiles, many of them ballistic, along with over 280 attack drones. Ukraine says more than 260 of those drones were intercepted, but several strikes still broke through, leaving destruction across the country. In Lviv, the focus now remains on the rescue operations, searching the rubble, treating the injured and assessing the scale of the overnight attack.
All right, we'll pause for a short break now, and coming after the break, the PM says technology, stronger laws to be implemented for better transparency in public examinations.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा राजा आरती और मसाला।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना है क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे, कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं.
So these are the three categories: student, idiot, and andhbhakt who follows the idiot. Now,
प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए. मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ. खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बना. प्रश्न ये कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र और विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए. मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ.
जिन लोगों ने विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया, वे जेलों में सड़ रहे हैं. हमने माफ कोर्ट बना.
अध्यक्ष जी, जहां पर कांग्रेस शासित यूपीए ने पॉलिसी वैक्यूम करा, वहीं पर अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say मोदी जी clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
जेनजी की भाषा में मैं, अरे सुनो यार, सुनने की आदत रखो. जेनजी की भाषा में विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं. जेनजी के भाषा में 37 दिन तक तो ये
इस कठोर कानूनों वाले, प्रावधानों वाले इस बिल को पास कर दिया है. अब विश्वस्त परीक्षा पद्धति की दिशा में जाने में एक महत्वपूर्ण काम पूर्ण हुआ है.
PM Modi releases fourth video message for students, congratulates them on the exam bill clearing parliament.
और साथ साथ फिर से कोई पेपर माफिया, पेपर लीक करने वाली गैंग, देश के बच्चों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ करने वाली गैंग, उनको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा.
PM Modi warns the exam syndicate, promises strict action against those playing with students' future.
को ध्यान में रखते हुए देशव्यापी सभी राज्यों में भी और केंद्र में भी शिक्षा पद्धति में सुधार अनिवार्य हो गया है. टेक्नोलॉजी के भरपूर उपयोग की आवश्यकता हो गई है.
PM says technology and stronger laws to be implemented for better transparency in public examinations.
Sir, I rise to move that the bill be passed. Motion is moved that the bill be passed. The question is that the bill be passed. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The bill is passed.
Anti-exam leak bill and Vande Mataram bill passed in both houses of parliament after a marathon debate. PM chairs 4th Cabinet Committee on Security to review the evolving situation of the West Asia conflict. Delhi court to deliver the sentence for Tahir Hussain and 4 other convicts in Northeast Delhi riots case dating back to 2020. India bags 2 more medals in Commonwealth Games as Lovepreet Singh secures a silver while Seema Kalibrama claims a bronze. And breaking news now, a major escalation is unfolding in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as ongoing demonstrations reach a boiling point. Now, in a significant shift in the movement scale, women protesters have joined the front line in large numbers, marching through the Kotli region to raise slogans against the brutal massacre carried out by the Pakistani army. Outraged by the response, protesters have openly accused the Pakistani forces of state terrorism amid systemic depression. repression. The mobilization of women in Kotli highlights deepening public resentment against military authority and signals a sharp intensification of the civil unrest in the region. Now, clashes broke out between Pakistani security forces and local residents at Abshar Chowk in Kotli. Following the clashes, Pakistani security forces opened direct fire on the residents in the area. Now, this follows a massive uprising across Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, where peaceful, unarmed protesters who are marching to Muzaffarabad are being fired upon by the Pakistani army forces. Over 40 people have been killed by Asir Munir's forces across POK in the last 5 days, as the brutal crackdown continues across the region. Now, two major legislations have cleared Parliament in the monsoon session, with both the Vande Mataram Bill and the Anti-Paper Leak Bill receiving approval from both houses. The Vande Mataram Bill seeks to grant the national song legal protection on par with the national anthem, making any insult or obstruction of its singing a punishable offence. Meanwhile, the Public Examination Prevention of Unfair Means Amendment Bill introduces stricter penalties, time-bound investigations and fast-track courts to crack down on paper leaks and examination fraud. More in this report for you.
Two key bills have been cleared in the ongoing monsoon session. Vande Mataram Bill and the Anti-Paper Leak Bill have been passed in both the houses of the Parliament. The government asserted that the Prevention of Insults to National Honour Amendment Bill 2026 will grant status to Vande Mataram on par with the national anthem. The bill seeks to make any insult to Vande Mataram a criminal offence. Meanwhile, amid opposition walkout, Rajya Sabha also passes the Public Examinations Prevention of Unfair Means Amendment Bill 2026. The bill proposes the stricter penalties, time-bound investigations and special fast-track courts to curb cheating and paper leaks in public examinations. Both the bills were passed amid the intense sloganeering and the chaos by the opposition.
Critiquing the government, I have earned the right to say my next sentence with full conviction and sincerity कि जब बात students की आई, when it came to our students and the youth of India, the government heard, the government actioned and the government delivered.
Leader of the opposition and Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge issued a threatening remark against Home Minister Amit Shah. Kharge during his speech said that Amit Shah should be dragged from wherever he is hiding.
इसका जिम्मेदार कौन है? इसका जिम्मेदार आप है, होम मिनिस्टर है। आप बंद कमरे में रह के आप सुन रहे होंगे मेरी बात, लेकिन आप बंद कमरे में रह के बहुत दिन छुप नहीं सकते। एक दिन हम बाहर खींच कर लाएंगे और जनता के सामने हम दिखाएंगे इनके दिलों में क्या है।
Meanwhile, JP Nadda attacked the Indie bloc for the walkout from the Rajya Sabha, alleging that it was irresponsible and that the opposition has no respect for parliamentary democracy.
आज लगभग 8 घंटे चर्चा चली है। हर एक सदस्य को पूरा बोलने का अधिकार दिया गया। सत्ता पक्ष ने सारे विषयों को बहुत संवेदना के साथ सुना और उसके साथ साथ अभी जब मंत्री जी जवाब देने के लिए खड़े हुए तो गैर जिम्मेदाराना व्यवहार विपक्ष का रहा है जो वॉकआउट करके जा रहा है, गैर जिम्मेदार है। और इसीलिए मैंने कहा कि इनको चर्चा में कोई दिलचस्पी नहीं है। दे हैव गॉट नो रिस्पेक्ट फॉर डेमोक्रेसी, दे हैव गॉट नो रिस्पेक्ट फॉर पार्लियामेंट्री प्रोसीजर्स।
Amid constant sloganeering and disruption, the passage of the two bills marks another significant legislative milestone in the ongoing monsoon session.
Now, breaking news again, a 4-story building has collapsed in Thane's Bhiwandi area. 4 bodies have been recovered from debris. At least 10 people are stranded under the debris. And the municipal corporation had previously vacated this building after declaring it dangerous. According to the MLA Mahesh Shogale, the collapse occurred due to ongoing repair work on the ground floor. It is feared that 6 to 7 people are trapped inside. And the MLA stated that teams from the NDRF, the Fire Brigade and the TDRF are currently conducting rescue operations at the site.
मम्मी और मेरे पापा बाहर निकले और मैं उसमें फंस चुकी थी, मैं उसमें पूरी दब चुकी थी। फिर भी मैंने कोशिश किया, वहाँ की पूरी पानी, वहाँ की पूरी मट्टी मुझको पूरे दबा चुकी थी। मैं वहाँ पे मैं खो चुकी थी एक तरह से। फिर मैंने कोशिश नहीं हारा, फिर भी वहाँ से मैं निकलने की पूरी तरह से कोशिश की। मैं अपनी मम्मी अपने पापा को दोनों को आवाज लगाई, तो भी मम्मी पापा तक आवाज बिल्कुल भी नहीं गई। मम्मी पापा भी मुझे आवाज लगा रहे थे, तो भी मम्मी पापा का भी आवाज नहीं आ रहा था, ना मेरा आवाज आ रहा था। फिर भी मैंने कोशिश नहीं हारा। वहां से मैंने बहुत कोशिश की, बहुत जी जान लगाई जहां से मैं बाहर निकली, बट वहां पूरी तरीके से फंस चुकी थी। और मतलब ये वर्कर्स जो थे ये काम सही तरीके से नहीं किए, नहीं तो आज वो सही तरीके से किया होता तो आज ये हादसा नहीं होता।
वो सामने मेरे भैया है, उसने बोला कि आप मेरे रूम में आ जाओ, ये बिल्डिंग कभी भी गिर सकती है, अभी टूटने वाली है। 4 लोग, 2 बेटी और एक मेरा हस्बैंड और मैं, खाली हम लोग निकल पाए बाहर बस।
All right, and we have Revati joining us from Mumbai with more updates on this. Revati, what's happening on the ground? I mean, we understand that the rescue operations are underway. Do we have a concrete number in terms of how many rescued and how many still trapped under the debris?
Right. So, as you rightly mentioned, that a major incident has happened in Thane's Bhiwandi area, where Kohinoor apartment, a 4-story building, has collapsed, and the repairing works was underway. Also, the Thane Municipal Corporation had declared it as the dangerous building or a dangerous site, and the repairing work of the same was underway. The building was vacated, so a major mishap was averted where residents weren't trapped. But yes, the workers which were doing the repairing works were trapped under this particular debris after it collapsed at around 11:30 a.m. The rescue operation, 11:30 p.m. The rescue operation began at 1 a.m. and still the rescue operation is underway. Komal Gupta is a victim of the same, but she somehow managed to rescue because she was standing aside the building. And the most important thing is here that now the recovered body from the site is now the count has now gone up to 4. So as of now, it is said that more people are feared stranded under the debris. So now the rescue operation is underway by the NDRF and the TDRF and the Fire Brigade of the Thane Municipal Corporation. So as the operation goes on, we'll get updates about the exact number of the people stranded under the debris. Over to you.
All right, we'll pause for a short break now, and coming up after the break, the PM says technology, stronger laws to be leveraged for better transparency in public examinations.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस।
Delicious, healthy, every day.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized. But, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized. But, you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000-mile-an-hour missiles at us. And fortunately, we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the...
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
ऑक्टोरोमा मैनुअल वाइंडिंग 4 लोगों के पास है ये।
कुछ इससे भी अनोखा।
कमला पसंद सिर्फ एक अनोखा स्वाद। कमला पसंद पान मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और मसाला।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे। कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं।
So these are the 3 categories. Student,
Now, massive overnight Russian assault has hit Ukraine, with the western city of Lviv among the worst affected. A cruise missile struck residential buildings in the city, injuring at least 34 people, including 3 children. Rescue teams are searching through the rubble as Ukraine says Russia launched more than 70 missiles and over 280 attack drones across at least 10 regions across Ukraine.
A devastating overnight attack on Ukraine with a cruise missile tearing through residential areas of the western city of Lviv. At least 34 people have been injured, including 3 children aged 6, 13 and 15. Residential buildings were badly damaged, with floors collapsing after the strike and rescue teams using specialized equipment to reach those trapped inside. At least 39 people have been rescued while emergency crews continue searching through the rubble for anyone still trapped.
4:45, атака ракет на Львів, Патона 25, зруйнований будинок, триває операція порятунку людей. То саме вулиця Виговського, пряме влучення ракети в будинок. Станом на сьогодні 23 людей отримали медичну допомогу, 13 з них знаходяться в лікарні, 1 людина в важкому стані, 2 людей пропали безвісті, вважаються такими, що ми їх зараз шукаємо. Будемо молитися, щоб все було гаразд. Якщо оцінити масштаб цієї катастрофи, то, щоб ви розуміли, 21 будинок зазнав ушкоджень.
Those were the mayor's initial figures. Authorities later raised the number of injured to 34 as rescue operations continued. A police officer and a rescuer are also among those injured in the attack. Residents described the chaos in an immediate aftermath, with families desperately trying to locate relatives from the worst-hit buildings.
Ви знаєте, я почуваюся відносно добре, як можна так сказати, що тут не є добре. Але сусіди, які жили на 4-му, 5-му поверхах, не знаю, бо дехто шукає свого сина, який там був на 5-му поверсі. Кажуть, що, можливо, навіть трагічно щось закінчилося. А я ще просто, я не розумію, що воно таке є зараз. Я в якомусь стресі, де не розумію, що і як.
And Lviv was only one part of a much wider overnight assault across Ukraine. President Volodymyr Zelensky says at least 10 regions were targeted, with homes, businesses and infrastructure damaged or destroyed. According to Zelensky, Russia launched more than 70 missiles, many of them ballistic, along with over 280 attack drones. Ukraine says more than 260 of those drones were intercepted, but several strikes still broke through, leaving destruction across the country. In Lviv, the focus now remains on the rescue operations, searching the rubble, treating the injured and assessing the scale of the overnight attack.
Now, Britain once lectured the world on political stability. Today, it is struggling to hold on to its own. Andy Burnham has become the United Kingdom's 7th Prime Minister in just over a decade. A staggering turnover for one of the world's oldest parliamentary democracies. From Brexit to economic shocks, scandals to party rebellions, Westminster has become a revolving door. Now, the question now is no longer who becomes the Prime Minister, but how long can they survive? Take a look.
Britain has a new Prime Minister again. Andy Burnham becomes the 7th British Prime Minister since 2016. A remarkable turnover for a country that once symbolized political stability at its core. Between 1945 and 2010, UK saw just 12 Prime Ministers over 65 years. The political instability began with Brexit, a referendum that not only divided Britain but also triggered a leadership crisis. Since then, almost every Prime Minister has either resigned under pressure, been forced out by their own party, or lost office after political or economic turmoil. David Cameron fell after Brexit. Theresa May failed to deliver a Brexit deal. Boris Johnson was consumed by Partygate. Additionally, Liz Truss crashed the economy in just 49 days. Rishi Sunak lost a historic election. And finally, Starmer stepped down after internal rebellion and electoral setbacks. Behind the revolving door lies a deeper crisis, a slowing economy. UK is currently facing rising cost of living, immigration pressures, overstretched public services, energy insecurity, and growing public distrust in the mainstream politics. These are structural challenges, but are they enough to explain 7 prime ministers in a decade? Or has Westminster become trapped in a cycle where leaders are replaced faster than problems can be solved? Ironically, Britain has often looked down upon the political volatility of developing democracies, including India. Yet, while London battles leadership instability, New Delhi has witnessed continuity at the highest political office for over a decade. The question confronting Britain is no longer simply who occupies 10 Downing Street, but whether any leader can survive long enough to restore public's confidence in the government. For now, Andy Burnham inherits not just the office of Prime Minister, but the daunting task of stabilizing a nation where governments change faster than the crisis they promise to fix.
Now, a major turning point in France's battle against the massive Giron wildfire. After more than 220,000 people were forced from their homes, authorities have now allowed another 84,000 evacuees to return as cooler temperatures, higher humidity and light rain help firefighters contain the flames. But the danger is far from over as crews are deliberately burning sections of the forest to deprive the wildfire of fuel and protect communities along France's Atlantic coast.
A battle against a monster wildfire fighters still on the front lines in southwest France after flames tore through forests west of Bordeaux. But after days of evacuations and destruction, there are finally signs that crews may be turning the tide. Authorities have allowed another 84,000 people to return to their homes across 9 evacuated areas. More than 220,000 people were forced to flee since the fire erupted last week. Nearly 2/3 have now been cleared to return. Cooler temperatures, higher humidity, and light rain are helping, but firefighters aren't taking any chances. Crews are setting controlled burns, deliberately clearing vegetation before the main fire can reach it.
It's Thursday morning here in the Cap, and firefighters are setting controlled burns, and they're doing their best effort to take away fuel from the forest floor to keep the fire from attacking areas of importance. And they walk through the forest with a combustible liquid, spraying it on the forest floor to ignite small flames, stuff that they can handle. If it grows, this is the type of fires they want to slowly burn and to burn off all the fuel to help keep the larger areas safe. And you see behind me the smoke and the slow burning flames in the forest floor.
All right, time for a short break, and coming up after the break, India's medal tally in the Commonwealth Games 2026 rises to 17 as Lovepreet Singh led the medal charge by winning silver in the men's 110 kg weightlifting event. This is while Seema Kalirama claimed bronze in the women's discus throw.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
I wake up wearing someone else again, skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes, something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip, I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No
finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MTH.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers getting the first breaking at this hour. This is coming in from Meta India head. Well, when the Meta India head and 20 other Instagram influencers have been arrested and they've been booked. In fact, they've been registered with 2 cases. 2 cases have been registered against the Meta head and 20 other Instagram users as a co-accused in the Hyderabad Cybercrime Department over several obscene photos and videos which were circulated online of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now the backdrop of this whole controversy is the CJP NEET protest, where these obscene Facebook and Instagram videos were shared by several accounts, following which a social media core committee member of the Bharatiya Janata Party has filed a complaint with the cybercrime. Now cybercrime has now been lodged for a complaint on the heads of Meta India and 20 other Instagram users. Now, responding to the complaint, the Cybercrime Department has named the Meta India head along with the social media users as co-accused because of these obscene and absolutely filthy videos that circulated online on Facebook and Instagram. Now, the police has said that the efforts are being made to identify the people behind the accused, and there is a further investigation that is being underway. Morphed videos, fake videos by PMs on PM's name have been complained and circulated. I have my colleague Aishwarya joining us right now from Hyderabad, and also Nitin, who's one of our reporters, joining us from the newsroom. My first question is for you, Aishwarya. What are the details that you have for us? This is a developing story. What is it that you understand so far?
Well, yesterday, one of the social media co-committee member from the Bharatiya Janata Party, on a crackdown that they were trying to do, where obscene and mock videos of Prime Minister Narendra Modi were being widely circulated after the CJP and NEET protest, of course, and that is when they have identified 20 such accounts where there were several obscene and very objectionable kind of content and that was being circulated, and they have identified these links to these particular videos, and they have forwarded and to the cybercrime, and they have registered a complaint, following which the cybercrime immediately responded to their complaint and also named the 20 account holders as well as Meta India head as a co-accused in this particular case. That is what we are learning right now. And what the cybercrime and police are also telling us is that they're trying to identify who the actual people behind these accounts are, because as we know, there are several social media accounts that were formed during this entire protest, where there are several videos of mockery videos such as objectionable videos that were being circulated against Prime Minister Narendra Modi especially, and they're trying to identify the exact person behind running that particular account, because there are several videos that accounts that were formed by one particular person, or even there is no identification of the account of who is running that particular account. There are several cases such like that. So they are trying to identify the particular person who is behind that account, and 20 accounts so far has been identified. Apart from that, Meta India head has also been booked as a co-accused, where he's also been mentioned in the FIR, saying that he's also responsible behind these obscene videos that were being circulated. And 2 cases have been booked by Hyderabad cybercrime so far, and more investigation is currently underway, is what the police have also confirmed to us.
Right, Aishwarya, stay with us. I'm going to connect with my colleague Nitin. Nitin, what are the details that you have for us?
Right, so I was able to speak to the Union Commerce Minister yesterday, Piyush Goyal. And, he also mentioned, basis whatever he told me, he's expecting appropriate, strict, stern action to be taken against Meta. Now, it's just not linked to the fake propaganda basis of, these accounts that they're trying to promote, fake morphed videos of Prime Minister Modi, but it's also linked to the restricted PM Modi's first Instagram selfie video that was posted on Meta's Facebook platform as well. So the central government is extremely serious about it, and also in the backdrop, this also comes in the backdrop of Meta being under hot soup in the state of Tennessee in America already over child mental harm, and it's also paid a big fine, a very hefty fine in New Mexico, over $375 million. So what we are expecting here is a similar case. It could possibly lead to a hefty fine paid by Meta, but more on the other hand, the Meta India head, who's been booked under this case by the Hyderabad police. I think the larger picture here is that the Meta India head is truly accountable, and they cannot come with a simple as an explanation that it was an error on their part. Back to you.
Right, Nitin. Thank you so much for giving us those details. In fact, it is a fact. You can't just, brush away things under a carpet and act like nothing happened. We will be continuing to track these stories. Thank you so much, Nitin and Aishwarya, for joining us and giving us these detailed insights. Shifting our focus to another breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. 2 men are being arrested for allegedly assaulting a government official on duty for conducting SIR of electoral rolls. Now, this is a big breaking news coming in from Hyderabad, where this incident has taken place around 1:30 p.m. on a Wednesday. Now, this is in Roshan Nagar in the DJ Halli police station limits. Now, there was an official and the SIR official, along with the superintendent, who were carrying out these SIR exercises when one of the 2 accused came and asked for a form. And when they were denied to give the form, then the reason they were denied because they were not currently of the same area. They had shifted and transferred to another place, and they were denied to give the SIR form. They started to beat away the SIR and the superintendent, in fact. Now, these 2 officials were assaulted, and these 2 people who created the ruckus are now being arrested. This is the breaking news coming in of the hour. I have my colleague Abhishek joining us live from Bengaluru right now. Abhishek, now clearly these were 2 miscreants who were trying to create some kind of chaos, and one of them actually raised a hand on an official who was on duty. What are the details that you have for us?
Well, it was Fakirappa, who works with the Slum Development Board, who was transferred, who was taking up the job of special intensive revision in Roshan Nagar of DJ Halli police station limits, when Yarab and Dastagir and 2 more persons who were present at that particular spot wanted to collect an SIR form from Fakirappa. And after getting to know that a person among them had shifted his residence, Fakirappa had mentioned the fact that the form will not be able to hand it over at this point of time because of the change in the address, and a new form will be delivered to the person or handed over to the person in the new area where he has shifted. And after listening to this, two each Yarab and another Dastagir, along with two more persons, punched Fakirappa on face, who was duly exercising his duty towards a special intensive revision. As soon as the team informed DJ Halli police, these two persons have already been taken into custody and they've been sent to the judicial custody as of now, and two are on the run now, and the police have already started a search operation to get all these two persons who are already on the run to make sure that they are going behind the bars.
Right. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for giving us those details that they are currently on the run and they have not been arrested so far. But thank you, and please continue tracking the story for us. Shifting our focus to another story, which is a breaking news, and it's coming from Thane in Maharashtra. This is the Bhavandi area where a 4-story building has collapsed, and this 4-story building was actually under renovation when it collapsed. Now, what we're getting to know so far is that approximately 6 to 7 people are currently stranded and under debris, while this was the building which was undergoing repair works, suddenly collapsed in the middle of the night. And the municipal corporation has previously asked the people to vacate the building because it was declared as dangerous for inhabitation. But according to the local MLA, the collapse occurred when the ongoing repair work was happening. So while the repair work was on, the building collapsed, and currently what we know is approximately 6 to 7 people are currently stuck under the debris. One person has been reported dead. Let's listen into what the people or the survivors from the site have to say on this.
मम्मी और मेरे पापा बाहर निकले और मैं उसमें फंस चुकी थी, मैं उसमें पूरी दब चुकी थी। फिर भी मैंने कोशिश किया, वहाँ की पूरी पानी, वहाँ की पूरी मिट्टी मुझको पूरे दबा चुकी थी। मैं वहाँ पे खो चुकी थी एक तरह से। फिर मैंने कोशिश नहीं हारा, फिर भी वहाँ से मैं निकलने की पूरी तरह से कोशिश की। मैं अपनी मम्मी अपने पापा को दोनों को आवाज लगाई, तो भी मम्मी पापा तक आवाज बिल्कुल भी नहीं गई। मम्मी पापा भी मुझे आवाज लगा रहे थे, तो भी मम्मी पापा का भी आवाज नहीं आ रहा था, ना मेरा आवाज आ रहा था। फिर भी मैंने कोशिश नहीं हारा। वहां से मैंने बहुत कोशिश की, बहुत जी जान लगाई जहां से मैं बाहर निकली, बट वहां पूरी तरीके से फंस चुकी थी। और मतलब ये वर्कर्स जो थे, ये काम सही तरीके से नहीं किए, नहीं तो आज वो सही तरीके से किया होता तो आज ये हादसा नहीं होता।
वो सामने मेरे भैया है, उसने बोला कि आप मेरे रूम में आ जाओ, ये बिल्डिंग कभी भी गिर सकती है, अभी टूटने वाली है। 4 लोग, 2 बेटी और एक मेरा हस्बैंड और मैं, खाली हम लोग निकल पाए बाहर बस।
Well, these were survivors who tried to make it out from the collapsed building. But shifting our focus to another breaking news, this is coming in from the Pakistani occupied Kashmir, where major escalation is already unfolding as the ongoing demonstrations have reached a boiling point. Now, this is a breaking news coming in from Kotli, Pakistan occupied Kashmir, where demonstrations have definitely reached a boiling point. Now, the significant shift in the movement scale. Women protesters have also joined the front line in the large numbers. So there's a long march that's going on from Rawalakot to Muzaffarabad, and now the women protesters have also taken on the front foot. They're marching through the Kotli region, raising slogans against the brutal massacre carried out by the Pakistani army. What we're also getting to know is that the response that these protesters are openly getting are repression and systematic repression from the Pakistani forces, as they are a state of terrorism. In fact, the mobilization of women in Kotli highlights the deepening public resentment against the military authority, and these women have taken up now on the front lines in the march, raising slogans, walking past the hurdles on their way and making their way all the way to Muzaffarabad. All right, viewers, these are visuals of women who have now taken on the front lines in the Muzaffarabad Chalo Long March. These are visuals on your television screen where Pakistani women of the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir have now taken center stage. They are marching through the Kotli region and heading all the way to Muzaffarabad. Getting another breaking news of the hour, ladies and gentlemen. Clashes have broken out between the Pakistani security forces and the local residents in Abshar Chowk in Kotli. Now, more breaking news coming from the long march to Muzaffarabad, Now, these are the clashes where the Pakistani security forces are opening direct fire at these protesters and civilians. They are not sparing anybody who's coming in their way, and this is coming in the massive uprising that is seen across Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, where the peaceful, unarmed protesters who are marching to Muzaffarabad are being fired upon by the Pakistani army and the Pakistani forces, the Pakistani Rangers. They are not sparing the civilians. They have opened fire on civilians in the Kotli area, and also, so far, unfortunately, 40 people have been reported that they have died or killed by the Asim Munir forces across POK in the last 5 days as the brutal crackdown continues across the region. Viewers, more breaking news from the long Muzaffarabad Chalo march, where the Pakistani protester of the JAAC, Sardar Aman Khan, has rejected claims that the protesters are armed. So on one side, where the Asim Munir forces, Pakistani forces are claiming that these protesters are carrying arms and ammunitions with them, it is the Sardar Aman Khan from the JAAC who is rejecting the claims that the protesters are armed. He's also stating that the armed individuals on the building actually belong to the Pakistani forces and not the protesters. Now, he's challenged the authorities to allow international media to access Rawala Court so the world can actually see the truth. As you know, viewers, that there has been an internet ban. There is no media access. They are not allowed to go and be a part of, the media is not, the international media or any media is being allowed to go and be a part of this protest. So clearly, this is a one-sided communication coming from the Asim Munir forces, claiming that Sardar Aman Khan and all of the others from the JAC are actually carrying arms and ammunitions. Let's listen in.
मैं उस बयान की मजम्मत करता हूं कि रावला कोर्ट के अंदर मौजूद निहत्ते ये मुजाहिरीन जो आप इस कैमरे की आंख से देख सकते हैं, जो कि मुकम्मल निहत्ते खड़े हैं, जिनके लिए ये कहा गया है कि वो शहर में इमारतों पर चढ़ के मुसल्लह अफराद चढ़े हुए हैं। बिल्कुल शहर की इमारतों में मुसल्लह अफराद हैं, लेकिन वो रेंजर्स के अफराद हैं, वो पुलिस के अफसरात हैं, वो FC के अफसरात हैं, वो मुख्तलिफ सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के एहलकार हैं जो शहर के ऊपर खड़े हैं और वहां से निहत्ते शहरियों को टारगेट करते हैं, उन्हें जो है निशाना बनाते हैं। मैं इस मौका पर ये गुजारिश करना चाहता हूं कि अगर किसी को ये लगता है कि यहाँ पर कोई मुसल्लह ग्रुप है या कोई ऐसा अमल है, हमारी पुरअमन तहरीक है, एक सियासी तहरीक है, यहाँ अगर इस तरह का कोई ग्रुप है, मैं पाकिस्तान के मीडिया को, इंटरनेशनल मीडिया को आप भेजें यहाँ पर। पाकिस्तान के अपोजिशन लीडरों को क्यों रोकते हैं आप उनको वहां जाने से? आप उन्हें यहाँ भेजें, वो आए, वो यहाँ पर आके जो है वो देखें लोगों को, इन निहत्ते लोगों को देखें, मजलूम लोगों को देखें।
I have my colleague Gursimran joining us from Jammu right now. Gursimran, the protesters are facing internet blockade. They have been getting accusations of carrying arms and ammunitions. What are the current updates that you have for us, Gursimran?
See, it's the day 5 of the long march that has begun from the Drake ground in Rawalakot towards Muzaffarabad, and we have seen the hurdles that have been created by the Pakistani forces, be it firing at the civilians, firing at their convoys, taking the shelter in the civilian houses so that the collateral damage is also civilians, and also digging trenches in the roads that are leading to Muzaffarabad. But after having failed from every front, they are now trying to target the women. They are opening the fire. Though yesterday it was a peaceful day that turned out because the long march did not move further from the D Chowk in Rawalakot. Today it is expected that at around noon the long march will resume and will head towards Muzaffarabad. This comes at a time when we are 3 days to the elections that are slated to take place in Muzaffarabad. So it is very likely that the Pakistani forces will use every possible means to stop these protesters from entering Muzaffarabad, because they don't want that the protesters reach Muzaffarabad, and Muzaffarabad faces a situation like we have seen in the Rawalakot, like we have seen in the Bhimber, like we have seen in the Kotli, where on the request or on the appeal of these protesters of Joint Awami Action Committee, people of POJK decided not to take part in the election, and the election turnout was meager. It was not that what Pakistan expected, that they will show the entire global community that see all is well and the people are participating in the election. So that plan of Pakistan has fallen flat, and that is what they anticipate to happen if the protesters entered the Ravla Court. They entered the Muzaffarabad, where the elections of the second phase are slated to take place day after tomorrow. Sorry.
Right. Gursimran, stay with us. We have another breaking news, which is an addition to what you are mentioning. In fact, the Pakistani army in the Pakistani occupied Jammu and Kashmir has violated the sanctity of homes. Now, these Pakistani army men are forcing their way into the residences and targeting Kashmiri women. We are going to give you fresh visuals coming in from the region, but the Pakistani forces are making their way into the homes and targeting women. So basically, the sanctity of the homes and the women is completely been now evaded and has been hit, as the Kashmiri women are actually trying their best to kind of get in and be a part on the front lines, working towards the long march towards Muzaffarabad. Gursimran, this is even more shocking. Now the women are also targeted. These Pakistani Rangers are exactly getting inside the homes of these women.
That is what actually is happening on the ground. Reason being that they are frustrated. First, it was decided by the Joint Awami Action Committee that the men will move forward and the women and the children, they will stay behind along with the elders. But now what Pakistan is doing, that those women, those who are still at their places, since the men has moved forward, they are now trying to barge to their homes. They are vandalizing their houses, trying to destroy the CCTVs. They are trying to beat the women. Every atrocities that you can name, Pakistan is committing them on the people of Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. And the obvious reason is the Pakistani control that they are losing over the situation. Because yesterday we have heard the Pakistani Interior Minister Mohsin Naqvi, who is one of the close confidants of General Asim Munir also, he said that we have a system that has completely collapsed. So that is the reality that he has spilled out, and the reality of the Pakistani state is that Pakistan is now going to split into parts. That is not what we have said, but the Pakistani politician Maulana Fazlur Rahman said a couple of days ago, in which he said that the situation that used to be in Baluchistan has become the situation in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and also in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir.
Right, Gursimran, thank you so much, and please continue tracking this piece of information. If there are any other suggestions or updates that you have for us, do share that with us. But right now on your television screen are plumes of smoke, fire has been set, and all of these have been set by the other side. When I say the other side, I mean the Pakistani Rangers, who have not just been creating obstructions in the long Awami march by the JAAC towards Muzaffarabad, but also, they are claiming that the protesters are carrying arms and ammunitions, which are, when we speak to the JAAC side, they are claiming that it's not them, it is actually the Pakistani Rangers. But with no media intervention, with no international media presence in the whole situation, it is hard to say what the truth is. But for what we know is that now people are being shot right into their skull. 40 people have been killed, more than 200 people have been injured. We're showing you constantly the way this whole scenario, or rather massacre, is being unfolded. For what we know so far, it's the women also that are also being obstructed. They are targeting Kashmiri women. The Pakistani Rangers and soldiers are forcing their way inside the residences of Kashmiri women, and these are fresh visuals that are coming on, playing on your television screen right now. Disturbing, of course, very, very disturbing. Viewers, disturbing visuals. But yes, we will continue to track that piece of news for you. But for now, getting another breaking news that the Telangana Chief Minister Revanth A. Reddy has sparked a political controversy, and he has now sparked this controversy by commenting on the engineering graduates. While he was making a point, Revanth Reddy went on to call engineers as criminal wastes, and it has sparked a full political row. In fact, now when he was making these comments, the opposition, the BRS and the BJP have accused Revanth Reddy of insulting the engineering students, and also are questioning their ability. Now this controversy has quickly escalated, with Congress leaders defending the Chief Minister and countering the opposition's criticism. But for now, what we know is that Revanth Reddy made these obscene remarks, calling engineering graduates as criminal waste. Let's listen into Revanth Reddy, please.
సంవత్సరానికి 1,10,000 మంది ఇంజనీరింగ్ గ్రాడ్యుయేట్ సర్టిఫికేట్ తీసుకొని వస్తారు. మీరు ఆ పిల్లలకి అప్లికేషన్ ఇచ్చి వాని ఉద్యోగం కోసం అప్లికేషన్ ఫిలప్ చేయమని. నేను కాదు, మీరు టీచర్లకు మీకే చెప్తున్నా, మీరు వాళ్ళని పిలిచి ఇంజనీరింగ్ సర్టిఫికేట్ తీసుకొని వచ్చి మీరు చదువు చెప్తున్న ఊరిలో ఉన్న పిల్లలు పిలిపించి ప్లెయిన్ పేపర్ ఇచ్చి ఒక జాబ్ కోసం అప్లికేషన్ ఫిలప్ చేయమని. ఇది క్రిమినల్ వేస్ట్. వాడు ఇంజనీరింగ్ చదువుకున్న చిన్న జాబ్ కోడు, స్కిల్స్ నేర్చుకోడు. తల్లిదండ్రులు మా పిల్లోడు ఇంజనీరింగ్ అయింది ఉద్యోగం అంటారు, నా దగ్గరకు వస్తుంటారు కాన్స్టిట్యున్సీ నుంచో బంధువులు, మావాడు ఇంజనీరింగ్ చదివింది, పెద్ద పెద్ద చదువు చదివింది సార్ అంటారు. పేరెంట్స్కి తెలియదు కదా.
All right, viewers, we're heading into a short commercial break. There's a world of news waiting for you on the other side. Coming up after a short television break is Indian medal tally in the Commonwealth Games 2026, rising to 17. Lovepreet Singh led the medal charge by winning silver in the men's 110 kg weightlifting event, while Seema claimed the bronze in women's discus throw. All of this after a short break.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना।
सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
ट्रायल लूंगा।
श्योर।
वाटर रेजिस्टेंट
है,
स्ट्रॉन्ग
है, हाई डेंसिटी वुड फाइबर स्ट्रक्चर, एडवांस जर्मन एडिसिव बॉन्डिंग, सॉलिड डिफेंस।
ट्रायल में पास।
सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा, हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस। सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे, कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे।
All right, viewers, coming up after a short commercial break, Delhi court to deliver the sentence for Tahir Hussain and 4 others, the other convicts in the Northeast Delhi riots case dating back to 2020. After a short break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से, MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH. I wake up wearing someone else again, skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes, something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip, I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No more faces.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We can hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because there's very little they can do about it. It was...
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
इस कठोर कानूनों वाले प्रावधानों वाले इस बिल को पास कर दिया है। अब विश्वस्त परीक्षा पद्धति की दिशा में जाने में एक महत्वपूर्ण काम पूर्ण हुआ है।
PM Modi releases fourth video message for students, congratulates on exam bill clearing the parliament.
और साथ साथ फिर से कोई पेपर माफिया, पेपर लीक करने वाली गैंग, देश के बच्चों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ करने वाली गैंग, उनको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
PM Modi warns the exam syndicate, promises strict action against those playing with students' future.
इन सबको ध्यान में रखते हुए देशव्यापी सभी राज्यों में भी और केंद्र में भी शिक्षा पद्धति में सुधार अनिवार्य हो गया है। टेक्नोलॉजी के भरपूर उपयोग की आवश्यकता हो गई है।
PM says technology stronger laws to be implemented for better transparency in public examinations.
I rise to move that the bill be passed.
Motion is moved that the bill be passed. The question is that the bill be passed. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those against will please say no. No. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The bill is passed.
Anti-exam leak bill and Vande Mataram bill passed in both houses of parliament after marathon debate. PM chairs fourth cabinet committee on security to review the evolving situation of West Bengal of the West Asia conflict. Delhi court to deliver the sentence for Tahir Hussain and 4 other convicts in Northeast Delhi riots case dating back to 2020. And India bags 2 more medals in Commonwealth. Lovepreet Singh secures a silver while Seema claims a bronze. Hello viewers, we're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Markets have opened on a positive note. Nifty is up by 44 points. Sensex gaining 70 points at open with Oro banking, Pharma leading the charge while IT slips into the red, dragged down by heavyweights. Infosys, HCL Tech and TCS. But the big story this morning is coming from Asia and it's all about technology viewers. South Korea's markets are surging over 13%, an extraordinary rally led by chip giants like Samsung. If you have Rishita, my colleague from our Republic business team, let's go straight across to Rishita. Rishita, very good morning to you, and our viewers who are watching right now would like to know what is happening in the markets. It looks like the Indian markets are opening in green today.
A very good morning to you as well and to the viewers. So the Indian stock market have opened in green today. Nifty was at a level of 24,361, which is up by 44 points from yesterday's close, while Sensex was at 77,998, up by 70 points. Now this has been because of the incredible rally by some of the sectors, the broader sectors in general, auto, banking and pharma. Nifty IT has however opened in red, particularly because of the players like Infosys, HCL Tech, which had been down by 3% right at the opening. In terms of stocks, Bajaj Finance, Mahindra and Mahindra have opened in green. And the bigger news, however, comes from the US markets and from the Asian markets because of the tech stock rally. Microsoft shares had jumped 15% on Thursday because of its incredible earnings. So Microsoft has made history as it has added nearly $500 billion to its value with a very promising looking earning report. Nasdaq futures had gained 0.5%. Nikkei has also jumped by 3%. Now it's very interesting to know that South Korea's market, South Korea's KOSPI index was up by over 15% in the morning because of stocks like SK Hynix and Samsung Electronics. So it looks like a promising start for the market. Let's stay in tune for the trading session today. Back to you.
That's right. Well, thank you for getting us all those updates, Rushita. Rushita getting us the biggest updates from the world of business right here on Republic TV. Let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other breaking news that we're getting for you. Responding to Telangana CM Revanth Reddy calling engineering students a criminal waste, the BRS spokesperson has now called out the double standards. In fact, he says that the CM wants the same Gen Z to enter the parliament. However, today he is also calling them a criminal waste. He also demanded that CM should apologize to all the students. He added that Hyderabad city is one of the fast developing cities in terms of it, and the backbone of the same is the same engineering students who CM criticized today. Now, we're getting to know that now the BRS has really hit out at the CM Revanth Reddy for terming engineering graduates in Telangana as criminal waste and demanding that he withdraw the remark and apologize to the state's youth. In a post on X, we see that the BRS is questioning the CM's qualifications to comment on abilities of young engineers. Let's go straight across to what the BRS has to say.
This reckless statement of Revanth Reddy should be condemned. We demand Revanth Reddy and the Congress party to apologize to the Gen Z and the engineering students for these careless and reckless statements, because Revanth Reddy should know that Hyderabad and Telangana's engineering college students have reached out to secure job positions in top reputed institutions like Google, Amazon, Microsoft, and in fact to the extent of NASA. Such a chief minister putting his own state students to shame for politics is absolutely shameful, and the Congress party has to take responsibility for it and apologize to the engineering students and graduates.
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague Ashwarya is joining us. Ashwarya, you know, the BRS really hitting out at CM Reddy, and the BRS is saying that the Telangana's youth are gaining global recognition for their skills and contribution, and the CM's remark shows his arrogance and it's an insult towards the youth of Telangana. Yes, Ashwarya.
Well, CM Revanth Reddy did spark a row and in fact criticize the students, which did not go well, both with the opposition as well as the students. Because just a few days ago, we could see CM Revanth Reddy had actually held a march as a victory for the CJP protest, and even appreciated the Gen Z or the youth. And he said that if the youth had decided something, they could change, and they are the future of the country of India, and that is the reason he also advocated for the age eligibility criteria to be reduced to 21 years for the MLA and MP, so that they can address their own issues. And that he even appreciated and said that the students are very intelligent these days, and they are ready to take up their own issues, and they are even ready to enter parliament. But on the other hand, just 2 days after that, he on speaking at an event said that the engineering students, especially from Telangana, who are graduating, almost 1.5 lakh students graduate every day every year from Telangana are criminal waste. He in fact went on to say that even they cannot even fill out their own application forms, and that is how poorly skilled they are, and that is the reason. Though the parents and the families have huge expectations from the students because they have studied engineering, they have pursued engineering, but still they could not secure a job for themselves nor develop their skills, and in fact waste their time out looking for a job, and that is the reason they have become a criminal waste for the state as well as the country. This particular statement shows hypocrisy is what the opposition is also claiming, because on one hand, when you're appreciating the same youth, on the other hand, you're criticizing them and calling them and terming them criminal waste is not something that is expected from a CM, and especially towards a youth who is graduating engineering. And he also went on to say that the employment generation and even addressing the unemployment issues, and in a city such as Hyderabad, which has evidently a growing IT sector, is something shows a lack of policy from the state government and should not be blamed upon the students for not able to secure a job in the IT sector of Hyderabad.
That's right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details, Ashura. I'll be coming back to you for more on this development. I really have to move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. In fact, the Indian hockey team has unveiled a new saffron jersey for the Indian men's and women's hockey teams ahead of the Hockey World Cup. The Hockey India president has defended the change. Hockey India president defended the change, clarifying that the saffron kit was requested by players and coaching staff to improve the visibility against the blue synthetic turf. Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra strongly criticized the decision as an attempt to alter India's core identity. Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami argues that saffron is part of the Indian national flag that represents courage, sacrifice, and national pride. So what's the problem with saffron? Take a look.
Now, things must always change. Everything changes. Nothing is permanent. And it's beautiful that the Indian hockey team changed its color from blue to saffron. It's fantastic. But some people have a problem with it. That's the saffron jersey, the saffron kit of the Indian hockey team. Now bright orange stands out in the field. Earlier, blue. No problem with blue. But then orange is fantastic. And the women's team also put out their pictures, beaming, happy, wearing orange gear. Ladies and gentlemen, as usual, the Tukre gang, the Congress party, has a huge problem with it. They're saying, why orange? Everything is being saffronized in our country. What will happen to blue? My question is, what is the problem with orange? Why have such a fanatic distaste for orange? Just because it is a color associated with Hinduism? Yes, it is. It's a color associated with sacrifice. It's a color associated with bravery. It's a color that is emblazoned on the tricolor. And the Congress party has a problem with the color which is on the tricolor. What a hateful party. How much they must hate Hinduism, to hate saffron, to hate orange, and make a political deal of it. They want to demotivate, ladies and gentlemen, the hockey team. They want to put them down. They want to wrap them in politics. They want to do tukre on everything. They want to go CJP on everything. For God's sake, the CJP tukre Congress approach has to stop. In 2019, the Indian cricket team, for a short while, put in a little bit of orange in their gear. Little bit of orange. You see that colorful dress, and my God, the Congress party then said, oh, everything is getting saffronized. The government wants to Hinduize everything. Why are Hindus getting so much importance? After all, the Congress party took so much effort to spread lies about saffron terror. Remember Chidambaram and the saffron terror story? So they see saffron everywhere. They go green with envy and red with rage. Everybody who wears orange, according to them, is a quote-unquote Bhagwadhari. Tomorrow, Rahul Gandhi, seeing the kind of abuse that he is indulging in these days, will call everyone who wears saffron idiots. Maybe that's what he thinks, ladies and gentlemen. Netherlands hockey team wears orange. Are they Bhagwadhari? The nation wants to know. Is the Netherlands hockey team wearing orange because they are Bhagwadhari? Will the Congress say, change this color, it's too pro-Hindu? The Hyderabad Sunrisers IPL team wears orange. The Congress party will say, Hyderabad Sunrisers wearing orange. Oh my God, Bhagwadari, dangerous. They're all radical. Maybe they'll call them terrorists because they're wearing saffron. The Ivory Coast football team wears orange. Next, Rahul Gandhi will go to the Ivory Coast and say, don't wear orange, you're supporting the BJP. Even the football team of Bhutan, ladies and gentlemen, proudly wears orange. I'm pretty sure Priyanka Vadra will go one day to Bhutan and say, don't wear orange. You're being too pro-Hindu. After all, we have said that we are a Muslim party. What short-sighted thinking. What narrow-minded thinking, ladies and gentlemen. And it is this very mindset that we have to fight. Where you see danger in anything that is loosely associated with Hinduism, believe me, the Congress party went crazy in their mind when so many people turned up at the Kumbh. They thought, saffron, sea of saffron, ocean of saffron. They will never say anything about green. They will never say anything about green. They love green. They hate saffron. Congress loves green. Congress hates saffron, ladies and gentlemen. But they should not be speaking for anything to do with sport. After all, this is a party that sold out the Commonwealth Games, put out a 70,000 crore rupees scam, which I am proud to have broken at that point of time. And we broke the back of the Congress government. Then Suresh Kalmadi quit. So this is a party which has always compromised sports people in this country. They have done nothing for the upliftment of hockey or of any sport, whereas the BJP-led government in Orissa extended its lucrative sponsorship of Hockey India for 3 additional years, carrying the commitment till 2036, ladies and gentlemen, the centenary of Orissa's statehood, to maintain stable funding for the men's and women's hockey team. That's called putting your money where your mouth is. You know, on the other side is sheer laziness and envy. Laziness and envy. The nation only wants to know one thing. Why does the Congress party hate saffron so much? And why do they love green so much? I'm not saying don't like green. Green is also, ladies and gentlemen, very much there, emblazoned in the tricolor. My question is, why are you anti-saffron? What's your problem?
We're getting you some more breaking news coming in. A 4-story building has collapsed in Thane's Bhivandi area. 7 bodies have been recovered from the debris. At least 10 people are stranded under the debris. The municipal corporation had previously vacated this building after declaring it dangerous. According to the MLA, the collapsed building has now, of course, the rescue relief operations underway. The collapse occurred due to the ongoing repair work on the ground floor. It is feared that 6 to 7 people are trapped inside. The MLA has stated that the teams from the NDRF, the Fire Brigade and the TDRF are currently conducting rescue operations at the site. We have those pictures coming in from overnight where you see the death toll has risen. Rescuers are trying to go ahead and make sure that they clear out the debris. We're getting some reactions coming in. Let's play them out.
मम्मी और मेरे पापा बाहर निकले और मैं उसमें फंस चुकी थी, मैं उसमें पूरी दब चुकी थी। फिर भी मैंने कोशिश किया। वहाँ की पूरी पानी, वहाँ की पूरी मिट्टी मुझको पूरे दबा चुकी थी। मैंने मतलब मैं वहाँ पे खो चुकी थी एक तरह से। फिर मैंने कोशिश नहीं हारा, फिर भी वहाँ से मैं निकलने की पूरी तरह से कोशिश की। मैं अपनी मम्मी अपने पापा को दोनों को आवाज लगाई, तो भी मम्मी पापा तक आवाज बिल्कुल भी नहीं गई। मम्मी पापा भी मुझे आवाज लगा रहे थे, तो भी मम्मी पापा का भी आवाज नहीं आ रहा था, ना मेरा आवाज आ रहा था। फिर भी मैंने कोशिश नहीं हारा। वहां से मैंने बहुत कोशिश की, बहुत जी जान लगाई जहां से मैं बाहर निकली, बट वहां पूरी तरीके से फंस चुकी थी। और मतलब ये वर्कर्स जो थे ये काम सही तरीके से नहीं किए, नहीं तो आज वो सही तरीके से किया होता तो आज ये हादसा नहीं होता।
वो सामने मेरे भैया है, उसने बोला कि आप मेरे रूम में आ जाओ, ये बिल्डिंग कभी भी गिर सकती है, अभी टूटने वाली है। 4 लोग, 2 बेटी और एक मेरा हस्बैंड और मैं, खाली हम लोग निकल पाए बाहर बस।
Okay, let's go to Revati, my colleague joining us. Revati, a very unfortunate incident which we are getting for our viewers. This is from Bhivandi, and 7 people have lost their lives. But many people are still trapped under the debris. So the focus right now of the rescue and relief operation is to make sure that these trapped people are rescued in time. Yes, Revati.
Right, as you mentioned rightly, that an unfortunate incident has happened in Bhivandi, where a 4-story building has collapsed during the repair works. Also, the Thane Municipal Corporation had declared the building as a dangerous site, and the reparation work of the building was underway when this particular incident happened. The workers were trapped after the building fell, and the rescue operation is underway since 1 a.m. NDRF, TDRF, and Fire Brigade of Thane Municipal Corporation are on the site, and they are rescuing the people who are trapped under debris. As we listened to the very much reaction of the mayor and the MLA, and of course the victim, the building was vacated because it was declared dangerous, but yet a mishap has happened where as of now 7 dead bodies have been recovered, and they are being sent to Indira Hospital in Bhiwandi, and the further process of autopsy will happen. But as of now, it is said by the authorities in Bhiwandi that the death count might rise up because no exact number of how many people are trapped under the debris is clear. Over to you.
All right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details, Revati. I will be coming back to you as the rescue and relief operations continue. And viewers, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. Next is Bharat in 1 minute. Let's get started. Heavy rainfall across Uttarakhand caused a surge in the water level of the Alaknanda River in Rudraprayag. The Solan River is flowing with strong currents, prompting authorities to closely monitor the situation and advise residents and pilgrims to stay away from the river banks as a precaution. Rescue operations are underway in Maharashtra's Bhiwandi after a 4-story building partially collapsed. Emergency teams, including disaster response personnel, are carrying out extensive search and rescue efforts at the site, clearing debris and looking for anyone who may be trapped, while authorities continue to assess the cause of the collapse. The flood situation has worsened in several parts of Odisha following heavy rains, with waterlogging affecting low-lying areas and disrupting normal life. Rescue operations are underway as local authorities and emergency response teams work to evacuate stranded residents and provide relief in the affected areas. Viewers, we're getting some more breaking news coming in. This is Shraddha Walkar murder case. Brother has moved the High Court, Delhi High Court, seeking time-bound completion of trial and cites a prolonged delay. The brother of Shraddha has approached the Delhi High Court seeking directions for the time-bound completion of the trial in the sensational 2022 murder case, alleging that prolonged delays have delayed justice for the family and prevented them from performing her last rites. As the mortal remains continue to remain part of the case property, petition is listed for hearing on Friday before a bench of Justice Madhu Jain. The writ petition has been filed by Shrija Vikas Walkar, the brother of the deceased, through advocate Seema Kushwaha, seeking a direction to the trial court to conclude the sessions trial pending before the additional sessions judge. Saket Court within the fixed time frame. The petition has been filed under Article 226 and 227 of the Constitution with Section 528 of the BNS. Okay, we will try to go across to my colleague in a short while from now, but the brother of Shraddha has moved the Delhi High Court seeking directions for the time-bound completion of the trial in the 2022 murder case. Let's go straight across to my colleague Sarthak. Sarthak, the brother says there have been repeated delays, and that is the reason that family has been denied justice. They have not been able to perform Shraddha's last rites as well because the mortal remains are retained as case property. Yes, Sarthak.
But absolutely, Shivangi, just to give a little background on the case, Shraddha Walkar was allegedly murdered by her live-in partner Aftab Amin Poonawala in May 2022. The trial is still pending before the additional sessions judge in the Saket District Court, and several prosecutions have been cited. The prosecution has cited several witnesses, nearly over 220 witnesses have been cited by the prosecution. 171 witnesses have already been examined, and 50 are still remaining. Today, a petition has been filed in the Delhi High Court, in the court of Justice Madhu Jain. where a petition has been filed by Shraddha's brother, Vikas Walker, through an advocate who goes by the name Seema Kushwaha. And where in this particular petition, what they're seeking is a time-bound completion of the trial. They have cited that the trial has remained pending
That's right.
in court.
Okay, Sarthak, I'm really sorry. I have to really interrupt you there because we have to move ahead right now. Taking a short break. India's medal tally in the Commonwealth Games rises to 17. Lovepreet Singh led the medal charge by winning silver in the men's 110 kilogram weightlifting event.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हनी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना है क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे। कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं।
So these are the three categories: student, idiot, and andhbhakt who follows the idiot. Now,
PM says technology, stronger laws to be implemented for better transparency in public examination.
बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना।
सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
ट्रायल लूंगा।
श्योर। वाटर रेजिस्टेंट है, स्ट्रॉन्ग है, हाई डेंसिटी वुड फाइबर स्ट्रक्चर, एडवांस जर्मन एडहेसिव बॉन्डिंग, सॉलिड डिफेंस।
ट्रायल में पास।
सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा, हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस। सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I wake up wearing someone else again, skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes, something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip, I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No more faces.
Finding myself, that's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दो ही बड़े। चंकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000-mile-an-hour missiles at us, and fortunately we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, anti-paper leak bill has already passed the Rajya Sabha test, and Prime Minister Modi has hailed the move while sending a strong message to those who are playing with the future of Indian students. He says that those examination mafia will not be spared in India. Getting you all the details on that, but first up, a quick check at the top headlines. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
इस कठोर कानूनों वाले प्रावधानों वाले इस बिल को पास कर दिया है। अब विश्वस्त परीक्षा पद्धति की दिशा में जाने में एक महत्वपूर्ण काम पूर्ण हुआ है।
Prime Minister Modi releases fourth video message for students, congratulates on exam bill clearing Parliament.
और साथ-साथ फिर से कोई पेपर माफिया, पेपर लीक करने वाली गैंग, देश के बच्चों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ करने वाली गैंग, उनको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
Prime Minister Modi warns the exam syndicate, promises strict action against those playing with students' future.
सबको ध्यान में रखते हुए देशव्यापी सभी राज्यों में भी और केंद्र में भी शिक्षा पद्धति में सुधार अनिवार्य हो गया है। टेक्नोलॉजी के भरपूर उपयोग की आवश्यकता हो गई है।
Prime Minister says technology will be leveraged, stronger laws will be brought in for a better transparency in public examinations.
To move that the bill be passed.
Motion is moved that the bill be passed. The question is that the bill be passed. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those against will please say no. No. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The bill is passed.
Anti-paper leak bill and Vande Mataram bill both passed in the Houses of Parliament after a marathon debate. Prime Minister Modi chairs 4th Cabinet Committee on Security to review the evolving situation in West Asia. Delhi court to deliver the sentence for Tahir Hussain and 4 others convicted in North-East Delhi riots case dating to 2020. India bags 2 more medals in Commonwealth Games. Lovepreet Singh secures a silver while Seema Kalirama claims a bronze. And viewers, top focus, a major escalation is now unfolding in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as ongoing demonstrations have now reached a boiling point. In a significant shift in the movement's scale, women protesters have now joined the front line in large numbers, marching through Kotli region to raise slogans against the brutal massacre carried out by Pakistani army. Outraged by the response, protesters have been openly accusing Pakistani forces of state terrorism and systematic repression. The mobilization of women in Kotli highlights a deepening public resentment against military as well as signaling a sharp intensification of civil unrest in the region. So those are the visuals, viewers, coming to light from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as the situation continues to escalate on the ground. You can see how the women protesters are now on the front line. They've joined the long march, and this is what the treatment that has been given to them by the Pakistani forces. On the other side, you can see how the forces are openly resorting to killing these unarmed protesters. To talk about numbers, over 40 people, civilians, have been killed in just last 4 days. This as the long march continues in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Women now also joining the front line, raising slogans against Pakistani forces. In fact, viewers, staying with more developments coming to light from POK. Now clashes are broken out between Pakistan security forces and local residents at Absar Chowk in Kotli following the clashes. Pak security forces opened direct fire on these civilians involved in the demonstration. And this follows the massive uprising across POK where peaceful, unarmed protesters who have been marching to Muzaffarabad are being fired upon by the Pakistani army forces. Over 40 people, we understand, have now been killed in just last 4 days, in fact, by Asim Munir's forces across POK as the brutal crackdown continues across the region. So we're getting these live visuals on Republic TV. We've accessed these exclusive visuals exposing the reality of Asim Munir's forces and what is right now, viewers, unfolding in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. You have systemic repression that's taking place, violation of human rights. Civilians are being fired upon by these Pakistani forces and the crackdown continues. It's been 4 days since the long march began and the casualty has now topped over 40. In fact, viewers, violent clashes have been breaking out as the protesters confront Pakistani army personnel. Streets are filled with stones, flames and even thick smoke. So these are the visuals we're getting on your screen. You can see how these forces are openly resorting to killing civilians. All right, viewers, this is the second visual that we've accessed from Kotli in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. You can see women scrambling for safety as Pakistani army personnel arrive at the protest site. You can see women, in fact, fleeing essentially from the protest site because the kind of treatment that has been meted out to civilians across POK is what has caused panic among these protesters as well. And you can see them fleeing from the protest spot. The next video that we've accessed also shows you that fires have now engulfed the streets as demonstrations intensified across Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. You can see, in fact, the smoke bellowing from different spots in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Not just this. In fact, this comes in as tear gas shells are also being used by Pakistani forces against these civilian protesters who are unarmed and peacefully asking for their rights. And now here another visual also showing you what is right now happening in a POK as a long march now enters. It's a day 5. Women protesters are taking the front line. They've now joined the long march in large numbers. On your screen you can see women marching through the streets in Kotli, raising slogans in solidarity with these protesters, even chanting "Hum tumhare saath hain, inqilab aayega." So these are the kind of slogans which have been echoing across the area as they continue to demand justice. Let's listen in. Again, another visual, a testament to the kind of women participation that's now being witnessed in these protests which are taking place across POK. This visual is coming to light from Kotli, where women protesters have turned out in large numbers, raising powerful slogans, "Hum lekar rahenge azadi." So they're talking about independence of POK from Pakistan. They continue to voice their anger, and you can see also on the other side these Pak force personnel which are deployed there trying to manhandle these women protesters as well.
बस खामोश हो जाओ सारे। हमारी बहन है। मेरी एक बात सुनिए, उधर सवाल ही पता नहीं होता। आप अगली बात करें।
Now viewers, another visual is showing you the strength and the kind of solidarity that's now growing on the ground. Massive demonstrations have now erupted in Kotli as thousands of residents have now poured out onto the streets, raising slogans against the Pakistani army, condemning the atrocities that have been taking place across POK. And these visuals, the numbers reflect the scale of public anger, with demonstrators marching in large numbers and demanding justice from the Pakistani establishment. Take a look. And now viewers, we've shown you what exactly is unfolding right now in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir through these visuals. Let's also listen into the voices which are coming to light. Now, Sardar Rahman Khan, who's a member of JAAC, has rejected the claims that these protesters are armed. He stated that armed individuals on the buildings belong to Pakistani forces and not the protesters. He even challenged officials to allow international media access to Rawalakot for the world to see the reality. Take a listen.
मैं उस बयान की मजम्मत करता हूँ कि रावलाकोट के अंदर मौजूद निहत्ते ये मुजाहिरीन जो आप इस कैमरे की आंख से देख सकते हैं, जो कि मुकम्मल निहत्ते खड़े हैं, जिनके लिए ये कहा गया है कि वो शहर में इमारतों पर चढ़ के मुसल्लह अफराद चढ़े हुए हैं। बिल्कुल शहर की इमारतों में मुसल्लह अफराद हैं, लेकिन वो रेंजर्स के अफराद हैं, वो पुलिस के अफसरात हैं, वो FC के अफसरात हैं, वो मुख्तलिफ सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के एहलकार हैं जो शहर के ऊपर खड़े हैं और वहाँ से निहत्ते शहरियों को टारगेट करते हैं, उन्हें जो है निशाना बनाते हैं। मैं इस मौका पर ये गुजारिश करना चाहता हूं कि अगर किसी को ये लगता है कि यहाँ पर कोई मुसल्लह ग्रुप है या कोई ऐसा अमल है, हमारी पुरअमन तहरीक है, एक सियासी तहरीक है, यहाँ अगर इस तरह का कोई ग्रुप है, मैं पाकिस्तान के मीडिया को, इंटरनेशनल मीडिया को आप भेजें यहाँ पर। पाकिस्तान के अपोजिशन लीडरों को क्यों रोकते हैं आप उनको वहाँ जाने से? आप उन्हें यहाँ भेजें, वो आए, वो यहाँ पर आके जो है वो देखें लोगों को, इन निहत्ते लोगों को देखें, मजलूम लोगों को देखें।
All right, my colleague Gursimran also joins us with more details on this. Gursimran, couple of things coming to light as the long march continues in POK. First of all, we are seeing increased participation of women protesters, and not just that, the crackdown has also intensifying on the other side. We have these visuals where these Pakistani forces can be seen storming the Kashmiri women's house and targeting them. And secondly, you know, this entire narrative of these government of Pakistan saying that these are armed protesters or these are mujahideens, that's also been dispelled by these protesters, you know, clearly stating it out for the media and the world to watch that these are unarmed peaceful protesters continuously raising their demands.
We have seen that every time the protests or the resentment against the federal government breaks out in Pakistan, the first thing the Pakistani establishment tries to do is to defame the any protest or any resentment that the people have by linking them to the terror groups or linking them to the India. We have seen that the rebellion that is happening in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and also in the areas of the Baluchistan, they all have been labelled as the Indian agents for the reason that Pakistan wants to show that this is not a genuine resentment against the Pakistani federal government. This time also Pakistan tried to play this same card by labeling them as terrorists, but the reality is that close to 100 videos emerge on a single day. Not even in a single video it has emerged that these people are equipped with the weapons, which clearly shows that Pakistani federal government and the establishment is trying to defame them on the grounds which do not exist. Now coming to the women's being targeted, it has happened in the Kotli and the areas where the men, those who are the head of the families, they have moved for the march, and the women and the children are at their places. Now the security forces are entering their homes, vandalizing them, trying to distort every possible means where it can be captured, be it the CCTV, phone recordings, everything they are trying to distort so that there is no proof of the Pakistani brutality on the civilians that goes to the global arena, because there has been an internet clampdown that has been extended till we know that 5th of August, and Pakistan wants to muzzle the voice of the people of Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. They have failed on the first front, that is to show that the elections in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir are accepted by all. The people of POJK have rejected them completely, and now what we are witnessing, that there is a brute use of force that is happening on the innocent civilians in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir by the federal government and the Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir government. This is for the sake of it, because they are frustrated with the way the global arena is now condemning the move of the Pakistan to target the civilians.
Right, in fact, and also Gursimran, take us through the death toll which has now increased. We understand over 40 civilians have been killed in the last 4 days.
Yes, if we speak of last 4 days, starting from the 27th of July evening, it was around 6:30 when this march began. So 40 casualties have been reported so far, and the number is likely to go up as many of those who are injured are in critical condition. There have been deaths reported from all across the Rawalakot and Mirpur. These are the two areas. Even starting from the Dadial also, there have been casualties reported. This takes the total toll of this entire agitation, 50-day long agitation, to somewhere close to 70-80. This is what the toll has officially been shared by the Joint Awami Action Committee. Now coming to the present state of affairs, the long march is presently at the D Chowk in Rawalakot, and it is expected that today they will begin the long march and will move towards Muzaffarabad. But Muzaffarabad is going to the polls on 2nd of August, so it is very likely that the brute use of force is likely to extend, as we see, because on 2nd of August there is an elections that the second phase elections that are slated to take place in Muzaffarabad. So at any given cost, the federal government and the Pakistani occupied Jammu and Kashmir government, they would not want these protesters to reach Muzaffarabad, because they have seen that what has happened in the Rawalakot, in Bhimber, in Kotli, that when these protesters reach and they gave a call that there should be boycott of the ongoing elections, the people decided to stay away from the polling stations, and that is what has irked the federal government.
बीजेपी द्वारा 20 जुलाई को संसद मार्च के आह्वान को ध्यान में रखते हुए प्रदर्शनकारियों से कई बार बातचीत की कोशिश की गई थी तथा उन्हें अवगत कराया गया था कि नई दिल्ली सुरक्षा संहिता की धारा 163 प्रभाव में है, जिसमें 5 या उससे अधिक लोगों के इकट्ठा होने पर प्रतिबंध है। ये सूचना मीडिया और सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से भी प्रसारित की गई है। इसके बावजूद ऑर्गेनाइजर्स द्वारा लोगों को जंतर मंतर पहुंचने तथा संसद मार्च के लिए सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से प्रेरित किया गया। इसको ध्यान में रखते हुए तारीख 20 जुलाई 2026 को दिल्ली पुलिस द्वारा पुलिस स्टाफ की ब्रीफिंग करके जगह जगह पर भारी संख्या में तैनाती और अलग अलग रास्तों पर बैरिकेडिंग की गई थी। इसमें विभिन्न सीनियर रैंक के ऑफिसर्स एवं महिला स्टाफ की भी तैनाती की गई थी। 20 तारीख की सुबह होते ही संसद मार्च के लिए भारी भीड़ जुटनी शुरू हो गई। हालांकि प्रदर्शनकारियों के पास संसद मार्च की कोई अनुमति नहीं थी, लेकिन इसके बावजूद भीड़ लगातार बढ़ती चली जा रही थी। शुरुआत में प्रदर्शनकारियों ने जंतर मंतर और उसके आसपास के इलाकों में नारेबाजी के साथ अपना प्रदर्शन शुरू किया, लेकिन धीरे धीरे यही भीड़ संसद की तरफ बढ़ने लगी। रास्ते में हर जंक्शन और हर सड़क पर पुलिस बल पहले से ही तैनात था, जो लगातार प्रदर्शनकारियों से अपील कर रहा था कि वे अपनी जगह पर बैठकर शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन करें। लेकिन भीड़ पर इसका कोई असर नहीं हो रहा था। भीड़ बैरिकेड तोड़कर पटेल चौक की तरफ बढ़ने लगी, जहां रास्ते में पुलिस ने बैरिकेड्स लगाए थे, लेकिन भीड़ ने इन बैरिकेड्स को तोड़ना शुरू कर दिया। कई बार पुलिस ने बैरिकेड्स को दोबारा लगाया, लेकिन उग्र भीड़ ने उन्हें फिर से तोड़ दिया और हजारों की संख्या में प्रदर्शनकारी पार्लियामेंट स्ट्रीट की तरफ बढ़ने लगे। धीरे धीरे भीड़ का स्वरूप उपद्रवी होना शुरू हो गया और भीड़ जोरदार नारेबाजी के साथ साथ पुलिस पर बोतलें, जूते और पत्थर भी फेंके जाने लगे। पुलिस की कोशिश थी कि हालातों को काबू में रखा जाए और बार बार प्रदर्शनकारियों से अपील की गई कि वे अपनी जगह पर बैठकर शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन करें, लेकिन आक्रोशित भीड़ ने पुलिस पर भारी पथराव शुरू कर दिया और पटेल चौक पर लगे बैरिकेड को तोड़ते हुए संसद भवन की तरफ। पुलिस ने बैरिकेड को फिर से खींचकर भीड़ से अपील की कि वो अपना प्रदर्शन शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से करें, लेकिन भीड़ भारी पथराव के साथ बैरिकेड को तोड़ती हुई हाई सिक्योरिटी जोन में पहुंच गई और उनकी दूरी संसद से महज 50 मीटर की रही। ये देखकर पुलिस अधिकारियों ने बार बार उग्र भीड़ को चेतावनी दी कि सभी बैरिकेड के पीछे रहे। और अगर बैरिकेड को पार करने की कोशिश की गई तो उन पर कानूनी कार्रवाई भी हो सकती है, लेकिन भीड़ पूरी तरह से काबू से बाहर हो चुकी थी। ऐसे में पुलिस द्वारा अत्यंत संयम बरतने के बावजूद अनियंत्रित भीड़ को काबू करने के लिए और उन्हें संसद की तरफ बढ़ने से रोकने के लिए नॉन लीथल टीयर गैस का इस्तेमाल करने पर बाध्य होना पड़ा और भीड़ को तितर बितर करने के लिए लाठी बल का प्रयोग करना पड़ा। इस दौरान कई जगहों पर पुलिस कर्मियों के साथ मारपीट भी की गई और भीड़ की तरफ से लगातार पथराव हुआ। इसके बाद जब भीड़ का एक हिस्सा कनॉट प्लेस के आउटर सर्किल में पहुंचा तो वहां भी प्रदर्शनकारियों ने सरकारी एवं निजी संपत्ति को नुकसान पहुंचाया और भारी पथराव किया। इससे इलाके में जान माल के खतरे की स्थिति बन गई। ऐसी विषम परिस्थिति में वहां भी भीड़ को काबू करने के लिए टीयर गैस और लाठीचार्ज का प्रयोग करना। इस पूरे घटनाक्रम के दौरान उग्र भीड़ के द्वारा पथराव एवं घेरकर मारपीट के कारण 250 से अधिक पुलिसकर्मी घायल हुए, जिसमें सिपाही से लेकर अत्यंत वरिष्ठ रैंक तक के अधिकारी शामिल हैं। चोटिल होने के बावजूद नहीं पुलिस कर्मियों ने भीड़ पर काबू करने का प्रयास जारी रखा तथा स्थिति को नियंत्रण में किया।
एक यूनिफॉर्म के पीछे सिर्फ एक पुलिस कर्मी नहीं होता, उसके पीछे होती है उसकी माँ, पिता, पत्नी, बच्चे और पूरा परिवार, जो देर रात तक वेट करता है कि वो सुकुशल घर लौट आए। अब मैं आपके सामने कुंजल जी को रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ कि वो प्लीज अपना एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करें। हेलो, Hello. Hello, my name is Kunjal. I am a student of DU. My father is a SI in Delhi Police. मेरे बाबा पुलिस में आने से पहले मेरे फादर इंडियन नेवी में मैरीन कमांडो थे। उन्होंने इंडियन नेवी को अपने 15 साल दिए हैं। माय फादर वॉज at main protest site. He was at the front line near the barricades, जहाँ पर बहुत सारा क्राउड था। मेरे पापा जब भी रात में घर आते थे तो वो बोलते थे कि अब ये प्रोटेस्ट स्टूडेंट प्रोटेस्ट नहीं लग रहा है, इसमें बहुत सारे एंटी सोशल एलिमेंट्स जुड़ चुके हैं। उसके अगले दिन ही 25 तारीख को माय फादर वॉज पुल्ड बाय अ क्राउडी मॉब एंड ही वॉज ऑलमोस्ट लिंच्ड नियर द स्टेज ऑफ जंतर मंतर। दिस हैपेंड ऑन 25th and around 2 p.m. he was unconscious at the RML hospital for about 4 hours. रात को 10 बजे के करीब पापा के कलीग्स उन्हें घर लेके आए और उनकी यूनिफॉर्म पूरी खून से लाल थी। उन्हें ऐसे देख के हमारे लिए बहुत पेनफुल था। हमने जब उनसे पूछा कि पापा ये कैसे हुआ, तो उन्होंने बताया कि बेटा कोई बात नहीं, ड्यूटी के टाइम पर छोटी मोटी चोटें लगती रहती हैं, पर मतलब उनके सर पे 4 टाँके आए हुए थे जो कि छोटी मोटी चोट नहीं थी। वो रात हमारे लिए बहुत मुश्किल थी। और जब मैंने सोशल मीडिया खोल के देखा तो सोशल मीडिया पे मेरे ही पापा को क्रिमिनल बता रहे थे। और उसके अगले दिन ही जब मुझे पता चला कि जिन लोगों ने मेरे फादर पे अटैक किया था वो लोग सुप्रीम कोर्ट जा रहे हैं अपना क्राइम वॉश आउट करने, और उन्हीं के खिलाफ कंप्लेंट करने के लिए, सारे पुलिस वालों के खिलाफ कंप्लेंट करने के लिए मुझे बहुत बुरा लगा। और मुझे लगा कि मुझे भी जाना चाहिए अपने फादर की जस्टिस के लिए, और मुझे बाकी पुलिस फैमिलीज का भी साथ मिला। हम लोग सुप्रीम कोर्ट गए, हमने एडवोकेट से रिक्वेस्ट करी और एडवोकेट ने हमारी बात ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सामने रखी, और हमें भरोसा दिलाया गया कि हम भी हमारे भी इक्वल राइट्स हैं एज द सिटीजन ऑफ दिस कंट्री, और हमें भी जस्टिस मिलेगा। सीमा जी, आप कुछ बताना चाहेंगे? नमस्कार। नमस्कार, मेरा नाम सीमा है। मेरे पति दिल्ली पुलिस में ASI हैं। वो 33 साल की, जो मेरे पति दिल्ली पुलिस में एज ए कांस्टेबल उन्होंने पुलिस फोर्स ज्वाइन की, और उसके बाद वो अब तक 33 साल की जॉब करते हुए एक ASI के पद पर हैं। जंतर मंतर के प्रोटेस्ट के दौरान उन्हें भी अपनी ड्यूटी दी गई थी। प्रोटेस्ट को उन्हें भी पीसफुली कंडक्ट कराना था। वो अपनी ड्यूटीज पूरी मुस्तैदी के साथ निभा रहे थे। 20 जुलाई को वो जल्दी ही अपने घर से रोज की तरह अपना टिफिन लेकर जैसे जाते हैं, उसी तरह से 20 जुलाई को भी वो जल्दी ही निकल गए। और उन्होंने जब 11 बजे के आसपास मेरी उनसे बातें हुई तो उन्होंने फोन पर बताया कि आज जंतर मंतर पर भीड़ कुछ ज्यादा है और प्रोटेस्टर जो हैं वो संसद मार्च के लिए जा रहे हैं, जो कि वीडियो क्लिप में भी दिखाया गया है। और
उसके बाद मैंने पुलिसकर्मी की पत्नी होने के नाते सिर्फ यही कहा कि आप अपना ख्याल रखें। फिर उसके बाद मेरी उनसे कोई बात नहीं हुई और शाम को 7 बजे जब मैंने उनका फ़ोन मिलाया और उनसे बात हुई तो वो एक हॉस्पिटल LNJP हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट थे और अपना ट्रीटमेंट करा रहे थे। उन्होंने कहा कि जो भीड़ है वो ज़्यादा उग्र हो गई थी और भीड़ के अंदर कुछ शरारती तत्व भी शामिल हो गए थे, जिन्होंने पुलिस फोर्स पर गमलों से, जो भी उनके हाथ में चीजें आ रही थी, चप्पलों से, जूतों से और पत्थरों से उन्हें पुलिस फोर्स को घायल कर दिया था, जो कि एक वीडियो क्लिप में भी दिखाया जा रहा है। और उसके बाद उनकी फोन की बैटरी डेड होने की वजह से मेरी उनसे कोई बात नहीं हुई। शाम को, रात को जब वो 11 साढ़े, ये सब सुनकर मैं बहुत ज़्यादा घबरा गई थी। जब तक वे घर नहीं आए तो मेरी प्रतिक्रिया बहुत ही ज़्यादा मेरे लिए बहुत पेनफुल थी। उसके बाद जब वो 11 बजे घर आए तो उन्होंने बताया कि छात्रों की प्रोटेस्ट में छात्रों के साथ साथ कुछ शरारती तत्व और असामाजिक तत्व भी थे। उन्होंने पुलिस फोर्स पर जो पुलिस फोर्स में संसद की सुरक्षा के लिए बैरिकेडिंग की गई थी उसको तोड़ दिया और पुलिस फोर्स पर चप्पलों, जूतों और पत्थरों से पुलिस फोर्स पर हमला किया। और मेरे पति को भी जो ड्यूटी के दौरान हेलमेट दिया जाता है, उनका हेलमेट भी पूरी तरह से टूट गया था और यदि कोई पत्थर का टुकड़ा हेलमेट टूटने के बाद उनके सर पर लगता तो शायद वो आज इस दुनिया में नहीं रहते। ये सोचकर और ये उनके बताए जाने पर मैं इतनी ज़्यादा मतलब मेरी रूह कांप गई थी कि इसके बाद मेरा और मेरे परिवार का क्या होता। मैं अपनी संसद में बैठे हुए जो मेरे चुने हुए प्रतिनिधि हैं, मैं उनसे निवेदन करना चाहती हूँ कि हमारे जो पुलिसकर्मी हैं और उनके जो परिवार हैं, उनके बारे में भी संसद में कुछ मतलब उनके राइट के बारे में या उनकी ड्यूटी पे जो उन पर हमले होते हैं उनके बारे में संज्ञान लिया जाए। मेरे प्रतिनिधि इस चीज़ के लिए जो संसद में चुने हुए हैं वो संज्ञान लें और उनके मुद्दे भी उठाया जाए, क्योंकि 20 तारीख के बाद से आज तक यही नैरेटिव चलाया जा रहा है कि जो छात्र थे, जो छात्रों का प्रोटेस्ट था, उसको कि पुलिस के द्वारा बर्बरता से छात्रों को पीटा गया, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है। ये अलग एक प्रोटेस्ट का एक हिस्सा दिखाया जा रहा है, जबकि प्रोटेस्ट का दूसरा हिस्सा कुछ हो रही है। और मैं अपने चुने हुए प्रतिनिधियों से यही निवेदन करना चाहती हूँ कि वो अपने जो संसद की सुरक्षा में पुलिसकर्मी लगे रहते हैं और उस संसद की जो एक हमारे देश का सम्मान है, मेरे देश का सम्मान है, उसकी सुरक्षा में जो पुलिसकर्मी हर समय और देश की आंतरिक सुरक्षा में जो पुलिसकर्मी हर समय लगे रहते हैं, उनके बारे में भी संसद में कुछ मुद्दे उठाए जाएं। थैंक यू सो मच। हाँ, लक्ष्य आप बताएंगे कुछ?
हेलो, मेरा नाम लक्ष्य सिंह बिष्ट है। मेरे पापा ACP है, जिन्होंने अपने पूरे करियर में 4 गारंटी हासिल करे हैं। मेरे ग्रैंडफादर BSF में थे, उन्होंने 1971 की जंग में लड़ाई करी थी। मेरे पापा भी जंतर मंतर के फ्रंट लाइन से उनकी ड्यूटी लगी थी प्रोटेस्ट में। एंड ऑन 25 मई एट 2 PM मुझे पता चला कि मेरे फादर को उनके हेड पे इंजरी आ रखी है उनके फ्रेंड के थ्रू। जब मैंने फोटो देखी तो उनके हेड को शेव कर रखा था और उनके हेड पे लाइक स्टिचेस लग रहे थे 4। उसको देख के आई वॉज लाइक रियली फ्रस्ट्रेटेड एंड मैं बहुत डरा हुआ था। जब मेरे पापा घर आए तो उन्होंने मुझे बताया कि जो स्टूडेंट्स की जो प्रोटेस्ट है उसमें स्टूडेंट्स नहीं है, उसमें राउडीज है, उसमें एग्रेसर्स हैं जो लाइक
इस अपॉर्चुनिटी का यूज़ कर रहे हैं जस्ट टू क्रिएट केओस। एंड ऑन 25th में अनप्रोवोक्ड उन्होंने मेरे पापा और उनकी टीम के ऊपर पेल्टिंग स्टार्ट कर दी। उस टाइम मेरे पापा बिल्कुल भी प्रिपेयर नहीं थे, वो अपने सबॉर्डिनेट्स को ब्रीफ कर रहे थे। एंड व्हेन द पेल्टिंग स्टार्टेड, मेरे पापा अपने सीनियर ऑफिसर्स को लाइक एक सेफ प्लेस में सिक्यूर करने चले गए, बट एक स्टोन उनके हेड पे हिट कर गया एंड उनका सर फट गया और उन्हें इंजरी हो गई।
कुंजल, आप कुछ और शेयर करना चाहेंगे?
मुझे ये बोलना था कि पुलिस वाले भी समाज का हिस्सा है। जिस पार्लियामेंट में लोग पॉलिटिशियंस और जिस पार्लियामेंट में पॉलिटिशियंस पुलिस वालों को क्रिमिनल बोल रहे हैं, उसी पार्लियामेंट को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए मेरे पापा ने इतनी सारी सीरियस इंजरीज ली हैं। और मुझे यही बोलना था कि आई एम अ प्राउड डॉटर ऑफ अ मैरिन कमांडो एंड अ पुलिस ऑफिसर, जिन्होंने स्टूडेंट प्रोटेस्ट के नाम पर इकट्ठा हुए क्रिमिनल्स की भीड़ के बीच में सिंसेरिटी से ड्यूटी निभाई है। उन्होंने लिंच होने के बाद भी अभी तक स्टूडेंट्स के बारे में कुछ भी बुरा या फिर नेगेटिव नहीं बोला है। उन्हें बस अपनी ड्यूटी परफॉर्म करते टाइम चोट लगी है। थैंक यू।
लक्ष्य, आप कंटिन्यू करना चाहेंगे?
मैं जब भी ऑनलाइन जाता हूँ एंड जब भी मेरे फ्रेंड्स मुझे रील्स भेजते हैं एंड ट्विटर पे लिंक्स भेजते हैं कि उसमें पुलिस के खिलाफ बहुत ज़्यादा लाइक डेरोगेटरी टर्म से बात करी जाती है, लाइक उनके एकदम खिलाफ होते हैं, हमारी साइड की कोई बात भी नहीं करता। मेरे पापा बोलते हैं कि इस पर मुझे ध्यान नहीं देना चाहिए बिकॉज ये बस दोनों साइड को ट्रिगर करने के लिए, ये वन साइड मीडिया है एंड ये बस केओस क्रिएट करने के लिए। पर जब मेरे फादर के साथ ये हुआ, आई वॉज रियली डिसअपॉइंटेड एंड फ्रस्ट्रेटेड। और एंड पार्लियामेंट में भी इसके बारे में कुछ बात नहीं हो रही, लाइक पुलिस वालों का क्या, जिनको जो इंजर उनका क्या। एंड फिर मुझे पता चला कि जो एग्रेसर्स थे उन्होंने पुलिस के खिलाफ ही एप्लीकेशन डाल दी कि उनके साथ अनजस्ट हुआ है। मैंने और बहुत सारी फैमिलीज ने पुलिस की, उन्होंने भी मिलकर प्ली डाली कि हमारे भी राइट्स हैं। ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट खुद कहता है कि एवरीवन इज इक्वल इन फ्रंट ऑफ लॉ एंड एवरीवन हैज राइट टू लाइफ। मेरे फादर यहाँ पे नहीं है बिकॉज ड्यू टू हिज रूल्स ऑफ ड्यूटी, और बट हम यहाँ पे टू रिप्रेजेंट द फैमिलीज जिनके स्पाउस या जिनके फादर इंजर हुए। जंतर मंदिर में जो प्रोटेस्ट था वो स्टूडेंट प्रोटेस्ट था, पर उसमें बस स्टूडेंट्स नहीं थे, उसमें राउडीज थे, उसमें गुंडे थे जो इस अपॉर्चुनिटी का यूज करे थे टू क्रिएट केओस और पुलिस वालों को इंजर करने के लिए, उन्हें हर्ट करने के लिए। मैं एक स्टूडेंट हूँ और मुझे पता है कि मेरे पापा जो एक पुलिस ऑफिसर है वो किसी ऐसे स्टूडेंट को हर्ट नहीं करेंगे, वो एक स्टूडेंट की केयर करेंगे एंड माय फादर डिडंट डिजर्व दिस। थैंक यू।
So those were the kins of Delhi police cops who were injured during the CJP violence, giving out details how there were multiple instances of unprovoked violence, and also asking our parliamentarians to take up this issue of the violence, the targeted attacks which took place against police officials, the videos of which we have been flagging on Republic TV since July 20th. So the family also echoing at the same line, saying that these were unprovoked attacks, they were anti-social elements, they were criminals who were part of this mob, and they attacked these police officials in unprovoked manner. They also talked about that how this one-sided narrative by several groups now being pushed about alleged police brutality, and this is what the family flagged in their press conference while narrating in fact the harrowing experiences, the trauma that they had to go through when their family members were injured during this senseless violence by CJP. Now they also in fact demanded that the parliament, which is currently in session, the monsoon session, must take up this issue of violence against the police officials and must also debate this on the floor of the House. So That was the demand, in fact, raised. Let's go back to the families who are currently speaking.
और उसको जो बदनाम करने की कोशिश की है और संसद की जो गरिमा को तार-तार करने की कोशिश की है, उनको जो शरारती तत्वों को मतलब उन्हें उनके किए की सजा दी जाए और उन्हें बख्शा ना जाए और जो छात्र हैं उन्हें उनके रिकॉर्ड्स देकर छोड़ दिया जाए।
अब आप क्या डिमांड कर रहे हैं?
जी
तेरे एफआईआर में वापस हो रहे हैं, उसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे?
एक साइड की स्टोरी दिखाई जा रही है, नैरेटिव बनाया जा रहा है।
के बारे में कोई बात नहीं उठाई जा रही है।
All right, so you just heard another family member who was talking about that how this issue must be taken up by the parliament, and they continue to seek justice with the kind of violence that we saw against these Delhi police officials. We have seen visuals coming to light where there were attempts by the unruly mob to lynch these Delhi police officials, RAF personnel who were deployed there to in fact protect the Indian parliament. They were out there performing their duty, and in the line of their duty they were attacked by these anti-social elements, by these criminals who had taken over the student protest, and now the families claiming that seeking justice, in fact, while also demanding that the parliament must take up this issue. Let's take a listen to the more reactions we're getting in.
मैं नाम नहीं शेयर करना चाहूँगी।
किस रैंक पे है?
वो एसीपी हैं दिल्ली पुलिस में।
क्या हुआ था उस दिन? आपको कब पता चला कि उनको इंजरीज लगी?
जब रात को 1:30-2 बजे वो मेरे घर वापस आए।
रात को 1:30-2 बजे। और क्या बताया उन्होंने? क्या बताया?
नहीं, थैंक यू।
क्या बताया? क्या हुआ था उस दिन जब किस तरीके से परेशानी हो रही है?
Right, in fact, viewers, so those are the reactions that are coming in from the families of these injured cops. Now, remember, over 118 police officials were injured in this senseless violence which broke out on the streets of central Delhi on July 20th. And remember, these protesters had reached very close to the Indian Parliament. They tried to storm. They were breaking barricades, breaching all the security protocols which have been put in place, vandalizing the CCTV cameras installed in central Delhi, attacking police officials, using bricks, stones to assault them. And this is all unfolded in central Delhi, and several policemen, over 118, were injured in this violence. And now the families are speaking out. They are narrating their experiences, the trauma that they went through, while also demanding justice for these police officials, and also flagging that there is this one-sided narrative of police brutality, this anti-uniform narrative that's being pushed by a certain group. And this is what the family flagged in their press conference just a while ago, while demanding that the Parliament of India, because they were out there in their duty to protect Indian Parliament, that same Parliament must debate the issue of violence, the targeted attacks against police officials as well. So those are the demands put forward by them, as they also narrated multiple instances of unprovoked violence which took place on July 20th in central Delhi, and several members, in fact, speaking about their harrowing experience, the kind of calls they had to make, how they were informed that their family members are in fact in hospital having been injured. So the kind of experiences, viewers, they just listed out, completely harrowing to hear even. And now we understand that they're claiming that justice must be given to them, and the Parliament must also debate this issue. In fact, let's try and connect with my colleague Saurav, who was there at the press conference, getting us more details on this. All right, Saurav, coming across to you. Now we understand that, we have seen what Republic has also been flagging, this one kind of narrative, this anti-uniform, anti-police narrative being pushed by one side. And today, when the families spoke the truth, they listed the kind of experiences that they went through. This is what Republic has also been talking about since July 20th. These were unprovoked attacks, criminals, anti-social elements. They took over the student protest, and then they assaulted these police officials. And this is what the families also spoke about today.
Yes, Ishita, you exactly rightly mentioned that now the families of the police officials who got injured on July 20th during the CJP violent protest in the national capital, the families have clarified that these protests were not staged by the students and the violence was done by the miscreants and the anti-social elements which have joined that protest on that very day. And these anti-social elements attacked several of the police officials. They even started stone pelting. They attacked police officials with the shoes and the other sharp objects, due to which several of the police officials also sustained severe injuries after being caught up in the middle of that violent protest. And now today the families have shared their horrific tale of that day when they got to know that their family member who was present at the protest to maintain the law and order situation, he got severely injured, and they all were undergoing treatment at some or other hospital situated in the national capital, including the LNJP and RML hospital. And they have also told that a daughter of SI also told that her father was seriously injured and he got head injury and he sustained 4 stitches on his head. And after when her father came home, she opened the social media and his father was portrayed like a criminal on social media. And she also said that the parliamentarians who are calling her father a criminal and police and who are putting doubts on the police officials and their duties, the police officials were present on 20th July to save that very parliament situated in the national capital, and that is why these police officials sustained injuries, and the families of the police officials have also appealed to the parliament to take necessary steps and action so that such kind of incidents do not repeat themselves in the future again. Ishita.
Right, in fact, and this is what Republic has also been fighting against, the one-sided narrative being pushed across social media of alleged police brutality. Thanks, Saurabh, for joining us and listing out the kind of experiences that the families of these injured cops shared a while ago. And now we are shifting focus to what is happening inside Parliament as monsoon session is still underway. Now we're getting these visuals coming to life from inside the Parliament complex where the opposition is staging a protest. They're continuously raising slogans and demanding that Home Minister Amit Shah come to the house and provide an answer. So essentially this is what the families were also in fact talking about, and this is the issue that the opposition continues to raise of alleged police brutality. They continue to demand answers from Home Minister Amit Shah, asking who gave the orders for the lathi charge, who gave the orders for the pellet guns to be used. Now remember, there is no verified claim that has come out about the use of pellet guns against these protesters. My colleague Ishan also joins us. Ishan, now you have been covering this parliamentary proceedings, and we understand before the session commences today, we are looking at this opposition holding protest and continue to demand that Home Minister comes out and speaks on the floor of the House about who gave the orders for lathi charge, for the use of pellet guns.
Absolutely. The opposition has been demanding clearly that there be an investigation into the use of irregular force by the RAF and Delhi police, wherein they allege that Delhi police and RAF have used pellet guns and various other forms that are irregular in protest, and the use of excessive force was also condemned by the opposition. But however, they have not yet provided any concrete evidence as to the use of these weapons, and they haven't even also provided any verifiable footage or visuals that can ascertain these claims. Pellet gun use is deemed to be a human rights violation by the human rights organizations. However, no such incident that has come forward in the current Delhi current protest by CJP during the 20th of August, which the Parliament has been, with the opposition has been claiming. Now this entire proceeding and this entire opposition facade that has been created to malign the image of Delhi police and other security officials that were posted there, multiple of them have been injured, over 100 of them have been injured.
Right.
And all of this is being happening, and back to studio.
Right, so it looks like that the opposition continues to rake up several issues to delay, proceedings in Parliament. It's cut across to Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju speaking at the moment.
इसी कारण से किया है। वैसे तो
शिक्षा को लेकर के सब सीरियस है और एग्ज़ाम पेपर लीक्स को लेकर के तो बहुत ही सीरियस है सब लोग। अभी आज तो फ्राइडे है, आज वैसे तो बिल तो लिस्टेड है, प्राइवेट मेंबर है। हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि अभी पार्लियामेंट हाउस को अच्छा से चलने में सब सहयोग करें और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी धन्यवाद दिया है सब एमपीज़ को कि एग्ज़ाम पेपर लीक्स को लेकर के जो बिल पारित किया उसमें सहयोग दिया है और पारित किया है। अब इसको जितना जल्दी हो सके लागू करके फिर बच्चों का भविष्य को ठीक करना है। और कई इम्पोर्टेंट बिल्स तो लिस्टेड है, आज भी इम्पोर्टेंट बिल लिस्टेड है। मैं अपील करता हूँ अपोजिशन पार्टी लोगों को कि अपना मुद्दा जो उठाना है वो उठा सकते हैं, लेकिन बिल पास करने में और क्वेश्चन आवर इम्पोर्टेंट बिजनेस को डिस्टर्ब नहीं करने से ये उनके लिए भी अच्छा है, सबके लिए अच्छा है।
Coming in from the government side, appealing to the opposition to continue cooperating and to have a productive debate in the parliament. And with that, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, India's medal tally in the Commonwealth Games now rises to 17. Lovepreet Singh led the medal charge by winning silver in men's 110 kilogram weightlifting event, while Seema Kalirama claims bronze.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say मोदी जी clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे। कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको एमआईए हो गया। एमआईए क्या है? एमआईए मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं।
So these are the three categories: student, idiot, and andhbhakt who follows the idiot. Now,
प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ। खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बना। प्रश्न ये कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र और विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ।
जिन लोगों ने विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया, जेलों में सड़ रहे हैं। हमने मास्टर एक कोर्ट बना।
अध्यक्ष जी, जहां पर कांग्रेस शासित यूपीए ने पॉलिसी वैक्यूम करा, वहीं पर अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say मोदी जी clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
जेनजी की भाषा में मैं, अरे सुनो यार, सुनने की आदत रखो। जेनजी की भाषा में विपक्ष की
Families of injured cops in the violence during CJP protest brief media. They say they want the goons punished. Getting you all the updates on that, stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes. Something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No more faces.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized. But, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week.
Women occupied in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir's Kotli area when Pak forces forcibly tried to enter their residences and assault. Getting you all the updates on that, stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट। स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हनी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे। कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं।
So these are the three categories: student, idiot, and andhbhakt. who follows the idiot. Now,
प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बने जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ। खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बना। प्रश्न ये कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र और विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयकांग बने जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए।
On the other side, day 10 of monsoon session, both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha set to convene shortly.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes. Something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No more faces.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
माननीय सदस्यगण, मैंने कई बार आग्रह किया है आपसे, प्रश्नकाल महत्वपूर्ण समय होता है, माननीय सदस्यों का है और आज शेष पटेल आपके कांग्रेस के माननीय सदस्य का है। आप प्रश्नकाल के अंदर नियोजित तरीके से गतिरोध पैदा मत करिए। आप सदन को चलने दें। प्रश्नकाल, प्रियंका जी का भी आज प्रश्नकाल में क्वेश्चन है और वह खड़ी है प्रश्न पूछने के लिए, लेकिन आप सदन बाधित कर रहे हैं। और मेरा आग्रह है, मैंने पूर्व में भी कहा था कि सदन के अंदर तख्तियां लेकर आकर बैनर लेकर आना ये संसद की परंपराओं और मर्यादाओं के अनुरूप नहीं है। और कुछ मान्य सदस्य तो वेश बदल बदल कर संसद में जिस तरीके से पहनकर आते हैं, मेरी उन मान्य सदस्यों को चेतावनी है, संसद या संसद के परिसर में मुझे कई मान्य सदस्यों ने मिलकर और लिखकर दिया है कि संसद भवन और संसद परिसर की पवित्रता बनी रहनी चाहिए, मर्यादा बनी रहनी चाहिए। लेकिन आपको जनता ने चुनकर भेजा है संसद में चर्चा संवाद के लिए, आप सदन की पवित्रता को समाप्त कर रहे हैं, उसकी गरिमा को समाप्त कर रहे हैं। मैं आपसे पुनः आग्रह करता हूं कि आप अपनी अपनी सीट पर विराजें। आप सदन नहीं करना चाहते, सदन की कार्रवाई आज 12 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
डॉक्टर चंद्रशेखर पेमसानी जी।
Sir, in pursuance of the directions of the Chairman Rajya Sabha dated 24th September 2004, under Rule 266 of the Rules of the Procedure and Conduct of Business in the Council of States, I would like to make the statement regarding status of implementation of the recommendations contained in the 26th report of the Standing Committee on Rural Development and Panchayati Raj pertaining to demand for grants 2026 and 27 in respect of Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development, as mentioned before my name at serial number 3, sub 2 in today's revised list of business. Thank you.
Through Dr. L. Murugan ji.
Respected Chairman sir, with your kind permission, I rise to make a statement regarding status of implementation of the recommendations contained in the 22nd report, 18 Lok Sabha of the Department related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Communication and Information Technology on review of mechanism to curb fake news pertaining to the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. Thank you.
Statement regarding government business through Dr. L. Murugan ji.
Respected Chairman sir, with your kind permission, I rise to announce that the government business during the week commencing from Monday, the 3rd August 2026 will consist of, number 1, consideration of any items of government business carried over from today's order paper. It contains consideration and passing of the Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development Amendment Bill 2026. Number 2, consideration and return of the Supreme Court Number of Judges Amendment Bill 2026 after it is considered and passed by Lok Sabha. Number 3, consideration and passing of the Registration of Births and Deaths Amendment Bill 2026 after it is considered and passed by Lok Sabha. Number 4, consideration and passing of the following bills after they are introduced, considered and passed by the Lok Sabha. Number 1, the Indian Statistical Institute Bill 2026 and the Bankers Books Evidence Bill 2026. Number 5, consideration and return of the Appropriation Bill relating to demands for excess grants for the year 2022-23 after it is introduced, considered and passed by Lok Sabha. Thank you.
Now matters raised with permission. Shriman Mahendra Bhatt. What yesterday I have allowed you. I know that you are not on a valid point of order. Still I allowed you to speak. After speaking you are going out. You are in the emergency mood still today. That you want everybody to listen, but you don't want to listen to anyone. That is not correct. This is dictatorship oriented. This is not, you don't want to value the democratic values. You also must listen to others, na? I am going to call, I am going to, every time I am yielding to LOB, but you are not listening to others. Is it correct? That will not strengthen the democracy of our country. You must understand that. Shriman Mahendra Bhatt ji.
माननीय सभापति महोदय, मैं आज इस सदन के माध्यम से एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण विषय को उठाना चाहता हूं, जो केवल एक प्रशासनिक प्रक्रिया नहीं बल्कि उत्तराखंड के भविष्य, उसकी पहचान और उसके समग्र विकास से जुड़ा हुआ विषय है। महोदय, वर्ष 2027 में होने वाली जनगणना को हम सभी जानते हैं कि यह देश की नीतियों, योजनाओं, समाज संसाधनों के वितरण का आधार बनाती है। लेकिन विशेष रूप से यह आग्रह करना चाहता हूं उत्तराखंड जैसे प्रत्येक राज्य में जनगणना को पारंपरिक तरीके से नहीं बल्कि अपनी गणना अपना गांव जैसे जन भागीदारी आधारित अभियान के रूप में संचालित किया जाए। महोदय, उत्तराखंड की भौगोलिक और सामाजिक परिस्थितियां देश के अन्य राज्यों से बिल्कुल भिन्न है। दुर्गम पर्वतीय क्षेत्र में तेजी से हो रहे पलायन से आज कई गांव का अस्तित्व संकट में आ गया है। सीमांत क्षेत्र में जनसंख्या का असंतुलन बन गया है। आज यह स्थिति है कि हजारों गांव।
Getting you all these updates coming in, viewers of Republic TV. So we had cut across to the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Lok Sabha adjourned till 12 p.m. Once again, opposition creating a big ruckus. I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us. Ishan is joining us live from Vijay Chowk. Ishan, I'm coming across to you, and what we see is one more case of the opposition blocking the business of the House because they created ruckus. Yes, Ishan.
The opposition today has created ruckus since morning, wherein they have been protesting at Makar Dwar of the parliament, and now they are raising many slogans related to Chanda Chori and where is Amit Shah. However, this is disrupting the proceedings of parliament, and there are multiple bills tabled today which are being affected. Now, these bills that are being tabled today are very important for the nation as well, and the proceedings of parliament that are being prevented by the opposition is a showcasing, is a way to for the opposition to prevent these bills from going through, and this is hampering the proceedings of parliament. Now, the entire opposition has been raising various slogans, raising issues that are not been listed and not been tabled in the House of Parliament, and this is why they are choosing to protest outside the gates of Parliament, that is at the Makar Dwar. Now, the entire process by which they are doing this creates and disrupts the flow of proceedings, and that is why Lok Sabha has been adjourned, and now it will resume at 12. Back to you.
That's right. Well, we're getting many updates coming in right now, Ishan. As usual, we see that the opposition has been meeting before the parliament session to create a big ruckus at Makar Dwar. They do this every time around. Well, thank you, Ishan, for getting us all those updates. I have to move ahead to some of the other breaking updates we are getting for you on Republic TV. A sensational statement emerging from Pakistan, where General Asim Munir's closest aide, a politician, Mohsen Naqvi, Federal Minister for Interior of Pakistan, says Pakistani system has absolutely collapsed. He says the system we are living in has collapsed. We are dragging this for last 70 years. He adds that till the basics of Pakistan are not changed, nothing will change till the time there is a system reset. This is coming from the horse's mouth itself. The Munir's closest aide is saying the system has collapsed and is batting for an entire systematic reset in the country, viewers. So we are seeing these updates coming in, and this is as Pakistan tries to whitewash its image on the international platform, but the reality is very, very clear. Let's go ahead and play out the statement.
क्योंकि ये सिस्टम जिसके अंदर हम रह रहे हैं ये कोलैप्स कर चुका है, आप माने ना माने। आप एक चीज जो 70 साल से घसीट रहे हैं, जब तक आप इस मुल्क की बेसिक चीज को जमहूरियत की रूह में रह के ठीक नहीं करेंगे, ये इसी तरह रहेगा। जिस दिन आप लोगों ने फैसला कर लिया कि हमने इस निजाम को ठीक करना है, ये निजाम ठीक हो जाएगा। आप 14-14, 16-16 घंटा काम करने वाले वजीर आजम जो मर्जी कर लें, जब तक इस सिस्टम को रीसेट नहीं करेंगे आप, उसके लिए जैसे भून साहब ने बात की कि तमाम पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को एक कमरे में बैठना पड़ेगा, चाहे वो एक दिन बैठे, चाहे वो एक महीना बैठे, चाहे वो उसको एक साल बैठे।
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Yes, let's go across to Gursimran. Gursimran, once again, as we have been telling our viewers that the situation in POJK is absolutely atrocious. We see that the Pakistani forces are firing upon these innocents who just want justice. At the same time, we have seen Munir's closest aides say that, yes, the situation in Pakistan is out of control. So much so, the entire country needs a reset, Gursimran.
See, this statement is seen at a time when we are witnessing that there are political parleys that are happening, be it the alliance partners not happy with the Shahbaz Sharif government. And now Mohsin Naqvi, who is one of the close associates of General Asim Munir, because you name the place where General Asim Munir is, be it the negotiations of the US or being with the Iran, you will find Mohsin Naqvi along with the General Asim Munir. And now a statement coming from him in which he is saying that there needs to be a system reset. Only then the things can change. And he has backed for the young leadership. Whether he is hinting at what the Pakistani army is planning has to be seen, because the interior minister of the country coming out and saying and accepting that the entire system in the country has collapsed and the only way out is not the prime minister working for 16 to 18 hours, which he directed towards Shahbaz Sharif. He said that the only option that is left is only the complete system reset. He was speaking at one of the programs where all those who fund the Pakistani political parties, they were present. So it is an indirect hint that is also being given to them that there is a reset that is going to take place, likely a plan of the Pakistani army, which he has hinted, because we have seen that during the Shahbaz Sharif government, there have been widespread protests that are taking place not only in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, but also in Baluchistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and even the mainland Punjab also. The people are not very happy with the federal government. So whether this is another plot of the Pakistani army that they are going to execute in days to come, that has been spilled out by the interior minister, the home minister of Pakistan, Mohsin Naqvi, that only time will tell. But one thing that is very clear, that that is the system of the Pakistan that has collapsed, and the second is that a system reset is being talked about now.
That's right. Well, thank you for joining us for all those details, good Simran. We're coming back to you for more on this development. We're getting some more updates coming in. A major escalation is unfolding in POJK as ongoing demonstrations reach a boiling point in a significant shift in the movement scale. Women protesters have joined the front line in large numbers, marching through the Kotli region to raise slogans against a brutal massacre carried out by the Pakistani army. Outraged by the response, protesters have openly accused Pakistani forces of state terrorism and systemic repression. The mobilization of women in Kotli highlights the deepening public resentment against military authority and signals a sharp intensification of the civil unrest in the region. Okay, let's put out some of these pictures on your screen which show you what exactly is happening in the POJK region. Okay, let's put out those pictures. So video number 1 on your screen. This is violent clashes breaking out as protesters are confronting the Pakistani army personnel. Streets have been filled with stones, flames and thick smoke. Okay, let's see the second video. Women are scrambling for safety as Pakistani army personnel arrive at the protest site. And like we told you a short while back, viewers, that they are even targeting these women. The Pakistani army is even targeting these women. You can see them running and fleeing, running for their life as the Pakistani forces close in on them from behind. Okay, let's go ahead to the third video, video number 3. Massive fires engulfed the streets as protests intensified across the region. Demonstrators continue to demand justice while violence and unrest spread throughout the area. And video number 4 on your screen, large number of women take to the streets. Like we told you that the women who are protesting against the genocide, the violence in POJK, well, they are marching in large numbers, raising slogans of solidarity with the protesters. Chants of Hum Tumhare Saath Hain and other chants echo across the area as they demand justice. The visuals reflect the growing participation of women in the agitation. And video number 5 on the screens. There you see women protesters turning out in large numbers, raising powerful slogans of Hum Lekar Rahenge Azadi as they voice their anger against the Pakistan army. Their participation underscored a growing public outrage, with women leading chants and demanding justice and freedom. Video number 6, massive protests erupted in Kotli as we see thousands of residents pouring onto the streets, raising slogans against the Pakistan army and condemning the alleged atrocities in the region. The visuals reflect the scale of public anger, with demonstrators marching in large numbers, demanding justice and accountability. Aman Khan of the JAAC has rejected claims that protesters are armed. He stated that the armed individuals, in fact, are that you see there on the buildings holding weapons are actually Pakistani forces, not the protesters. He challenged the authorities to allow international media access to Rawalkot so the world can see the truth.
मैं उस बयान की मजम्मत करता हूं कि रावलाकोट के अंदर मौजूद निहत्ते ये मुजाहिरीन जो आप इस कैमरे की आंख से देख सकते हैं, जो कि मुकम्मल निहत्ते खड़े हैं, जिनके लिए ये कहा गया है कि वो शहर में इमारतों पर चढ़ के मुसल्लह अफराद चढ़े हुए हैं। बिल्कुल शहर की इमारतों में मुसल्लह अफराद हैं, लेकिन वो रेंजर्स के अफराद हैं, वो पुलिस के अफसरात हैं, वो FC के अफसरात हैं, वो मुख्तलिफ सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के एहलकार हैं जो शहर के ऊपर खड़े हैं और वहाँ से निहत्ते शहरियों को टारगेट करते हैं, उन्हें जो है निशाना बनाते हैं। मैं इस मौका पर ये गुजारिश करना चाहता हूं कि अगर किसी को ये लगता है कि यहाँ पर कोई मुसल्लह ग्रुप है या कोई ऐसा अमल है, हमारी पुरअमन तहरीक है, एक सियासी तहरीक है, यहाँ अगर इस तरह का कोई ग्रुप है, मैं पाकिस्तान के मीडिया को, इंटरनेशनल मीडिया को आप भेजें यहाँ पर। पाकिस्तान के अपोजिशन लीडरों को क्यों रोकते हैं आप उनको वहाँ जाने से? आप उन्हें यहाँ भेजें, वो आए, वो यहाँ पर आके जो है वो देखें लोगों को, इन निहत्ते लोगों को देखें, मजलूम लोगों को देखें।
We have been tracking the story coming in from Thane's Bhiwandi, where a 4-story building has collapsed. 9 bodies have been recovered from the debris. At least 10 people are stranded under the debris. So the rescue relief operations are continuing because after the 4-story building has collapsed in Thane's Bhiwandi area, we understand 10 people still stranded under the debris. 9 bodies have been recovered. It's a very unfortunate incident. The municipal corporation had previously vacated this building after declaring it dangerous. According to the MLA, the collapse occurred due to ongoing repair work on the ground floor. It is feared that 6 to 7 people were trapped inside, and we are coming to know that 10 people are still trapped. So now the entire focus is to make sure they move the debris and they remove the heavy material there so they can find those who are trapped. So teams from NDRF, the fire brigade and the TDRF and other teams are on the spot conducting rescue operations at the site. We have some reactions coming in.
मम्मी और मेरे पापा बाहर निकले और मैं उसमें फंस चुकी थी, मैं उसमें पूरी दब चुकी थी। फिर भी मैंने कोशिश किया, वहाँ की पूरी पानी, वहाँ की पूरी मिट्टी मुझको पूरे दबा चुकी थी। मैं वहाँ पे खो चुकी थी एक तरह से। फिर मैंने कोशिश नहीं हारा, फिर भी वहाँ से मैं निकलने की पूरी तरह से कोशिश की। मैं अपनी मम्मी अपने पापा को दोनों को आवाज लगाई, तो भी मम्मी पापा तक आवाज बिल्कुल भी नहीं गई। मम्मी पापा भी मुझे आवाज लगा रहे थे, तो भी मम्मी पापा का भी आवाज नहीं आ रहा था, ना मेरा आवाज आ रहा था। फिर भी मैंने कोशिश नहीं हारा। वहां से मैंने बहुत कोशिश की, बहुत जी जान लगाई जहाँ से मैं बाहर निकली, बट वहाँ पूरी तरीके से फंस चुकी थी। और मतलब ये वर्कर्स जो थे ये काम सही तरीके से नहीं किए, नहीं तो आज वो सही तरीके से किया होता तो आज ये हादसा नहीं होता।
वो सामने मेरे भैया है, उसी ने बोला कि आप मेरे रूम में आ जाओ, ये बिल्डिंग कभी भी गिर सकती है, अभी टूटने वाली है। 4 लोग, 2 बेटी और एक मेरा हस्बैंड और मैं, खाली हम लोग निकल पाए बाहर बस।
And let's go across to my colleague who's joining us. Revati is joining us live. Revati, just to help our viewers understand what the rescue and relief operations are looking like. Of course, the focus of the relief operations is to make sure that those who are trapped inside should be rescued because time is running out.
Right, so a major incident has happened in Thane's Bhiwandi area where a 4-story building, Kohinoor apartment, has collapsed, and many workers who were doing the repairing work are stranded since 11:30 p.m. yesterday, and the rescue operation began at 1 a.m. NDRF team, TDRF team and fire brigade have reached the spot, and they are continuously making the efforts to rescue people who are trapped under the debris. As of now, 9 dead bodies have been recovered from the debris, and they have been rushed to Indira Hospital, and the further process of autopsy will take place there. But a major mishap has happened, and also due to the repair works, the residents were asked to vacate the building. So residents weren't trapped in there, but yes, one of the resident of that very building was standing near the building, who was also initially trapped, but later she somehow escaped the scene and she saved her life. We could also see the reaction on Republic where she is narrating the same story. But as of now, the rescue operation continues because as of now, the information from the officials says that there are several people trapped under the debris. So from 1 a.m., the efforts are being made to rescue the people who are trapped under the debris. Over to you.
Okay, well, thank you for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more, Revati. Taking a short break, do not go anywhere. Lok Sabha proceedings to resume at noon after session was adjourned due to the ruckus made by the opposition. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे, कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं।
Also coming up, viewers, families of the cops injured in the violence during the CJP protest brief media say they want to see the goons punished. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
I wake up wearing someone else again, skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes, something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip, I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No more faces.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized. But, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We can hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000-mile-an-hour missiles at us, and fortunately we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles going 8,600 miles an hour, big ones, coming right at us, and all 5 were shot down. How about that, right? Pretty good. Nobody else could do that but us, yeah.
US forces began launching strikes against Iran at 8 p.m. ET today. The strikes are a powerful response to yesterday's attempted Iranian attacks on US forces based in the Middle East. The escalation comes after
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The family of members of injured police personnel have now spoken up, saying that the protests in Jantar Mantar were anything but peaceful. Nine killed in a building collapse in Bhiwandi. Death toll has now increased. Rescue operations continue. Pakistani security personnel invade homes, hit and target Kashmiri women.
इस कठोर कानूनों वाले, प्रावधानों वाले इस बिल को पास कर दिया है। अब विश्वस्त परीक्षा पद्धति की दिशा में जाने में एक महत्वपूर्ण काम पूर्ण हुआ है।
PM Modi releases 4th video message for students, congratulates on exam bill clearing the parliament.
और साथ-साथ फिर से कोई पेपर माफिया, पेपर लीक करने वाली गैंग, देश के बच्चों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ करने वाली गैंग, उनको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
PM Modi warns exam syndicate, promises strict action against those playing with students' future. Delhi court to deliver the sentence for Tahir Hussain and 4 other convicts in northeast Delhi. Riots case dating back to 2020. India bags 2 more medals in Commonwealth. Lovepreet Singh secures a silver while Seema claims bronze. Hello viewers, we're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Okay, big breaking news. YSRCP leaders accused of misbehaving with women during Jagan's visit to Srikakulam. In fact, the government has promised action. The former Andhra CM's visit was overshadowed by visuals that emerged showing misconduct by YSRCP leaders against a woman sub-inspector during the tour, drawing a strong condemnation from the state government. The MLAs have condemned the alleged assault on the women of police officer and said strict action would be taken against those responsible. She questioned that the message was being sent by physically manhandling a woman aside and recalled that former minister Sidri Appa Larju had displayed similar behavior in the past. So basically we see that the top ministers there and leaders are criticizing YSRCP President and former CM Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy's visit in connection with this case, and a lot of allegations have come in. Specifically, the allegation has come in that the YSRCP leaders have accused of misbehaving with the women SI during Jagan's visit. The government has promised action. Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Yes, Ashwarya, I'm coming across to you right now. If you could explain to us what really is happening, because this visit of Jagan Mohan Reddy and the YSRCP leaders has been criticized for multiple reasons. Specifically, this reason that we see that some leaders have misbehaved with a woman police official.
Well, absolutely. Like, the visual speaks for itself in this particular case, where we can see that during YS Jagan Mohan Reddy's visit, the former chief minister, he was in a political visit to Srikakulam, where before his visit there was bandobast arrangements that were being made. The police was in place so that it was a typical political visit, so there were police arrangements that were being made, and there were several of YSRCP leaders also on ground making sure that the arrangements are being made, and all during with such a scene arrangement issue. That is what we are also learning, is that the SI was there was a kind of words of exchange between one YSRCP leaders and the SI, during which they had allegedly mishandled her, is what we are also learning. We could see the visual also where they are trying to bounce on her, or they are trying to overshadow her while she was actually doing her own job. That is how the TDP leaders also criticized this particular incident, saying that this kind of conduct with the police officials, especially a woman police official who is discharging her duty and is trying to make the arrangements for the YS Jagan Mohan Reddy's visit to Srikakulam, is condemn worthy, and that is how they are also said that there will be severe action being taken against the YSRCP leader who was responsible behind this particular incident as well. They have also promised strict action, and this particular person, YSRCP leaders, who are all responsible for this.
Also, Ashwarya, there has been many calls for apology. We have seen that the Andhra Pradesh Home Minister, Anita, has demanded that Jagan Mohan Reddy apologize on the behalf of the party leaders' alleged misbehavior with a woman sub-inspector. So, has any kind of apology come in yet from Jagan Mohan Reddy?
Well, no, not for now, until now, because the TDP leaders are constantly asking for an apology and also promised a strict action against the YSRCP leaders. But however, there is no yet the YS Jagan Mohan Reddy's team or even the YSRCP leaders who were present there on the ground are yet to respond on this particular incident, and what actually happened on ground is what they have to respond. The public pulse as well as the TDP leaders is what that they should apologize for such kind of a behavior against an SI who is just discharging a duty and making arrangements for the former chief minister's visit to Srikakulam.
All right, thank you for getting us on with all those details, Ashwarya. I have to really move ahead. We're getting some more breaking news coming in, so I will tell our viewers what is happening next. Let's move ahead to the next set of breaking news for our viewers. We're getting some fresh visuals coming in from Jammu, and these visuals will tell you what is happening. Here, people displaced from Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir are protesting against the atrocities committed by the Pakistani army in the region. And on those pictures, let's go straight across to my colleague Gursimran. Gursimran, coming across to you. Take our viewers through what do we see here. It's very, very obvious that the people displaced, they are very unhappy and they are telling the truth. And the truth is that they were being brutally assaulted by the Pakistan army.
Refugee groups are staging the protest. They are here with the banners that from Jammu to POK we will return. They are demanding that these 78 years of exile, this is what their homes are awaited, and they are saying that that area needs to be brought back. They are staging slogans against the Pakistani army. They want that area to be back. The visuals that Ashu is showing you is from the Jammu, where the group SOS International is holding the protest. They are demanding that that area that is illegally occupied by Pakistan, that needs to be brought back, and they are raising the protest. Here you will see that they are raising the slogans against General Munir and other leadership of the Pakistan. They are saying that Mirpur, Muzaffarabad, Poonch, Gilgit, that all is part of India and that needs to be brought back. Here the protests are taking place in resentment against the atrocities that are being done by the Pakistani federal government. Here they are saying that POJK needs to be freed from Pakistan. We'll try to speak to Mr. Rajiv Chunni. सर, हमने देखा लगातार वहां पर लोगों पर अत्याचार हो रहा है. इस बीच आप मांग कर रहे हैं कि उस इलाके को भारतीय सरकार जो है वो खाली करवाए.
जनरल मुनीर मुर्दाबाद, मुर्दाबाद, मुर्दाबाद. जनरल मुनीर मुर्दाबाद, मुर्दाबाद, मुर्दाबाद.
देखें, जो कुछ भी आज पीओके में हो रहा है बड़ा दुखदाई है और गोलियां हवा में नहीं चल रही, इंसानों की छाती पर चल रही है. इसका मतलब है पाकिस्तान वहाँ के नागरिकों को अपना नहीं मानता. कोई चेतावनी नहीं दी जा रही. और ये बात मेरे वहाँ से आए हुए इन तमाम हिंदू सिखों ने समझाई थी उन लोगों को कि पाकिस्तान किसी का सगा नहीं है, ये ठग लेगा आपको. लेकिन तब उनको ये बात समझ नहीं आई.
आज वैसा ही हो रहा है.
और आप देखें, वो लोग महसूस कर रहे हैं कि यहाँ से जाने वाले हिंदू सिख जो गुटकी जो बात हमें समझा गए थे वो सच निकली. पाकिस्तान आज उसी तरह की करतूत कर रहा है, उसी तरह का काम कर रहा है, उसी तरह का कृत्य कर रहा है जो उसने हमारे साथ किया था. और वो वहाँ पर एक कॉलोनी बनाना चाहता है. आप देखिए जो नतीजे आए हैं वहाँ की असेंबली के, उसमें नवाज शरीफ की पार्टी जीत रही है, पाकिस्तान के अन्य दल जीत रहे हैं. इनसे पूछिए कि आपका क्या बिजनेस है वहाँ पर, आप कौन हैं, आप क्यों जीत रहे हैं. आप वहाँ के लोगों को अपनी सरकार चलाने दीजिए. रिसोर्सेज आप उनके एक्सप्लॉइट करते हैं, आप उनका पानी, बिजली, टूरिज्म, खनिज, हर चीज़ का इस्तेमाल करते हैं और बदले में वो लोग आपसे भीख मांगते हैं, कहते हैं हमें अपने अधिकार दे दो. ये शर्म की बात है.
This is shameful. That is what the people are saying. They are saying that we want that area to be back. सर, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, आप मुझे बताइए क्या मांग है आप लोगों की.
हमारी मांग ये 80 साल से यही मांग आ रही है. हमारा इलाका जो है जहाँ पे पीओजे के हम कह रहे हैं वो खाली आज तक नहीं. आप वहाँ वापस जाना चाहते हैं. और जो वहाँ पे नरसंहार हो रहा है हमारे लोगों के ऊपर भी, ये पाकिस्तान खुद करवा रही है. ये बंद करें. और मैं आज अपने माध्यम से, आपके माध्यम से ये कहना सरकार को ये चेतावनी देना चाहता हूँ कि बातें से कुछ नहीं. आज समय है कि हमला करके 3 दिन के अंदर ही इतनी ताकत है भारत में कि पीओके के हमारा खाली हो.
पीओके वापस लिया जाए. सर, लगातार आप क्या कहेंगे, ये मांग जो है वो उठ रही है.
हाँ, ये मांग बड़ी पुरानी है कि पीओके हमारा इलाका था, यूएन में जाने के बाद ये उसको अलग कर दिया गया. हम चाहते हैं कि पीओके हमें दिया जाए और जो जहाँ पे रिफ्यूजी बैठे हैं, डिस्प्लेस जो है पीओके वाले, उनको भी हक दिया जाए. उनका SC2 का कुछ नहीं मिल रहा है,
उनको हक दिया जाए. सर, लगातार हमने देखा कि पीओके में जो आपके लोग हैं उन पर जो है बर्बरता की जा रही है, उनको मारा जा रहा है, माओ बहनों को घर से निकाला.
वो गलत हो रहा है. जो वर्ल्ड यूएन है उसको इंटरफेयर करना चाहिए और उनका मसला हल करना चाहिए. वो ह्यूमन राइट्स के ऊपर वायलेशन हो रहा है वो नहीं होना चाहिए.
Human rights violation should not happen. That is what they are saying. They are also saying that from Jammu to POK, we will return justice for POJK and our exile. So these people are the one who are also demanding that that area that is still with Pakistan illegally occupied, that should also be brought back. There is also the posters that are demanding that end Pakistan's grip, free POJK. So these are the posters and banners that they are holding here while protesting in Jammu, and what they demand that that area that is in illegal occupation of Jammu and Kashmir, that should be immediately freed from the illegal clutches of Pakistan. Reason being that the Pakistan is only committing atrocities on them.
All right, thank you, Gursim, for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more because this is a story we are tracking very closely here on Republic TV. We're getting some more breaking news coming in, viewers. Bengal STF arrested one linkman, Hamid Mandal. And from what we understand, is connected to the Pakistan ISI base Sajjad Bhatti gang from Bardhaman housing. This is huge coming in, viewers. And we will try to go across to my colleague Kishile from our Republic Bangla team because Kishile would help us understand what is this arrest all about. Yes, Kishile, coming across to you. Bengal STF arresting one Pakistan ISI linked a person called Hamid Mandal. If you could just take our viewers through what do we know about this arrest?
Well, this is a huge breaking news coming in from Bengal, where a Pak ISI-based and a Jaish-linked terrorist, Hamid Mandal, has been arrested by the Bengal STF, the Bengal Special Task Force and West Bengal Police. Now, what we are getting to know primarily from this arrest is this man was directly, this terrorist was directly in link with Pakistani-based terrorist modules. He was in link with the Pakistani ISI, and also he had direct links with the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Now, primarily, he was staying in Rajarhat in Kolkata, where he was planning and plotting, according to sources, to kill the Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari as well. That was also one of the targets or one of the objectives that this person came with in West Bengal. Hamid Mondol, the name of the person is Hamid Mondol. He used to stay in Rajarhat in Kolkata. Now, after that, when police started looking for him and getting primary sources, he moved away to Bardhaman. And right now, he has been arrested from a big residential area, from a big residential complex in Bardhaman city. And he has been arrested by the Bengal STF. He will be produced in the court. The Bengal STF, along with the detective department and West Bengal police, is making further investigation into this matter and trying to understand whether this was a lone wolf or he also had other terrorists or other people who were supporting him in his endeavor to and plot to kill the chief minister and other terrorist activities that he was plotting to do in links with the Pakistani terror modules that was directly in contact with him.
Yes, absolutely. Well, thank you for getting us all those details, Kishanel. We're coming back to you for more. After many explosive mega reports on Republic TV, the real nature of the CJP's 26-day protest at Jantar Mantar has been revealed by coordinating the brutal Gunda tactics against the Delhi police and rapid action force members and causing heaps of waste along with the vandalizing public property. Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami reveals how a genuine student concern regarding the NEET UG matter was entirely taken over. He systematically analyzes the evidence, indicating a well-coordinated toolkit operation. Take a look.
I know you have been very angry at the way the CJP leaders and the abusers have been shouting, screaming, using terrible language, behaving in a filthy way. And I know that anger stays tonight, so you have to decide whether you will accept the apology of the CJP workers and leaders who are now with folded hands coming before you and saying, we made a mistake. I say don't forgive them. This government should not forgive them. This government should be a tough, unforgiving government. The government should arrest and book all those people who use that language, so that a lesson goes out to the people of this country, that if anybody in the name of youth wants to cross the line, they will be put in lockup. This country needs discipline. We do not need these posh leaders, these very rich CJP leaders to tell us that the youth of this country are abusers. The youth of this country are not abusers. It's the CJP which is an abusive party. Now I want to show you 6 videos of the abusers and what they are now saying, folding their hands and saying sorry. You decide whether you want to accept their apology. But what I will also do is that I will show you what they said, and then I will show you their apology, so that the decision is yours. I say don't forgive them. Apology number 1.
है क्या ये मोदी? क्या चीज है यो कदी बैठाओ मतलब लॉकडाउन लगा दे क्या है यो?
माननीय प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी नरेंद्र मोदी जी, मैं आपसे हाथ जोड़कर माफी मांगती हूँ, मैं आपसे क्षमा चाहती हूँ.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I say don't forgive these people. They wanted to get popular using cheap stunts. Remember, this is the Saurav Das group, this is the Abhijit Dipke group, this is that Ranka group, this is the dirty group. Don't forgive them. Video 2.
सबसे पहले ये वीडियो देख लो
कि हमें 2-3 कॉकरोचों को सरेआम लटका देना चाहिए ताकि इस कॉकरोच जनता पार्टी को असलियत का अंदाजा हो जाए.
पीयूष जी मंत्री हैं, आपको इतनी समझ तो है कि आप क्या बयान दे रहे हैं और क्या बयान नहीं दे रहे हैं. आप लोगों से हाथ जोड़ के एक रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहती हूँ कि ऐसी वीडियो पे यकीन ना कीजिए. मुझे नहीं पता था कि वो AI जनरेट वीडियो है या फिर बनाई गई है झूठी अफवाह है. तो उस वीडियो को हम सबने सही मान लिया था और मैंने भी अपनी प्रतिक्रिया उस वीडियो के ऊपर दी.
Now that was an AI generated video, a fake video of a minister, amplified by a liar of the CJP, promoted by the CJP, the Ranka Saurav Das group, to break the country. And now they are saying we used an AI generated fake video to spread lies and we are sorry about it. Ladies and gentlemen, these are professional abusers. The nation will not forgive them. I'm very happy that nationalists have risen up. Video 3.
बीजेपी इंडियन आर्मी तुम्हारी गाली दे दी थी। मैं पूरे देश के इंडियन आर्मी से हाथ जोड़ के माफी मांगता हूँ। मेरे को अपनी बात का गिल्ट है, मेरे को अपनी बात से बहुत ज्यादा गिल्ट है कि मैंने इंडियन आर्मी को गाली दे दी। मैंने बीजेपी को गाली दी, मैं बीजेपी के सारे कार्यकर्ताओं से हाथ जोड़ के माफी मांगता हूँ जिनको मेरी बातों का बुरा लगा है। मैं पूरे देशवासियों से माफी मांगता हूँ जिनको मेरी बातों का बुरा लगा है। उसमें कल बहुत ज़्यादा सिचुएशन बहुत बुरी हुई थी सीजेपी के प्रोटेस्ट में। मैं बहुत ज़्यादा फ्रस्ट्रेटेड था, मेरे से कैसे वो वर्ड्स निकल गए मुझे नहीं पता सच में।
Ladies and gentlemen, these people are now saying sorry because they realize the people of India love the Indian army and hate the Tukde Tukde group. The coward, Arundhati Roy, goes back to Jantar Mantar and says, I was there a day before the 20th. And she says she was there a few days into this fake protest. And she admits that people were abusing. She calls it profanities. And she says, for me, it was a catharsis. Arundhati Roy, what a fraud you are. You say that you heard people abusing and you felt good. My God, what is your mentality? Arundhati Roy, you said you were among a group of people who were abusing and you felt happy. What a negative type of person you are, ladies and gentlemen. Arundhati Roy, terrible. Remember, she's a supporter of Maoist terrorists. She's the principal member of the Tukde Tukde group. They are part of the Break India Brigade. Apology number 4, ladies and gentlemen. These people who wanted cheap publicity then and are holding their hands and saying, sorry. Abuse number 4 and apology number 4.
सारे ग्रंथ पढ़ लो, राक्षसों ने कभी बलात्कार नहीं किया और देवी देवताओं ने खुद की बेटी को भी नहीं छोड़ा। देखो ये जमाना है जमाना था। सो गाइज, इतनी रात में ये वीडियो बनाने का ये मतलब है कि जो भी हमने अप्रोप्रिएट वर्ड यूज नहीं किए हैं उसके लिए हम सॉरी बोलते हैं, हमसे गलती हो गई, हम क्षमा मांगते हैं। अगर आपकी भावना को ठेस पहुंची है तो हम वैसे सनातनी धर्म से है तो जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम।
My suggestion is get Ranka with you, get your leader Saurav Das with you, then get all the Naxals who supported with you, stand there, hold your ears and say sorry. Sit up and down holding your ears 1,000 times, the people will not accept your apology. You have now realized how many people in this country hate this kind of anti-Hindu Tukde Tukde line. You get 5,000 people, out of them 3,000 are professional goons, rapists of minors, rapists, murderers, murder accused, POXO Act accused, and you say we are going to burn the country, do Nepal. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll say one thing. I want to share one thing with you. One of these people is very posh. I'm not taking the name, I'm not putting the picture. But one of the top leaders of the CJP is very posh. He/she hosts massive parties in which Aam Aadmi Party leaders and others go. The parties are held in a house in South Delhi, a huge mansion, more than 10 rooms, huge lawns, very posh. People say the rent of that house alone is anywhere between 5 to 10 lakh rupees per month. How do they afford this with no justifiable sources of income? Now is our turn. We will expose these people. We will refuse their apology. But now look at video number 5. Abuse of Hindu gods was made into a practice by the CJP. And now they are saying sorry because they realize Hindus are angry and Hindus are not going to spare them legally. Hear this.
क्या राम के नाम पे लोगों को बनाते हैं? मैंने राम भगवान के नाम पे जो बोला उससे बहुत बड़ी गलती हो गई। मैं माफी मांगना चाहता हूँ इस बात के लिए।
Ladies and gentlemen, I also would like to question the corporate media which supported the CJP. Why did the corporate media support the CJP? Were any very big corporates, medium-sized corporates also putting money into certain influencer operations which also take money from the same corporates and it's also Bollywood? Who's funding all this? Who's amplifying it on Meta? Who's doing business with Meta? Who's making money with Meta? Is this an innocent operation? No, which means you joined hands with foreign forces to abuse Hinduism and you thought you would almost get away with it, but no, there is Republic and we are going to expose you. Today the roaches of the Cockroach Janata Party are running away from Republic. Wherever I go, people come and support me and they say, Arnab, thank you very much. You exposed the CJP. I didn't. the people of India have exposed the CJP, which is why these people who thought they would get lucky by abusing Hindus, ladies and gentlemen, that they would use this as an entry into politics. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, hear this.
नीला टॉयलेट के लिए और लाल बाथरूम के लिए
मैंने आर्मी वालों के साथ एक वीडियो बनाई थी जिसमें मैंने ये बोला था कि नीला टॉयलेट के लिए लाल वॉशरूम के लिए, जो कि आई नो बहुत गलत है, बट मैं आपको एक चीज़ क्लियर ये करने आई हूँ कि मैंने उसको 1 घंटे बाद डिलीट कर दिया था। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं आर्मी वालों से माफ़ी मांगना चाहती हूँ, और मैं ये किसी के दबाव में आके या किसी का कमेंट पढ़ के या मुझे किसी ने बोला है इसलिए मैं आई हूँ, नहीं, मुझे खुद से एहसास हुआ है, इसलिए मैंने ये सोचा भी नहीं था ये जितना ज़्यादा सर्कुलेट होगा।
Now hear what she says there. She says, I tried to delete the video, but some people took it, made a meme of it, and they were investing money into it. Who's investing money? My dear viewers of Republic, I say we should not accept. These are not genuine apologies. These are people who don't have humility. The cameras were rolling, the Tukde Tukde gang, all these transgender activists, and then these other people who say there must be 27 genders in this country, along with members of the Tukde Tukde gang, they came together and they said, let's break the country down this time. These people are not just abusers, they're anti-national, straightforward anti-national. They wanted to create a culture where you can abuse the uniform. Next, they would target the Indian Army. These people also put fake videos. Fake people made to wear the Indian Army uniform, putting out reels. Investigate them. I appeal to the government. We must also have our own deep state that understands, locates the real masters of this. Remember, the CJP was a very well-funded operation. As I've said, some CJP people, leaders are very rich, very rich. We lead very lavish lives. We must investigate their known sources of income, where they went, how many dollars they got from which country, the Norway angle. Everything has to be investigated. Nothing is free. Nothing is free, ladies and gentlemen. Therefore, to the CJP, go to the RAF, who you apologize for, fall at their feet. Ask them to forgive you. Go to the police people. Go to the Gallantry Award winner. You tried to lynch Abhijit Dipke. You leader of lynchers, Abhijit Dipke. Go apologize to the security forces. Apologize to the police. Apologize to the Gallantry Award winners. Apologize to the RAF. Apologize for trying to think that you're too smart to come from Boston because you got some money and join hands with some other people who got money. You think you could burn down the parliament. You're nothing, Abhijit Dipke. You're nothing. Now you hold your ears and say sorry. And the people of this country, the nationalists, will then decide how to deal with you legally.
And viewers, much more coming right up. Families of the cops injured in the violence during CJP protests brief media and say they want to see the goons punished.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे। कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है। विपक्ष
Bengaluru's Dayanand Sagar institution celebrated its Founders' Day with great enthusiasm on the birth anniversary of its founder, Dayanand Sagar, at its Kumaraswamy layout campus in Bengaluru. Staff members from all 4 campuses came together for the celebrations, where outstanding employees were felicitated for their contributions. Awards were also presented to winners of the annual staff sports meet organized as part of the Founders' Day celebrations. Addressing the gathering, Dayanand Sagar's sons, Hema Chandra Sagar and Prema Chandra Sagar, paid tribute to their father's legacy and reaffirmed their commitment to carrying forward his vision of transforming education.
When the second generation of our Sagar family dedicates their life and spirit to the advancement of the institutions under the Sagar family, various institutions which have come up, particularly the newer ones, the Dayanand Sagar University, which is the AI first university, the faculty and the staff and all the students benefit from the facility and the infrastructure which has been built, which is one of the best in the world as of today.
And taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. We will be right back. Next is Live Report. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000-mile-an-hour missiles at us, and fortunately we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles going 8,600 miles an hour, big ones, coming right at us.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Live Report on Republic TV with me Ishita Mitra, the agenda setting show where we tell you the reality of what is unfolding around India and also around the world. Now in the next 30 minutes we'll show you what is happening in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, where at least 40 civilians have died in the past 4 days. The genocide continues unabated on the ground, getting you the voices and the visuals showing you the Pak's reality. But first up, a quick check at the top headlines.
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से
आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची में मेरे नाम के सन्मुख उल्लेखित विषय से संबंधित दस्तावेज सदन के पटल पर रखता हूँ।
आइटम नंबर 3 श्रीमती अनुप्रिया पटेल जी। आइटम नंबर 4 श्री शांतनु ठाकुर जी। आइटम नंबर 5 श्रीमती सावित्री ठाकुर जी।
महोदय, आपकी अनुमति से मैं आज की संशोधित कार्य सूची क्रम संख्या 4 पे मेरे नाम के समक्ष सूचीबद्ध दस्तावेजों को सदन के पटल पर रखता हूँ।
आइटम नंबर 6 श्री पवित्र मार्गेरिता जी।
Sir, with your kind permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House the papers listed against my name at serial number 6 for Minister of External Affairs in today's revised list of business.
आइटम नंबर 7 श्री सप्तगिरी ओलका जी। श्री
Sir, I rise to present the 33rd and 34th reports, Hindi and English version of the Standing Committee on Rural Development and Panchayati Raj as listed against my name in today's list of business.
आइटम नंबर 8 श्री अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी।
Honorable Chairperson, sir, with your kind permission, I rise to announce the government business during the week commencing from Monday, the 3rd of August 2026, will consist of consideration of any item of government business carried over from today's order paper with content, consideration and passing of the registration of births and deaths, amendment and discussion on security resolution seeking this approval of the Supreme Court number of judges, amendment ordinance 2026 number 1 of 2026 and consideration and passing of the Supreme Court number of judges, amendment bill 2026. Consideration and passing of the micro, small and medium enterprises development amendment bill 2026 after it is considered and passed by Rajya Sabha. Consideration and passing of the following bills after their introduction. Number 1, the Indian Statistical Institute Bill 2026. Number 2, the Bankers Books Evidence Bill 2026. Discussion on demand for excess grant for the year 2022 and 23 after presentation and introduction, consideration and passing of the related appropriation bill. Thank you.
आइटम नंबर 9 श्रीमती अपराजिता सारंगी जी।
Honorable Chairman, sir, I wish to move that this House to extend time for presentation of the report of the Joint Committee on the Constitution 130th Amendment Bill 2025, the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Amendment Bill 2025 and the Government of Union Territories Amendment Bill 2025 up to the first day of last week of the winter session 2026. Thank you.
प्रश्न यह है कि श्रीमती अपराजिता सारंगी द्वारा प्रस्तुत प्रस्ताव को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य प्रस्ताव के पक्ष में वो हाँ कहे, जो सदस्य प्रस्ताव के विपक्ष में वो ना कहे। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत हुआ। आइटम नंबर 9 महासचिव जी।
Sir, I have to report that Rajya Sabha at its sitting held on the 30th July 2026.
Proceedings underway as several reports are being tabled in the lower house of the parliament. And now shifting focus to another big story that we're tracking in live report at the moment. And now viewers, a shocking statement has come to light. This one has come from Asim Muni's closest aide. This is where General Asim Muni's closest aide, Mohsin Naqvi, the Federal Minister for Interior of Pakistan, now has come out saying that Pakistan system has collapsed. He goes on to say, and I quote him, "The system we are living in has collapsed. We are dragging this for the last 70 years. He also adds that till the time basics of Pakistan are not changed, nothing essentially will change in the country. He goes on to mention that nothing will change till the time there is a system reset. So essentially hinting at the collapse of Pakistani system. And this is a big statement coming in from the closest aide of Asim Munir. Mohsin Naqvi has now admitted that Pakistan is burning at the moment and in fact is inching towards a collapse.
क्योंकि ये सिस्टम जिसके अंदर हम रह रहे हैं ये कोलैप्स कर चुका है। आप माने ना माने, आप एक चीज जो 70 साल से घसीट रहे हैं, जब तक आप इस मुल्क की बेसिक चीज को जमहूरियत की रूह में रह के ठीक नहीं करेंगे, ये इसी तरह रहेगा। जिस दिन आप लोगों ने फैसला कर लिया कि हमने इस निज़ाम को ठीक करना है, ये निज़ाम ठीक हो जाएगा। आप 14-14, 16-16 घंटा काम करने वाला वजीर आज़म जो मर्जी कर लें, जब तक इस सिस्टम को रीसेट नहीं करेंगे आप, उसके लिए जैसे भून साहब ने बात की कि तमाम पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को एक कमरे में बैठना पड़ेगा, चाहे वो एक दिन बैठे, चाहे वो एक महीना बैठे, चाहे वो उसको एक साल बैठे।
And now to decode this further, Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey also joining us. He's a defense expert. Thank you, Lieutenant General, for joining us on Republic TV. I want to ask you, if you look at what is happening right now in Pakistan, you have a POK burning where thousands have hit the streets, raising slogans against Islamabad. In the northwestern part of the country, you have Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, there are continuous tensions taking place with the TTP, and at large, the economy of the country also continues to remain in shambles. So with that statement coming in from Mohsin Naqvi, who admits that Pakistan, the system in the country has completely collapsed. How do you read this statement, sir?
It's really very strange that Mohsin Naqvi is very close to Asim Munir himself, part of the government. He's essentially because of Asim Munir there, and he's responsible for the Home Interior Minister, that is his bondman. And if you see what is coming on the Twitter currently, even there is some talk and the fear which is there, which is possibly indicating towards either coup or a change of government, and some degree of pushback is happening between the political establishment and the military leadership. Essentially, when you look at it this time, the way it is happening also into the fragmentation, the fragility which is going on to one extreme state with Balochistan, Pashtun, the occupied territories in Jammu and on Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir area. When you look at all these happenings, but greater is the internal turmoil in the terms of its creaking economic situation. We have to understand that it can't survive in this manner in which it is going for more than a couple of months. Today, the debt of Pakistan is beyond $290 billion. Virtually 70 to 80% of GDP is going out to service the debt which they owe to the external borrowers. And that is the status. So therefore, when Interior Minister comes out and calls out, and he's not talking of his present term of the government or the past term of the government, he is talking of very clearly for 70 years. So he's spreading the blame, not immediately on themselves or their misgovernance, but they're talking of what is happening in the past, and their continued investment into military build-up, into military infrastructure, into money which is being pumped in from buying very, very expensive weaponry is a cause of concern. And if you recall, just a couple of weeks back when the finance bill was being discussed, Pakistan Army wanted nearly 20% of the budget which was to be allocated. So therefore, there is a friction within the political system. The administrative structure is collapsing. He's really acknowledged it himself, and they require a major reset.
Right, and if you look at Pakistan, it's not very unfamiliar with the military coups, whether it's Bhutto, whether it's Ayub Khan. We have seen this happen before as well. And thanks so much, sir, for joining us. Sorry to interrupt you there, but we're getting some more breakings at the moment. So, viewers, moving across to the live updates we're getting from inside Parliament, where Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju is speaking in Lok Sabha.
एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण विधेयक पास करना था, पास कर भी लिया और आप बीएससी मीटिंग में भी ये विषय को आप समर्थन भी दिया था, लेकिन आपका सहयोग के बिना ही बिल पास करना पड़ा। ये परंपरा ठीक नहीं है सदन का, आप सब लोग इसमें सहयोग कीजिएगा। आप अगर बैठ जाएंगे तो हम सदन चलाने के लिए कोशिश करेंगे। अपना सीट में आप बैठिए। अगर सदन नहीं चलाना चाहते, सभा की कार्यवाही सोमवार दिनांक 3 अगस्त 2026 को प्रातः 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, viewers. So, Lok Sabha amid ruckus created by opposition, where they continue to demand that Home Minister comes to the floor of the House and makes a statement regarding alleged police brutalities. Amidst that ruckus, Lok Sabha has now been adjourned till about Monday 11 a.m. So, both the houses, in fact, at the moment, now stand adjourned till about Monday 11 a.m. Now, next week is going to be very crucial for this monsoon session. This is when FCRA bill is all set to be tabled in Parliament. In fact, viewers, now let's shift focus to what is unfolding and the big story that we're tracking of the developments coming to light inside Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Now, a major escalation is unfolding right now in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. This is where civilians in thousands of numbers have hit the street. They have been demonstrating, and this has essentially now reached a boiling point. In a significant shift in the movement's scale, women protesters have now also joined the front line in large numbers, marching through the Kotli region to raise their slogans against the brutal massacre which has been going on in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir by Pakistani forces. Outraged by the response, protesters have now openly accused Pakistani forces of state terrorism and systemic repression. In fact, the mobilization of women in Kotli highlights the deepening public resentment that's now growing against military officials and signaling a sharp intensification as well of the civil unrest in the region. Let's take a look at the few visuals which have come to light, which shows you how women in fact have been harassed by the Pakistani forces. They continue to be in fact violated by the forces. You can see in the visuals, in fact, we'll try and show you the visuals where Pakistani forces have forcibly entered the homes. Now remember, this comes in as the men and the children, they are out on the long march and women are present inside homes. So at those times, specifically Pakistani forces have chosen to enter these homes. They are harassing these women who are present inside, and they're trying to use this fear tactic to deter their participation in these demonstrations which now seem to be growing on the ground. Take a look at these visuals. All right, viewers, you just saw what is happening right now inside Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, where these forces are now forcibly entering the homes and trying to harass the Kashmiri women present there. Let's also try and show you other visuals showing you the reality of what is now unfolding in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. The visuals again on your screen show you how these Pakistani forces are resorting to open firing on civilians, unarmed protesters. In several areas, this, in fact, visual has come to light from Kotli. Let's take a look. Let's move across to other visuals which also show you the extent of brutality that's now growing. Now in this video, we'll in fact show you that how these women are fleeing, because there is Pakistani army, Pakistani security officials following them and also firing rounds. They are open firing on these protesters. Let's take a listen. You can hear the shots in fact being fired. The third visual that viewers we have access shows you how Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir continues to be on the boil. Now these are visuals coming in showing you how these police officials are resorting to firing tear gas across these areas. In fact, POJK essentially is burning right now. These are massive fires which have engulfed the streets of Kotli right now as these protesters continue to raise their voice against Islamabad. All right, viewers, now this is another video that has come to light showing you that how these women protesters are now leading from the front. Despite the fear tactic deployed by the Pakistani forces, they have hit the streets raising slogans in solidarity with the protesters in the long march. You can hear them in fact saying, "Hum tumhare saath hain, inqilab aayega." These are calls for independence now being made in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and women protesters there leading from the front. Take a look. Another visual, viewers, which capture the sentiment on the ground is of this. These are women protesters who have hit the streets raising slogans. And on the other side, you can also see police officials slowly reaching them, approaching them. And then at the end of the video, you also see a police official trying to manhandle these women, Kashmiri women protesters who are out there raising their voice. Take a look.
बात करें ना, सब बात करेंगे, किसी की बात सुने, एक बंदा बात करे, बस खामोश हो जाओ सारे.
Another visual, has come to light from Kotli, shows you how the number on the ground reflects the sentiment, the resentment that's now growing against Islamabad. Remember, these protests in POJK, they started with very basic demands of electricity prices, of flour prices, but it has now converted into a full-fledged revolt against Islamabad, where calls for independence are being made, where they're calling out the illegal occupation of these territories by Islamabad. And you can see the numbers show you the kind of resentment that's growing on the ground. And now, viewers, we showed you through visuals what is now unfolding in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Let's also listen to the voices which are coming to light. Now, Sadr Aman Khan of JACC has rejected the claims made by the Pakistani officials that these protesters are armed. He stated that armed individuals on buildings actually belong to Pakistani forces and these are not the civilian protesters. He even challenged the officials to allow international media to come to POJK and have access to these areas to show the world what is the truth unfolding on the ground. Listen into these voices which are coming to light from POJK.
मैं उस बयान की मजम्मत करता हूं कि रावलाकोट के अंदर मौजूद निहत्ते ये मुजाहिरीन जो आप इस कैमरे की आंख से देख सकते हैं, जो कि मुकम्मल निहत्ते खड़े हैं, जिनके लिए ये कहा गया है कि वो शहर में इमारतों पर चढ़ के मुसल्लह अफराद चढ़े हुए हैं। बिल्कुल शहर की इमारतों में मुसल्लह अफराद हैं, लेकिन वो रेंजर्स के अफराद हैं, वो पुलिस के अफसरात हैं, वो FC के अफसरात हैं, वो मुख्तलिफ सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के एहलकार हैं जो शहर के ऊपर खड़े हैं और वहाँ से निहत्थे शहरियों को टारगेट करते हैं, उन्हें जो है निशाना बनाते हैं। मैं इस मौका पर ये गुजारिश करना चाहता हूँ कि अगर किसी को ये लगता है कि यहाँ पर कोई मसल्ला ग्रुप है या कोई ऐसा अमल है, हमारी पुरअमन तहरीक है, एक सियासी तहरीक है, यहाँ अगर इस तरह का कोई ग्रुप है, मैं पाकिस्तान के मीडिया को, इंटरनेशनल मीडिया को आप भेजें यहाँ पर। पाकिस्तान के अपोजिशन लीडरों को क्यों रोकते हैं आप उनको वहाँ जाने से? आप उन्हें यहाँ भेजें, वो आए, वो यहाँ पर आके जो है वो देखें लोगों को, निहत्थे लोगों को देखें, मजलूम लोगों को देखें।
All right, in fact